Hello, everybody. Just gonna put a link on Blue Sky real fast. All right, yeah, Scarlet Hollow content. We are. How's the audio? Is it, am I too quiet? Is the banjo too loud? It is not a blind playthrough. I have played, like, everything. I've got almost all the achievements. Check the music level. All right, I think I'll turn the music down slightly because this song's pretty quiet. They get a little bit loud later. Not loud, but louder than this. Maybe I won't turn it down then. Somebody says it's a little low. All right, all right, all right. So we are going to... Okay. Our name is going to be... I guess Worm. It's always a little immersion breaking to be named Worm in this game. I'm gonna name myself Skull Taker. We're not gonna be Goku. We will be... be Millie. There we go. And we can be from the city of... Be from... So it is a notable art character. There's a couple of details that are somewhat immutable that are kind of funny that come through. One of them is we are from a city, not a town or anywhere else. Villeville, Horrorville. We'll be from Portland. I was in Portland the other day. And we're gonna be a girl. This this screen used to have a thing that said has no gameplay effect, but I think they leaned a little bit more into... There were always like some gender politics in the story, but they leaned a little bit more into making that a part that sort of affects things, and I think probably in the next couple of parts it will matter even more. Um, but none of the romances are gender locked or anything. And then I was thinking mystical and book smart. Somebody says, "Hey Worm, congrats on TLG releasing. I watched your Mellifera vids way back and came to see you did TLG. Way cool." So I don't have any other content in the vein of the Mellifera series. Just because my time is split so thin between game dev and, you know, doing the review content and stuff, so unfortunately I had to hang that up. Could go mystical and talk to animals, yeah. Alright, mystical and talk to animals it is. You jolt awake as the bus hits a particularly nasty bump. You feel like you'd only just managed to start drifting off, and now here you are, awake again and still exhausted. For a moment, you're hazy on the details of where exactly being here is, confusing the bus with the many others that came before it. But as your mind continues to reassert its existence in the waking world, the past few days come into focus. The long-lost cousin, the bad news, the 26 hours of bus rides with countless late-night stops and seedy depots that would have felt unsafe even in the middle of the day. You wouldn't normally find yourself traveling like this, but your cousin bought the tickets. The funeral of Pearl Ann's Scarlet, your cousin's mother and your aunt, seemed like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. But it was also more than just the social pressure of the invitation that pushed you to accept it. Something has been tugging you back to this place your entire life. There was no choice to be made because you were always going to find your way here. So when your cousin called, you knew what had to be done. And now the end of your long journey is in sight. You're almost in Scarlet Hollow. So anyway, as I was saying... Oh no, he's still here. He's been sitting next to you for the past 5 hours, talking without pause. You're not sure he even stopped when you started to doze off. At first you thought he was just being friendly, but that was several hours of one-sided conversation ago. I was up in Maryland looking for work, but mostly messing around because I was a dumb teen. Me and my buddies were doing our usual prank stuff, you know, like pushing joggers into the harbor, that sort of thing. Wait, what? Yeah, you know, teen stuff. So this girl comes up to us, swinging her purse, telling about how she was going to call the cops or whatever. It was hilarious. She actually hit my friend, and he said it hurt a lot, so I guess she really was mad and not just playing. But she kept swinging, and soon enough she lost her balance and fell in the harbor all on her own. We didn't even have to push her. We had a good laugh and fished her out, and her phone got soaked so she couldn't call the cops on us. We wound up hanging out all day. She kind of became my girlfriend after that. We've been on and off for about a year, so it's pretty serious. And about 5 months ago, she tried to break up with me, like, for real. And geez, you ever get so mad you just want to, like, kill somebody? Smile and pretend he didn't just say that. I knew you'd get me. We understand each other. Somebody trying to break your heart, that changes a person. Makes them want to do things they never thought they'd do. I honestly could have killed that woman. Anyway, she's giving birth to our son right now, so I'm trying to get up to Virginia to be there for it. But I don't know if I'm into that stuff, so like, I might just wind up on a bus to New York or something instead. I always wanted to go there. Ha, that's interesting. I love bus guys. Please let this man get off the bus soon, you think. You're not sure where he could possibly take this conversation next, but you definitely don't want to find out. Yeah, people tell me I lead an interesting life, but I don't know, I'm just going with the flow. Maybe other folks don't do that enough. Anyways, where'd you say you were headed? So, this is our first chance to use one of our skills, and I think we'll use it. Home, I think. I've never been, but I felt it like a call at the back of my mind for as long as I can remember. Some things can only be put off for so long. The young man anxiously shifts in his seat. For one perceptible moment, it's his turn to feel uncomfortable before he catches himself and heartily laughs. Oh, you must be talking about Scarlet Hollow, right? Or the Holler, as they call it in the mountains. That's the only other stop until this bus turns around. So if you aren't getting off at any stop, you must be headed up that way. Almost nobody ever goes there. I'm usually alone on the bus by now, though, actually. I had a couple of buddies who went up there to work in the mine. There's a coal mine up in the Holler, you see, and there's always a job listing or two on the boards around here. I'd never wanted to do that kind of thing myself. I like my lungs the way they are, thanks, but my buddy's got desperate enough to try it. I like the implication. So this is like a Greyhound bus or something, right? Like it's going like across states, and he's regularly on this bus. Like, what is he? He's just a bus guy. I haven't heard from him in a while now that I think about it. I should see if they're on Facebook, see how they're doing up there. Hope they didn't die. He looks back at his phone, for once focused on something other than you. Oh, this is me. It was lovely meeting you. Hope you don't get too bored without me around to talk to. Here, I got something for you. The stranger rifles through his pack before presenting you with a dripping bag of peanuts. They're boiled peanuts. I got them in a gas station a few buses back. I noticed you haven't eaten much, so I figured you can use them more than me. Plus, they dripped all over my bag, so I don't want to carry them anymore. Tip: sometimes picking a dialogue option establishes new facts about who you are. So we've got a few here. We can say we're allergic to peanuts, and this will make us allergic to peanuts for the rest of the game. We'll just take the peanuts. Thanks. You're welcome. And with that, I leave you. Safe travels, friend. I got plans for those peanuts. And just like that, the stranger is gone. Maybe you can finally get some sleep. Next stop, Scarlet Hollow. End of the line. Almost there. The bus finally comes to a stop, its brakes squealing as it deposits you in front of the Scarlet Hollow bus station. So one of the first things we see here is that there's only one bus, if we look at this here, and it's in town from... It is in town once a week for 1 minute. It's just... If you're not here at Monday at 11, then you're here for the rest of the week. The sign at least reads bus station, but calling it that feels disingenuous. At best, it's a kiosk, though for a small town like this, you're amazed there's so much as a road, let alone a bus that drives on it every week. The driver quickly shuts the door behind you and starts the engine, kicking up dust clouds as he pulls away, eager to leave you and this place behind. Hey, Millie. You instantly recognize the worn young woman from the few public photos on her Facebook page. She's your cousin, Tabitha, and she looks annoyed to be here. So, the thing about these boiled peanuts is nobody wants them, and they will always make people angry at us if we try to give them to her. I'm sorry for your loss, Tabitha. Yes, great, thank you. Let's get back to the estate. I don't want to spend any more time down here than I have to. Your cousin turns and motions to an old BMW parked near the bus kiosk. You follow her, clambering into the dusty relic. Somebody asks who the best character is. A lot of people think it's Tabitha. I really like Tabitha. I think my favorite out of the romance routes is Reese. Just because he's kind of the most entertaining. They're all pretty good, though. Also, Dustin is good. Dustin's very good. We'll get to meet Dustin because we're doing talks to animals. It doesn't take much driving before the only signs of civilization are the car you're in and the road you're on. Tabitha maintains an icy silence as she focuses on the road. So, this says that dialogue options labeled Explore can usually be taken without advancing the story. They can impact relationships and unlock additional story paths, so choose carefully. I can't believe we've never actually met before this. You have your mom to thank for that, or had, I guess. You can feel the same careless cruelty in Tabitha's words that your mother would use when she talked about Pearl Ann and the old Scarlets. The wound that tore your family apart runs deep enough that it bled through the generations. Click our mystical option. So mystical is usually not very good to use in social situations. It makes you sound like a weirdo, but this is a case where it doesn't. You sound like my mother right now. She hated this side of the family so much. We don't have to become our parents. There are some things in life we get to choose. And she chose to leave. So, the funeral. It's on Sunday, right? Yep, like I told you. Since I'm here, do you need any help planning? I know this stuff isn't easy. It's actually been fine. Just needed the coffin and somebody to dig a hole. Well, how are you holding up? Fine. Okay, but if that ever changes, I'm here for you, alright? Even after I go home. Sure. You decide to sit in silence with your cousin as the car eases up the steep mountain road. And here it is, the Scarlet estate, though it's seen better days. Its crumbling elegance is not lost on you. Someone used to cramped apartments in gray cities. So my family, half of my family is from the South, like they're old Louisiana aristocracy. And I never met them, but my mother grew up in a house a lot like this, just like out in the bayou. Everybody on that side is dead now, I think, but it is funny to think about. Your mother told you about this place many times before she passed, always with an anger burning beneath her words. The faded majesty you once imagined doesn't quite compare with what's in front of you. As you stare at it, perched on the crumbling cliffside, you can't help but feel like it's something that should have been left to rot a long, long time ago. You're hit with a blast of dusty air as you step across the threshold and into the foyer. Everything in this room has been here for much longer than you've been alive, each object cemented in place with layers of dust and cobwebs. You can hear doors creak on their hinges and the aches and moans of ancient floorboards as the house itself sways in the wind. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. If you know what's good for you, you'll stick to your room, your bathroom, and the kitchen, and hallways, I guess. But only the hallways you need to use to get to those places. I'll show you around so you know where it's safe to walk. You can leave your bags here for the time being. So we'll, I think it is beautiful. It's beautiful. It is. The estate was the prized jewel of the region for a long time. It's quite a magnificent piece of architecture, even now. Let's just get the tour over with. Follow me. You put your bags down and follow Tabitha through a long, dusty hallway. She delicately steps over holes and tears in the floor, and you do your best to trace her steps. Kitchen. On Wednesdays, a woman from the town comes in and does the cleaning. Her name is Janie. I wouldn't recommend socializing with her. She'll talk your ear off. If you need any food, there's fixins for peanut butter and jelly. Don't touch my mac and cheese or my ice cream. Those are off limits. Oh, and you can access the garden through here, but it's pretty wild, so I wouldn't if I were you. So, I think it is pretty rude to just pop in and say that the house is dirty. We don't live here. We don't know what the deal is here. We can lie and say it's great. We can... Is there somewhere in town to buy food? I might want to eat something other than PB&J this week. Is there somewhere in town we can get groceries? Well, aren't you fancy? Yeah, there's a general store. There's also a diner. I usually order my food in bulk online, though, so I wouldn't be going with you. Sweet, thanks. Her reaction to the... I like the little details. So there's so many cool little details in these, in every backdrop, really. Like, you can see all the flowers from Pearl Ann's funeral are here. Or, for, you know, well wishes. There's a little gift basket. They got mice. Dishes that ain't got done. Cool. Good talk. Alright, what's next? Bathroom. Follow me. Great, it's been hours since I've gone. As the two of you leave the kitchen, you pass by a tuxedo cat sitting on the countertop. Approach the cat. Don't try to pet Frou-Frou. If she wants to be pet, she'll let you know. Ne me parle pas. Well, we can talk to her, but we'd be speaking English in front of Tabby to a cat, and all of these actions sound like, make us sound a little crazy. Okay, but can I pet you? Ugh, another filthy American sticking their business where it doesn't belong. No, you may not pet me. I would sooner smear myself with sewage than be touched by your filthy ape hands. Stop wasting my time. Let's finish the tour. You once again follow Tabitha through a long, dusty hallway. Maybe after a few nights it'll get easier to navigate these spaces, but for the time being you feel lucky to have not fallen through the floors. Guest bathroom. Not much to show. It's a bathroom. I'll wait outside. Do what you must if you must. It's a wretched bathroom. Piles of junk sit untouched in the corners of the room, and mystery stains paint the floor. My favorite detail. So we've got... There's like a toothbrush and a wine glass. There's hair dye. I guess probably Pearl Ann was coloring her hair. There's all the tissue paper with like makeup blotted all over it. And there is, for some reason, a plate of food under the sink in the bathroom. Which is pretty good. Let's not lie about the bathroom. Lift the toilet seat. Scram, fellas, the jig is up! Bugs skitter from the bowl as you lift the seat. As well. Toilet's a toilet. Sure, it could be cleaner, but your business needs doing, and this is as good a place as any. You do what you must and rejoin your cousin out in the hall. Next up, guest bedroom. Last stop on the tour. Follow me. You and Tabitha briefly return to the foyer before climbing the stairs and reaching the guest room. This is where you'll be staying. The linens are fresh. I had Janie wash them last week. I had to endure a half-hour rant about her kid to get her to do it, so you better be grateful. An unmistakable stain coats this room. Someone has died here. No, people have died in here. Closet's full of old family stuff, so you can't hang your clothes up, but you can use the dresser. It should be empty. Who used to sleep here? When? This house is almost 150 years old. Many, many people have slept here. And now you'll sleep here, carrying on the fine tradition of bedrooms being slept in. Well, it is a nice room. This is great, way nicer than I'm used to. Can't say that I'm surprised. Each and every piece of furniture in this room is a genuine antique, handed down through the family for generations. This is not an IKEA bedroom or whatever such nonsense you're used to in the city. I guess I'll start to get settled. Follow me. I'll take you back to the foyer so you can collect your belongings. This concludes our tour. I'm afraid I must return to my duties, so you'll have to entertain yourself for the rest of the day. Don't expect to see much of me. Well, we can ask where she's going. Wait, where are you going? To work. Somebody has to pay the bills around here. What kind of work do you do? I run the coal mine, same as every Scarlet who's come before me, except for you and your mom. It requires a lot of time and concentration, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't keep me for long. I didn't know you owned a coal mine. Let's see, there's... Sounds pretty impressive and exciting, good for you. Sounds pretty boring. Don't you ever think about things you could be doing with your life that might give you a better sense of purpose than running a coal mine? That's kind of sad. Ew, gross. Running a coal mine has got to be one of the most ethically and physically vile jobs on the planet. Hashtag girl boss. I'm clicking it. Damn, I can't believe you're in your 20s and already running a coal mine. Talk about hashtag girl boss. Don't patronize me. I know you have nothing to your name, Millie. Any other inane questions before I leave? You asked me to come here, but you're acting all pissed off that I actually came. What's going on with you? Look, I'm sorry I've been testy since you've gotten here, but you haven't exactly been easy. I'm under a lot of pressure right now. Just stay out of my hair, okay? I have work to do. I won't keep you, but we should hang out when you get back. We'll see. There's a lot that needs to get done this week. Your cousin leaves through the front door, and now it's just you and this sprawling, decrepit estate. Well, let's settle into our room. Now that your cousin is gone, the aches and pains of your journey sink into your bones. You stumble back up the stairs to your room, suitcase in tow, eager to unwind before you face the rest of the day. You stand at the entrance to your room. Let's put our spare clothes in the dresser. You drag your suitcase over to the dresser and open the bottom drawer. An opossum lurks within. It is quiet, but angry. Afraid! My friend, I know her. Afraid! What's your name, little guy? I'm Millie. Dustin. What are you doing in my drawers? Warm. Dark. Can you tell me about the human who lives here? Which human? Well, Perlan died. Only one human lives here. Dustin not good with names. 2 human live here. Can you tell me about the humans who live here? 1 human sad. 1 human scary. Can you tell me about the scary human? Always watches. Eyes hateful. About the sad human? Cries. Gives Dustin bad sleeps. Mind? Thanks for the help, Dustin. Okay. Let's fashion our clothes into a nest. You poor thing, you look cold in here. You gently lay your clothes on top of the creature, arranging them in a little nest. Dustin closes his mouth, somewhat more at ease than before, and looks up at you with his shiny black eyes. Human is kind to Dustin. Dustin will remember this. You close the drawer, satisfied with yourself for a job well done. This must be an older relative of yours, judging by the dates on the inscription. You've never heard of her, but you'd barely heard anything about your aunt and cousin until a week ago, so that's not really a surprise. Maybe you could ask Tabitha about this Mary Belle Scarlet the next time you see her. That is, if she's actually in the mood for conversation. So we will learn eventually that this is our grandmother. And it's wild to think that you would not even know who your grandmother was, which is kind of a hint as to how bad the relationship in the family has gotten. Let's check the closet. You can see why your cousin said you should put your clothes in the dresser instead of this closet. There must be decades of family history stacked in here. Of course you're sharing a room with a creepy doll. You pick it up to examine it more closely. Its foot reads, Property of Alexandra. No need to carry this around with you. You close the closet behind you. You can only imagine how beautiful the garden must have been in its heyday. If you own this place, you'd totally get out there with a shovel and some gardening gloves and whip it into shape. You'd go out and pull weeds, chop trees, carve topiaries, and do whatever you needed to do to return it to its former glory. And once it was all done, you'd sit by the fountain, which of course would have a little goldfish in it, and drink a floral tea while enjoying the bird song. Yeah, you'd definitely do that, just not right now. We don't need to take a nap. Doesn't seem like there's much else for you to do here right now. We can investigate the Forbidden Wing, where we were expressly told not to go. With Tabitha gone, there's no one stopping you from going to the Forbidden Wing of the estate. You immediately try the nearest door, only to be impeded by locks and chains. I like this this drawing up here. It looks like a there's a famous painting of a lady on a swing and like her shoe is flying off, and it's very similar to this. Let's make a PB&J. You haven't had anything to eat all day. The only things louder than your stomach right now are the creaks and moans of this ancient place. A PB&J sounds exactly like what you need to take on the rest of the day. You head to the kitchen. You're back in the kitchen, ready to craft a beautiful peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's a daunting task, given the state of the place, but the aggressive growls of your stomach outweigh your fear of food poisoning. To get started, you'll probably need to find some peanut butter, some jelly, a bread, a plate, and a knife. Frou-Frou hisses as you draw near and remains firmly in place. You might want to talk to me, but I don't want to talk to you. Go away. Offer her your boiled peanuts. I feel like we got off on the wrong foot. Want some boiled peanuts? Mon Dieu, no. Do you like living here? I despise small talk. If you won't take the hint, I suppose I'll have to take things into my own hands. Frou-Frou lunges at your hand and bites you hard. You back away. We can look in the fridge. As you approach the fridge, your eyes catch a note taped to the door reading Janie, stay out in all caps. Below it, in separate handwriting, are the words, Okie dokie. You open the fridge. You already feel a deep urge to wash your hands, even though you have yet to touch anything other than the handle. Let's check the mayonnaise. You know you probably shouldn't, but a part of you has to know how old that mayonnaise is. You pick up the jar, its label flaking in your hand. It expired 10 years ago. This jar of mayonnaise is old enough to graduate the 5th grade. Put it back and forget you ever saw it. Why did you do that? What were you expecting? This takeout container is disgusting beyond words. A liquefied mess wholly congealed in its styrofoam shell. You can't even tell what it used to be. The substance doesn't just smell bad, it smells ancient. You're not eating it. I think you die if you eat it. I don't remember. I think if you have powerful build, you can survive, and if you have, maybe you don't die. Because if you have hot, you can, you'll throw up later, but if you have hot, you're like able to duck around the corner and throw up out of sight so that nobody thinks worse of you for it. Your body reacts before you even register what you're doing, compelled by a deep, primal disgust. You shove the container back in the fridge, pushing it into the depths of the shelves and out of your mind. Hopefully, you can forget it exists and move on with your life. Let's look at the ice cream. Tabitha explicitly told me not to do this, you think to yourself as you reach for a pint of banana chocolate chunk. We won't eat it, we'll put it back. You stare longingly at the pint of ice cream for a few moments before your self-restraint kicks in and you put it back where you found it. Tabitha already seems to not like you, and it's probably best not to fan the flames of her hatred. You reach for one of the unopened jars of grape jelly, carefully checking its expiration date. You breathe a sigh of relief when you realize it's ancient. This was either purchased specifically for you, or jelly is one of the few things in this kitchen Tabitha actually uses. All you need now is a plate, a knife, bread, and some peanut butter. Tabitha sure loves her mac and cheese. Hold on, we gotta get a look here. So we got a dead mouse. There's a bunch of bread. There's a home cooking cookbook. Mouse traps. And the rest is just fully mac and cheese and peanut butter. Examine the mac and cheese. You pick up a box of Tabitha's mac and cheese. You can't say you've ever seen the brand before. We can empty the box and stuff it with the dead mouse on the shelf. We're not going to do that. We're going to be nice. Staying away from the mac and cheese was one of your cousin's hard rules, and she already seems to not like you. We'll grab a bread. We'll grab a peanut butter. The king of nut butters. And only 3% of each jar is mashed up cockroaches. And we'll grab a plate. There's a shot glass. I survived Deb's 50th. Your aunt's name was Pearl Ann, so this wasn't from her 50th. From one of the few stories you've heard of your mom, Pearl Ann wasn't the type to have kitschy friends who gave out themed shot glasses at their birthday parties. Altitude 4,350 feet. I was blown away at Blowing Rock, North Carolina. So your aunt and cousin actually traveled sometimes, even if it was only a few hours from the estate. Maybe you can route your return trip through Blowing Rock. It must be nice to see the local sights. It might be nice to see the local sights before heading home. I've gotten like 5,000 texts. What's going on? Okay, it's the neighbors talk about the internet. We will grab a bowl. You reach for the bowl, but as you pull it down, a blend of vinegar and dried and dead moths splashes onto you, immediately staining your shirt. On the back of the bowl is a note that reads, "Moth trap, do not touch." Whoops. Ha! Idiot. Your shirt is now unpleasantly wet. You'll probably change it to something clean before you leave the house. You grab a plate and a butter knife. Alright, I think we can make that PB&J. Despite the state of this horrendous kitchen, you've successfully combined your 3 ingredients to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. A job well done. All that hassle and it took you less than a minute to eat. Here's the garden. The garden was reclaimed by the wilderness long ago. It might not be very safe, but what's to stop you from venturing deeper? Little fawns and a baby. You wander further into the garden. It's quiet out here. Alright. I think we can get on out of here now. Might as well head down. There's not much left for you to do here other than head out and explore the town. Before leaving, you rinse off or change into a clean shirt. You're not about to meet new people coated in vinegar and dead moths. If you'd have known you would wind up having to walk all the way back to town, you probably would have just asked Tabitha to leave you at the bus stop, especially with how unhappy she seemed to see you. If only you could wipe the slate clean between the two of you and bury some of the tension, though maybe her mother's funeral isn't the best time for something like that. Then again, maybe it's the perfect time. It's really pretty out here. Finally, you made it back to town. The Holler, as that guy on the bus called it, has probably seen better days. It still has the feeling of an idyllic country town, but its sidewalks are cracked and many of the storefronts are boarded up, their windows dusty with age. A chill breeze sweeps down the lane and you shudder, suddenly feeling as if you're peering into a grave. Yeah, somebody said it's so much work to make a PB&J sandwich. I always just skip it. There's no, it doesn't do anything. Gretchen, come back! Quit bothering strangers! Why, I do declare, who is this stranger, and why does she smell of peanut butter? Sorry about that. Gretchen can be very slippery when she wants to be. She loves to get loose and cause havoc. We will talk to the human first before the dog so that we don't seem like a weirdo. A pug! She's so cute! I'm charmed. It's always a pleasure to meet someone with good taste. Thanks. She is cute. Sure, most of her teeth have fallen out. She's got a couple of weird growths, but for a 17-year-old pug, that's pretty good. What's it like to be 17, Gretchen? I feel as spry as I have ever been, believe it or not. Ha! I'm sure she'd tell you she's as spry as she's ever been. I'm hoping she beats the current record holder and makes it to 19. Or better yet, 20. The more time we get together, the better. Isn't that right, Gretch? Oh, I plan to be around much longer than that. I wouldn't dare leave you all on your lonesome, Stella. Ah, but what am I doing? I got so caught up in the excitement of meeting someone new that I entirely forgot to introduce you myself. I'm Stella. It's not often I see a strange face up in the Holler. Every now and then there's a new crop of coal folks, but you don't look dusty enough for that. You aren't in town for the funeral, are you? The Scarlet funeral? Boiled Peanut's looking at me like the Green Goblin mask. Hi, I'm Millie. You must be Tabby's cousin, right? Upon mention of your cousin, Gretchen mutters under her breath. One of these days I'll get that Tabitha to pet me. That's the only person I can think of who'd come to the town for the funeral. How's she holding up? To be honest, I've been a little worried about her, all alone up in that big house. I'm sorry, did you say Tabby? I can't imagine Tabitha ever going by something so... cute? She did back when I knew her better. It's been a while. I hope she's okay. We could bust out our mystical here. I feel like whoever I met today isn't the real Tabitha. Just a mask she wears. You can see Stella's, like, so, as I talked about in the video, if you saw it, the characters don't just track whether they like you or not, they actually track kind of a lot of things. There's, like, I think they track 8, it might be 8 or, I think it's 8 metrics about you, like, how agreeable you are, or, how passive versus bold you are, those kinds of things. But they also track like individual things like, you know, if they know that you can talk to animals or not. I hope that's a metaphorical mask you're talking about. To tell you the truth, she's always been a little rough around the edges, but most people don't really catch on to that. It'll probably be good for her now that you're staying there, even if she doesn't think so herself. How long have you known her? Quite a long time. The town's really small, so everybody's really known everybody else far back as they can remember. Tabby and I got a little close when we were both in the school's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. I was Puck and she was Mustard Seed. As you might have expected, she was more than a little prickly, but I managed to soften her up a bit in the end. But then she graduated and that was that. I haven't seen that girl or her horrible little cat since I was middle-aged. Oh, before it slips my mind, if you're staying up in that spooky old mansion, you must have met the Frou-Frou. How does that monster fare? So we can address Gretchen here, or we can ignore Gretchen, let Stella discover our quirk. This one is maybe believably... We could say that. Yeah, I've met Frou-Frou. She might think she's so much better than me, but I will get her to let me pet her, even if it's the last thing I do. Wait, what? Are you messing with me? You can't actually talk to my dog, right? Alas, you have discovered my dark and terrible secret. I can talk to animals, and animals can talk to me. Your dog sounds like a southern belle when she talks. Ha! Yeah, of course you're joking. You and Stella maintain silent, awkward eye contact. Well, next time you see that devil, please send her my regards, and do let her know that not only do I still draw breath, but that I very much still plan to outlive her. Oh, if you just got to town, you must be starving. I was just on my way to the diner for a coffee, and they've got amazing biscuits. My treat. Alright, chat, should we go with her, or should we take the other... We can turn her down and we'll get a little bit different of an evening here. One moment, checking, Where are we 2 and 2 on the, Okay, a couple of people said we should skip her and do the newer stuff. So the other route is a little bit newer. I think I'm just gonna wander for a while. Thank you for the offer, though. Well, at least I won't be smelling that feline stink all through our lovely meal. And I was so looking forward to having twice as many table scraps as usual. Oh well, a dog can dream. Okay, if you're sure. You're missing out, though. But I'm sure I'll be seeing you around. Don't be a stranger. The two continue their way up the road, leaving you to your business. So we can go by the general store. You wander into the quaint little general store. The country ambiance clashes terribly with the goth woman behind the counter, who has been eyeing you with something between curiosity and dawning horror. Oh my god. She was clearly trying to say it quietly, but of course you heard her. You're the only two people here. There's also something about her that you recognize, a closeness of spirit that makes her feel familiar to you, despite the obvious fact that you've never met. So, Mystical has caught on to something here. I will be right back. I need to get a soda. I'm back. We can say the dumbest thing in the world, fare thee well, fair maiden. Let's find something to take to the register, so that we're not completely dumbstruck by the pretty lady. We'll get beverage, because I just got a soda. You grab a soft drink from the fridge and take it to the counter. That'll be $2, Millie. Wait, shit, you didn't introduce yourself, did you? Ah, sorry, everyone around here knows who you are. I'm Kanika, by the way. Only fair you should know my name. Yeah, you got me. I'm Tabitha's cousin. Well, I'll try not to hold your family against you. Everyone in this town is so friendly. I just met this Stella girl on the street and she offered to buy me a biscuit. Oh, you've already met Stella. Great. She's a much better welcoming committee than I am. You probably should have taken her up on that biscuit, though. The diner makes them like you wouldn't believe. Those things spoiled me on biscuits forever. Anything outside the Holler just doesn't measure up. Do you know Stella? Oh yeah, I know Stella. We're the same age, which is a pretty big deal when you live in a town this size. We went to school together, K through 12. Tabitha was there too, a year ahead of us? Not that a year gives you any distance in a school that small. Anyway, Stella's probably the coolest person in town. She's a YouTuber, and she's getting pretty big too. You might have seen some of her videos if you're into creepy stuff. It's mostly her running around in the woods looking for fake animals, which she doesn't find, but it's got a great found footage appeal to it. Even though I don't believe in that stuff, every episode she gets me wondering if this is the one where she finds something weird out there. What is there to do in town? I have a lot of time to kill. If you're looking for something exciting, you definitely came to the wrong place. The only restaurant we have in town is the diner. The only real place to hang out is probably the library. There's a gas station for what it's worth. And there's a bar, but it's not exactly a place you'd want to go. It's a dive that's always full of minors. I'm pretty sure someone at the town is throwing a party this weekend in case you want to go hang out with a bunch of strangers the day before a funeral. If I were you, I'd just wait out the week, read a book and hope the days pass quickly, then go back to your life and forget you were ever here. It doesn't sound like you're very fond of this place. No, I'm not. I've been here long enough for a lifetime. But getting out is always easier said than done. You mentioned not holding my family against me. Do you have a problem with Tabitha? That depends. Are you guys friends? She's been pretty mean. She wasn't very nice. I don't know, she's been so mean to me. Yeah, that sounds like Tabitha. Amazing that not even family's off limits for her. You might even get worse than the rest of us, judging by the kind of things she and Pearl Ann always used to say about you. Good luck with her this week. I mean it. My aunt used to talk about me? What did she say? If you really want to know, that you and your mom were stuck-up city people who thought you were better than the town. That your mom was for having you out of wedlock. That it's good your mom left because she was going to drink away the family fortune. She would just say anything. I never believed a word of it because I always heard what she said about my family too, and I know nothing that came out of her mouth is worth anyone's time. I think most people in town knew that. However, Tabitha is not most people. I'm sure she believed it all. I don't envy you having to spend the whole week with someone who thinks so poorly of you. And she's just generally difficult to be around anyway. How do you get with fashion like that in a rural southern town? What, like they're gonna try me for witchcraft? Sure, I get weird looks sometimes, and there are definitely some ladies in town who have made it their job to save my soul, but there are way too many hippies in these hills for most people to be concerned with what I'm wearing. And my mom is Queen Hippie, so I'm probably the least witchy person I know. Everyone my mom talks to might as well be wearing a pointy hat and carrying a broom. Alright, I should pay before I forget. You hand Kanika F5 and she returns 3 ragged singles. As is custom, the beverage is now yours. It was nice chatting. I'll get out of your hair now, but I'm sure I'll see you around. Yeah, I'm sure I'll see you around. This town's like 3 streets wide. Down to the town hall. What you find inside the elegant building is not a town hall as was suggested by the letters carved in stone out front. Instead, you find something that looks more like a library. In fact, it is a library. The air is thick with the smell of old paper and fresh coffee. A man busies himself sorting books on the mobile shelf, and a cat lounges on a book cart. There's a group of teens gathered on the stairs, not sitting in chairs despite the prevalence of empty seats, as is their custom. They glance up at you with slight annoyance, as is also their custom. Hi there, I'm Oscar. If you need any help, just let me know. I'm Pixel, the cat. You better pet me. Oscar, clearly the librarian here, smiles to you from behind the shelf of books, but as his eyes focus on your face, the smile fades, replaced with a look of dawning recognition. Wait a minute, you must be... Never mind, sorry. Who is it, Dad? Do you know her? No, Rosalina, don't worry about it. Oh my god, I heard somebody at school talking about how the long-lost Scarlet heir was coming back to town this week. You know, for the funeral? That must be her. But Becca, Miss Tabitha's the heir, right? Shut up, Alexis. I know what I heard. I think Alexis is right. I think Tabitha already owns the mines. You're 13, Rosalina. Stop acting like you know things. Girls, please be nice to each other. Yes, this is Tabitha's cousin, and no, she isn't the true heir to the Scarlet fortune or anything like that. She's just here to pay respects to Miss Pearl Ann. So much for not making it feel like we know everything about you. I have to imagine that's a bit uncomfortable, but welcome to Scarlet Hollow, Millie. Let's pet the cat. You pet Pixel. He purrs loudly in response, leaning fully into your knuckles as you scratch beneath his chin. That's exactly right. A little to the left. Yes. Good job. You're killing it. He gets too excited for a second, gives you an affectionate little bite, still purring a mile a minute. Oh, sorry. Got a little lost in the sauce there. I definitely won't do it again. Keep petting me and see. I definitely won't. You pull your hand away slowly before you can decide you're a fun toy that he wants to try and disembowel. Do you know my cousin? Well, everyone in towns like these kind of knows each other, but I wouldn't say we're friends or even acquaintances. I know of her, and presumably she knows of me. I hope she's doing all right. I know how hard it is to grapple with the loss of a parent, especially so young. It's disappointingly common up in these parts. People don't tend to go to the doctor until it's too late, and most of them live hard lives on top of that. It seems even Pearl Ann wasn't safe from the ravages of the mountain life. Oh my god, that is way too much information. He was right, though. Didn't your uncle die last year, Alexis? Yeah, he was pretty young and he got cancer. Ew, can everyone stop oversharing? I don't remember asking for a Greek chorus to chime in on my conversation, girls. Then don't talk so loud. We could say... It's creepy to be so known. I feel exposed. If it's any consolation, all we really know is gossip, and it's mostly about your mom anyway. I was just a kid back when your mom left, but I still remember what an uproar there was. You wouldn't believe some of the rumors people were circulating. Our very own celebrity scandal. Hopefully folks in town will give you a chance to be your own person and not just treat this as a continuation of old drama. But I suppose I should know better now. I should know better by now. I've dealt with my fair share. I know most folks have long memories and unforgiving temperaments. But they'll probably be nice enough to talk to. It's the stuff they say behind your back that you have to look out for. Shouldn't those kids be in school? It's fall break, what they said. I'm happy to have them here. I like knowing what Rosalina gets up to. What are you girls doing again? We're taking a what dragon species are you quiz. Yeah, and we have to focus, so please don't keep distracting us by asking what we're doing. Okay, for this next one, choose a smell. I like smoky, but I don't know, that seems like it'll just get us a normal fire-breathing dragon. Yeah, if we want the Japanese air dragon, we'll need to be more strategic. What does air smell like? Aren't we supposed to just answer the one we like best? Not if we want to get the best dragon. I'm gonna say ocean spray, because spray is in the air. Let's see. I could say, why is your cat American and Tabitha's cat is French? Pixel, you're so much cuter than my cousin's cat. It's very nice to meet you, Pixel. You're much nicer than my cousin's cat. There's another cat? Let me at him. I'm the only cat around these parts. This is Pixel's town. How did you know our cat's name? Oh, right, it must be on his collar. He doesn't have a collar, Dad. Oh, right. You must have heard about it from someone else in town. Pixel's pretty well known around here, being the library cat and all. Let's see. Could say, ask, have you been at the have you been at the center of some small town drama? I like to think that if you live in a town this small and don't wind up the topic of a few rumors, you aren't truly living. But yes, not to get too personal, coming back to town after college with a toddler and no wife did land me in the center of a lot of small talk. Or of a lot of talk. You just live and let live. People will say what they say, and there's no point in being too concerned about it. The best comeback is a life well lived. Oh my god, Rosalina, is your dad this weird with everybody? That was way too much. I don't think we're supposed to be listening. We shouldn't trauma dump on strangers. We got Seaworm. Ew. We were clearly too distracted by all that talking over there. I thought libraries were supposed to be quiet places of study. Come on, let's go back to your place, Alexis. I feel like a 5-year-old when I hang out in the library anyway. Yeah, we can watch a movie in your basement. Do you think your parents would mind? I can ask. They never mind. Come on, let's go. The teens start toward the door with Becca in the lead. Wait, Rosalina, when should I expect you back? We're doing a sleepover, right? I'll have to see. My mom was going to make pot pies for dinner. That's okay. We can order a pizza. Their conversation fades as they walk out the door. Keep me posted. The big man had better stop that girl. I want to sleep on her pillow tonight, and it ain't fun when she's not there to steal it from. I'm headed out too, but not because I didn't have fun chatting. It's just getting dark. You have a good one, Millie. Alright. Looks like the sun's finally starting to set. Maybe you'll see if a sleepy southern town like Scarlet Hollow has a vibrant nightlife another day. But for now, you feel ready to head back to the estate. You return to the dirt road, beginning the trek back up toward the estate. As the sun sinks deeper into the horizon, the sky is flooded with orange and pink hues, the shadows around you darkening and stretching out over the path. The mountains seem to make night come quickly here, their rounded hills blotting out the dying sun prematurely, casting the valley of Scarlet Hollow in an eerie autumn twilight. You've had a long day. Between traveling and meeting all these strangers, the dusty bed that waits for you back at the estate is starting to sound very appealing. There's a sound on the path behind you. You turn back to the road but find nothing. You still seem to be alone. Hello? Is someone there? The thing takes a bold step from its hiding place, revealing itself and fixing you with a wild-eyed gaze. It's a mountain lion, and there's something horribly wrong with it. But this creature strikes you as more than merely ill. Looking into its eyes gives you the distinct impression that it isn't all there, almost as if something is replacing it. It becomes you, it becomes you. It takes another step towards you, drool leaking from its slack mouth. A blood that runs and runs and runs becomes itself, becomes nothing. A gardener cannot tend to empty soil. So we can try talking to it. We can whoa cool a mountain lion, start filming. Or we can quietly start filming or run. Let's quietly start filming, because there's something you can do here that's pretty funny. Just pull your phone and hit record. The mountain lion dashes forward with surprising speed, ears back and claws glinting. There's a heavy thump as it connects. You find yourself tumbling forward, pitching over the side of the road and rolling downhill. It's disorienting. You find it to be almost impossible to stop yourself, the incline too steep, every attempt ending in more scratches and bumps from the rough terrain of the mountainside. You finally land with a breath-stealing thump in a small copse of trees, battered and bruised, bleeding from the thorny shrubbery, but not dead. Your eyes are closed. You need them open. It doesn't bother trying to hide now, leaping down into the clearing with killing intent in its wide yellow eyes, ready to finish what it started, and then... The evening air is pierced with the sound of a gunshot. The mountain lion is gone in a flash, leaving a thin trail of blood behind as it disappears into the dark woods beyond the path. As you gain your bearings, you realize that your beverage is gone. You must have lost it in the fall. My beverage! Damn! Nearly had the thing. Oops. I nearly had you, too. Who the hell are you and what are you doing out here? Looking to get shot? Well, he saved our life. Saved my life! You ruined my shot. I nearly had the damn thing before... Wait a tick. There's something awfully familiar about you. He looks you up and down with his good eye. You're that Scarlet kid everyone's saying wasn't gonna show. Well, I apologize for my brusqueness. And I'm sorry for you and Miss Tabitha's loss. You can call me Duke. Duke seems to think for a moment, glancing up at the darkening sky. You better not keep walking around here on your own. Not with that thing out on the prowl. I'd hate to think anything might happen to you without me around to save your skin. Tell you what, tag along with me while I finish what we started, and I'll be sure to get you home safe. I wager Miss Tabitha will appreciate someone looking out for you. There was something wrong with that mountain lion. It's probably got the cancer, had all them lumps. Doesn't mean it's any less dangerous. If I had to guess, I'd say it's more deadly than ever now that it sees death coming for it. As you well know. As you well know. When was the last time you heard of a mountain lion attacking anybody, especially on this side of the continent? You're one of a lucky few, so don't ruin it by going off and dying alone in the woods after God did you a favor. So, the way he phrased that did make it sound like he was kind of doing this out of self-interest, like, he's expecting Tabitha to appreciate it in a way that would benefit him somehow, but, let's be polite. I appreciate you looking out for me, too. Thanks. Didn't you already thank me? You ain't one of them folks who won't shut up about thanking someone who helped them once, are you? Nah, it don't matter. Stick with me and we'll make sure it doesn't get the chance to take a chunk out of anybody. I don't like the thought of a man-eater like that around my town. You and Duke make your way into the dark woods, following the trail of blood the mountain lion left behind. Before long, the sun is completely set, and the two of you find yourselves in near total darkness. Though Duke has a flashlight, he uses it sparingly, letting you both adjust to the starlight instead. Every sound feels deafening as the two of you pick your way through the underbrush. Every snapping twig could be the deadly paws of the thing that hunted you, every rustling leaf the herald of a vicious attack. Though you know deep down it's probably nothing but squirrels and shrews. Until you hear the unmistakable sound of something large shifting among the falling leaves. Gotcha! The old man quietly steps forward, gun held at the ready. What the hell? Duke, you scared me. What are you doing out this late? Still, I'd ask you the same, but I'm sure I know what has you slinking around after dark. Do you know how close I just came to putting a hole in you? But you didn't. No harm, no foul. Hey, Millie, weird to see you out here so late. Does Tabitha know you're with Duke? And you stink of mountain lion. Oh, what a smell. And there's something else mixed in there, something fake. You could drive a dog to madness. Makes me want to bite and tear. She thrashes around in Stella's arms, but Stella holds her close, stifling her frenzied attack. Oh, calm down, girl. You know Millie. Oh my, I do apologize. How unladylike of me. I simply can't stand the smell of those things. I swear, it gets so hard to hold on to her when she gets like this. Sometimes it feels like she's only geriatric when she wants to be. It's alright, little lady. You're safe as long as you got your mama looking out for you. Unlike you, Stella, if you decide to keep doing whatever it is you're doing out here, I think you'll find these woods ain't agreeable tonight. Millie had a run-in like you wouldn't believe. So just go home and save all this for some other night. Wait, a run-in? What kind of run-in? Was it supernatural? Like I said, you won't believe it. Now put that dang camera away. I was attacked by a mountain lion. A mountain lion? Are you sure? Oh, for love, don't you get started, Stella. We was both there. We saw the damn thing. It was a mountain lion, plain and simple. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just that I did a whole video on them, and I found absolutely no evidence that they exist out here. Eastern mountain lions are extinct. There hasn't been a sighting in decades. There hasn't been a sighting in decades until now. Your friend here just damn near got eaten by one. So if you don't want your last video to be found 20 years from now next to a pile of your bones in a den of some long-dead creature, you best get out these woods. I know it's frustrating, but believe me, she is never going to believe you about the mountain lion. That would be so cool. No, it would not. Your mama and daddy are spinning their graves here and talk like that. If they ain't around to stop you, then I'll take on that responsibility. Go on, get. The old man shoos her away. Fine, fine, I'll go. Despite Stella's apparent willingness to back down, an existential dread begins to settle into your spine. Something fated has been locked in stone. Somebody here is going to die tonight. So I could say that, but what reason would they have to believe it? Does that mean I should go with her, Duke? Hell no. There's half a chance she winds up in some kind of situation on her way back. Miss Scarlet would have my ass if she knew I'd let you get into a situation. Me? I would never. I'm definitely going to be responsible and head right back home. Yeah, I'm sure. Millie, you stick with me and you'll be alright. We'll get you back to that cousin of yours in one piece. Don't you go getting into any situations either, Duke. And I'll see you around, Millie. Oh, I suppose it's time to go. So long, darlings. And good luck with that wretched pest. With that, she's off. It's just you and Duke in the dark woods once again. Somebody says that pug wiggle frame is too cute. There are so many really good Gretchen drawings in this game. She's, where she's just like a... She gets called a potato a lot, but like the artist has a lot of fun drawing her. She's just like a little blob. Damn, we've been stopped too long. Now the old hip is starting to voice its complaints. There's an overlook just up this way. Let's sit a spell. I brought a few victuals along if you're peckish. My southern accent is not... I feel like I do the Southern Belle voice very good, but I don't know my like North Georgia... What is the David Allan Coe Squidbillies voice? Don't touch the trim! Duke interrupts the serenity of the scene with his old man grunts, folding his creaky joints as he settles in on a nearby log. Yeah, I could go for early Kyler. He starts rustling through a small pack he hadn't noticed he was carrying, pulling out some beef jerky and a couple of beers. At least it's a nice night, even with the circumstances leaving something to be desired. Help yourself to jerky. As for the beer, I was planning on having both cans myself, but I suppose I could be convinced to spare one. Hell yeah, let's take a beer. You take one of Duke's cold ones. It's more like a somewhat cool one after so many hours outside, but you crack it open nevertheless, offer him a gesture of cheers, and take a sip. It's cheap beer, but it's refreshing. Its watery, earthy taste mingling well with the crisp mountain air, putting you somewhat more at ease. Duke seems slightly more at ease now, too, seemingly happy to not be drinking alone. I can't believe Stella wouldn't believe us about that mountain lion. Are they really that rare up here? Yes, most people. There ain't been any in these parts for decades. But everyone who lives deep enough in the hills has a story or two about seeing one. Not that anybody believes us. So in Cataclysm, for a long time there were mountain lions in the game, which takes place in New England. But there aren't mountain lions east of the Mississippi as far as anybody knows. They were all kind of hunted to extinction, or their habitat shrank too much. I think the last one was seen in like the 60s. It's it's pretty funny to see that become like a plot point here, because there was a big discussion about whether to remove them or not in Cataclysm, and I did remove them from TLG, but I think TDA still has them because A, it's funny, and then Kevin pointed out correctly that it probably wouldn't take very long once you removed humans for big animals like that to start kind of flooding back in. If we don't manage to tag that sumbitch, you'll have one of them stories too. And then you'll get the rare pleasure of telling people what you've seen with your own 2 eyes, never having anybody believe you. A crisp breeze passes over you. So I'm a vegetarian in real life, so I can't eat jerky. I'm vegetarian. What, you got some kind of allergy? So our character can talk to animals, so maybe that's why we don't, I have sworn vengeance on all vegetables, but I have no quarrel with the animals of this world. I just don't eat meat, but I appreciate the offer. I'm just a vegetables kind of gal, not a meat appreciator. I got bit by a tick and now I can't eat meat. We'll say it's because of, I think it's cruel to eat other animals. Who am I to say whether they live or die? Well, I got bad news for you about what I'll be doing when we meet that mountain lion again. I ain't eating that thing, but I sure as hell killing it. I was wondering, how'd you find me? I've been on that thing's trail all day. I got myself a personal vendetta. It's been after my chickens. I've seen it around my property a few times now, and the next day I always have a bird or two missing. Those birds is like family to me. I raised them from eggs, and now they know me by sight. I'm their daddy, like I'm their daddy. So it means something to me when some creature sets their sights upon my hands. That thing shoots to the top of my list of enemies. And I suppose it sees some commonalities between you and my chickens. I didn't expect to find a near stranger out there on the wrong end of that thing. But I'm glad I did, for your sake. Somebody asks if he's the only person around here who respects Tabitha. I think it's more like he's just like a conservative guy, and he sees the kind of order of things as they are, as, you know, fine or not worth rocking the boat over. Whereas like Kanika is, as we'll learn, she's much more of like a leftist, and isn't really happy about the aristocrats owning a coal mine that powers the entire town. So tell me about yourself, Duke. You don't know about me? I can't say I know what there is to tell. Got a beautiful wife, Irma, who I left to hell and back. And we got our boy Beau and our little farm. And our closest neighbor is that bastard Julius Tremaine, but that's neither here nor there. Tell me, what's the biggest pumpkin you ever seen? I've only seen one at the grocery store, so grocery store sized. Duke pulls out his wallet, flipping it open to a photograph of a very, very large pumpkin. Big Betty, my biggest yet. Bet you didn't know pumpkins could get so big. Me and Beau are taking her down to the fair this week, aiming to take home the blue ribbon. How the hell are you getting that thing to the fair? We got ourselves a hay lifter, and of course Beau's a big help. That boy's built like a bull. We tend to put him on the other end of the lip as a counterweight. I need to say it's easy. We lost one or two over the years from mishandling. Not showstoppers like Betty, of course, but it still stung. Even now that we got the hang of things, it's still gonna give me a heart attack to see her lifted up and not know whether something might go wrong. What a pumpkin. She's gorgeous. She really is. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a glimpse of her when she's on her way out of town. She really is something you need to see with your own eyes. Pictures don't do her justice. Sounds like you and Stella go way back. What do you think of her? What do I think? I think she's a nice young lady. She's been through a lot in her short time on this earth. He lets a conspicuous silence fall between the two of you. That thing about her parents rolling in their graves, are they both dead? Yes, they are, God bless their souls. God rest their souls. Car accident a while back. Poor thing was there through it all. All three of them left town together, and she was the only one who came back. She's taking it well, all things considered. Besides a few quirks she's picked up. I heard she needs convincing when you need to get her in a car. Can't be pleasant for her to live like that, but to each their own. You seem like you have more to say about her. I wouldn't usually be one to talk ill of anyone behind their back, but I said this to her face. I may as well let it be known. She's on thin ice with me. She heard I was talking about that mountain lion that's been after my chickens, so she did a whole video about him. Asked me all sorts of questions about what I seen. Only to turn around and slander my name. She made me look like some kind of crackpot in that video of hers. I may as well have been talking about Bigfoot. I read all them comments too, and they had plenty to say about the crazy old man and his made-up stories. But lo and behold, now you've seen it too. And she turned around and did the exact same thing to you as she did to me. At least you ain't plastered across the whole internet. Oh, buddy, you got no idea. Let's see, we can... One nice thing about these responses is they often, even if we don't pick them, they will often kind of reveal what... Sometimes a little bit of, like, authorial intent, but also maybe what our character might be thinking in ways that might not immediately be obvious. I don't find her pushy, but, like, the fact that that's an option you can give is something to consider. I'm sorry she did that to you. She seems nice, and I like her dog. That Gretchen's a sweetheart. Not a very useful thing, but I suppose not all God's creatures need to have a purpose beyond being loved. And Stella's a sweetheart too, most of the time too, just not when it comes to cats of the large variety. You're from here. What do you think of Scarlet Holler? What do I think? You might as well be asking me what I think of the air I breathe, the dirt I'm standing on. How am I supposed to know? I'm in it. I should be the one asking you. What do you think of our town? I could say some crazy stuff. It traps people, and it doesn't like letting them go. That's why I'm here. It finally got me back. So that is, you know, the sense that our character has, even though we're not going to say that. Mystical actually kind of does that a lot, where gives you insight that you might not want to act on. I think it's beautiful. Damn right, that was the correct answer. If you say that your first impression is getting attacked by a mountain lion, he laughs, which is pretty good too. About what you said earlier, why did everyone think I wouldn't come for the funeral? That'd be Miss Pearl Ann's doing. She was never very kind when it came to talking about your side of the family. Bless her heart, and God rest her soul, of course. But she told everybody your side of the family had sworn off Scarlet Hollow and everyone who lived here, so nobody around these parts thought we'd be seeing much of you. So, bless her heart means, what a bitch. So, that's a nice little code word. What do you think of Tabitha? You can be honest. Say that as if I would have a bad word to say about her. I think she knows the value of hard work, and I think she and your whole family have been the lifeblood of this town for longer than I've been alive, and the whole reason any new jobs come out this way that ain't just some tourist bullcrap. We have the Scarlets to thank that this place ain't just a glorified theme park like some other towns I could name. I don't want to be a local flavor character selling my produce at some cutesy farm stand to those folks up in the city who think they want homegrown goods but get nervous if they see a brown spot. So I am grateful to Miss Tabitha, and I will hear no slander to her good name. I also like that you get like a pretty good perspective from everybody. I like the story does give kind of everyone a fair shake. If you haven't noticed that by now, that is there. We'll sit in silence and enjoy our beer. Yeah, the stream's been going maybe about an hour or something, but we've been going kind of slow, just checking out all the dialogue options. It's not been we're not very far into the game at all. It's like nothing you've ever seen. It's the kind of sight that makes you realize why so many generations that came before you wrote mythologies to describe their patterns. There is so much beauty here, despite the fear that still hangs heavy in the air, knowing what might lurk beyond the tree line. But the tranquility doesn't last for long. The harsh sound of a vibrating cell phone pierces the night air. You're getting a call. It's your cousin. Let's pick up the phone. Millie, where'd you go? Are you dead? Let's see. No, I'm just in the woods, hanging out with this cool old guy. Cool old guy. Wait, the woods? God, no wonder your reception's so bad. You're coming through like you're in a blender. Who is that? Is that Miss Tabitha? There's a sound nearby. A scuffling, and then... What in the... Look, I don't know if you know this, since the big city only has trees with little fences around them or whatever, but wandering around in the woods at night is dangerous. Get back to town now. Don't you worry, Miss Tabitha. We'll get Millie back to you safe and sound. I'll be sure of that. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I really didn't mean to get in trouble. Look, as long as you don't die, I'm sure I can forgive you. The rustling grows louder. I see it. I see it. It's sweet and kind. A bed of flowers, a nice wind, a gentle gardener. That must be my birdie. She's still alive. The call ends abruptly, the bad reception finally giving out. The old man takes a step toward the tree line. Get your thieving little hands off her. Duke charges forward, flashlight in hand, crashing through the brush. Damn, that thing is fast. Which way to go? There's an odd sound nearby, though it isn't the sound of whatever you two were chasing. Duke stops mid-stride to listen, and you stop to listen as well. It's a human voice. Damn it, I know that voice. There appears to be some kind of growth. I've never seen anything like it. Geez, I hope I don't get demonetized for this. Stella, I swear to God, didn't I tell you to go on home? The two of you emerge into the clearing, revealing what Stella had been filming so intently. It's Birdie, her little chicken body panting desperate breaths as she lies in a crumpled heap at Stella's feet. Birdie, oh no, what's happened to you, sweetheart? A new beginning. I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm going home. Duke, I just found her like this. I think there's something seriously wrong with her. Stella, I don't think you should put this online. He's right. Nobody has to see her like this. Sorry, Duke. It's just, you know, my job. It's cool is what it is. Birdie don't deserve to be made into no online sideshow. So let's examine the chicken real fast. You stoop down to look at the chicken. Its poor little chicken eyes look up at you, glazed over, but still rolling around in their sockets with unfortunate life. Can't hide from me. I can see you. I can smell you. Sick, sick creature. The wing is barely still attached, but that seems to be the least of this chicken's concerns. So, if we note, this is like freshly lost feathers with like fresh blood. If you have keen eye, you can notice that Stella actually stepped on the chicken on accident when she was running up here. The old becomes the new. I've never flown, but now I soar. Whatever got a hold of her busted her wing up too, little bastard. Yeah, what a bastard. Good God. At first you thought it might have been a tumor, but this is something else. The skin is stretched taut, the growth pulsing beneath. She can still get better. Maybe she just needs that thing to pop and she'll be right as rain in a couple days. Happened to me once, there's not so much as a scar these days. I don't know, it looks kind of like there's something in there. It smells like it should be... It smells like it should be buried somewhere deep. My senses scream out that this is an abomination. Oh, Stella, please don't get too close. Can you hear the birth that dwells within me? Can you hear the way it roars and thunders? Having investigated to your heart's content, you step back to give the bird space. So here we get, two traits. The things all of these animals have been saying to me tonight, it's like they're going through some kind of a religious experience. The hell are you on about? What a horrid thing to witness. It's like they've all gone mad. If this happens to me, I wouldn't want to live like that. You were joking about being able to talk to Gretchen earlier. You're still joking, right? We should maybe talk more about that later. She looks completely shell-shocked. You think she's become an egg? Like one of those things is gonna pop out of her? What a horrid thought. Oh no, I refuse to entertain that notion. She ain't some kind of incubator. She just needs that thing drained. Maybe some antibiotics, that's all. Did you see the thing that got a hold of her? I sure did. I got it on camera, too. I don't know what it is yet. A gnome or something? You know there ain't no such thing. Not of this world, that's for certain. What a disgusting thing it was. Unappetizing in every sense of the word. This is just like that mountain lion. As you, Duke, and Stella take stock of the situation, a sound begins to wrap around you. Gently at first, barely a whisper. But then a guttural moan, and then another, until suddenly you find yourselves surrounded by a chorus of groaning misery. There's something out here, all around us. I can smell it. There are so many of them. Do you hear that? There's so many voices, all of them telling us to leave. Yeah, so if you pick mystical and talk to animals, you can hear these, like these whispers fully resolve into voices, and if you listen... You hear, like, get out, get away from here. This place is cursed. Oh, yeah, I hear that, but are they really saying something? I can't make anything out. She starts filming again. So something that's also neat is that all of the characters have the same... They have a trait pair, just like us. So Stella, we know, does not have mystical and talks to animals. She actually has powerful build and... street smart. Come on, Birdie, let's get you home. As Duke scoops up the injured Birdie, the voices in the trees intensify. It's like you're all suddenly surrounded. The strange sounds coming closer, growing bolder. The hell is that? The gardeners come to mend and nurture. Let me blossom and sprout. Let me become. Don't you step another foot closer, I'll shoot. Don't think I won't. The man hesitates and the thing steps forward, fixing what seemed to be its eyes on Birdie, tucked under Duke's arm. Stella, there's another one! You and Stella turn just in time to see another of the creatures slithering out from the bush. Oh my god! What's going on over there? As Duke glances back, everything seems to happen at once, a patter of unnatural feet, and then chaos. Duke grapples with the thing as it grabs at his shotgun, pushing the barrel out of the way as it grasps for Birdie with its oddly jointed limbs, while Stella stares in shocked silence as if paused, watching as the other creature attempts to wrestle Gretchen into the darkness, her desperate cries going unheeded. Shit, get your grubby little hands off my bird! Alright, so we've got our little leaf border thing here is red now. It was always yellow before. So we're gonna help Gretchen. Duke's got a gun. He should be fine. You dive for Gretchen, attempting to snatch her away from the thing's misshapen hands. Oh, Millie, my hero! You manage to grab her, but the creature isn't deterred. It rears back on its hind legs and its mouth. It rears back on its hind legs, its mouth opening, whispered tones sliding out alongside something sharp and unnatural. But then there's the deafening blast of Duke's shotgun, and suddenly it is gone. Duke? Blood, my heavens, I smell blood! Oh my god, what do we do? Okay, first things first, I grab Gretchen. There, step 1 is done, Gretchen's safe. Great, okay, step 2. What's step 2? Oh my god, that man saved my life today and he's gone. Yeah, okay, deep breath, we need a plan. What if we chase after those things? Get as much footage as we can. It's the only way anyone will believe us about what happened. We owe it to Duke. So we can call her out here for freezing. That did happen. If she hadn't done that, we wouldn't have had to be the one to jump on Gretchen, and Duke might have had some help. But on the other hand, may as well get proof while we're out here. Lead the way. There are more of them, a lot more of them. They leer at you from the trees, no longer hiding as they bellow their warnings out into the night. Stella films as she runs, narrating to an invisible audience. We're being pursued, I think, by these weird things. It seems like they're all riled up from what just happened. The two of you come to a stop at the edge of the clearing. Okay, we seem to have found a nest or a crop circle, but of animals. This reminds me of that part in Shadow of the Erd Tree. God, that smell. The air here is flavored with rot, a pervasive stench rising up from the spiral of corpses that pattern the rock. Birdie has been placed among them, her body lying still as the creature crouches protectively over her. Stars above! Is this wretched place where they wanted to take me? At the sound of the dog's disquiet, the creatures flow out of the woods and surround the clearing. Dead eyes peer out from pale, doughy faces, watching the two of you and the small, terrified dog. Should we try to get Birdie? That didn't go so well earlier. You know, I think I have enough footage. The two of you take a few steps back from the clearing, then turn and start running together back through the woods, driven by a deep animal instinct to get away from whatever these things are. They're everywhere! God, how many of these things are there? They reach out to you from between bushes and tree branches, grasping for anything they can get a hold of, their howls filling the night. We're almost there. You and Stella reach the main road, and the whispers fade back into the sounds of nature. It sounds like they stopped following us. I certainly can't smell that stench anymore. I should get reception now that we're back on the main road. Let me find my phone so I can call the sheriff. Feel a buzz in your pocket. 6 missed calls from Tabitha. We're also almost out of battery. We got missed call, message, where the hell did you go? Missed call, message, where are you? Missed call, missed call, missed call. It's 10:30, Monday, October 24th. And 13 text messages. We will call her. Try and call Tabitha back, but it goes straight to voicemail. Text her that you're okay. Your message sits unread. Whoa, I think I'm in trouble. That's a lot of texts and missed calls from you-know-who. Maybe Tabby's just worried about you. But, first things first, let's call the police. Stella pulls out her phone and dials. Hello, Earl? It's Stella Richmond. I'm up on the mountain on the Esquina Trail. Duke is dead, Earl. Shotgun. It happened right in front of us. There's, something in the woods. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think we're okay, but hurry. Jesus, Earl, who's gonna tell Bo? I guess now we wait. It takes a little while, but eventually a patrol car arrives at the scene. Out of it walk 2 officers, Sheriff Hugby, a friendly older man, and Deputy Franklin, a serious man wearing sunglasses despite it being the middle of the night. See? Right there, a thing jumps out of the woods, and then the shotgun goes off. What in Sam Hill? What is that, some kind of Pillsbury Doughboy? Could have been a naked maniac. As the video reveals the creature's nest, Franklin ever so slightly lowers his sunglasses. Or a whole bunch of naked maniacs. What the heck is that, some kind of crop circle? They killed Duke. Uh-huh. Now we're gonna have to confiscate this camera, Miss Richmond, if you don't mind. This is evidence. But okay. Let me just turn it off to save the battery. Here you go, Deputy Franklin. We appreciate your compliance with the law. If you have keen eye, she palmed the, you see there that she palmed the, memory card, which is one of the early clues that she has street smart. We're going to team out in the morning to retrieve the body, but for now, Sheriff Hugby and I... Oh, please, call me Earl. Earl and I will escort you and... Who are you exactly? And is that a single Bud Light I smell on your breath? You shouldn't be drinking in the woods. So, I have suspected that Franklin has keen eye, and there's a scene later where, he fails to spot something that he should have seen because he's wearing his sunglasses in the dark. Keen eye isn't just your vision, it's your senses in general. That's Millie. She came into town today for the funeral. Millie? As in... Tabitha's cousin, yeah. Damn, I didn't think you'd actually show. We'll escort you both back to town. If there's a naked maniac on the... Why does he keep saying naked maniac? If there's a naked maniac on the loose, it's best you don't walk back on your own. It wasn't a... Never mind. Why aren't you going out there tonight? There's a dead body in the woods. Those things could attack someone else. Well, it ain't exactly like old Duke is going anywhere at this point. He'll still be out there in the morning. We only have a skeleton crew at the moment. Monday nights are Deputy Derrickson's bowling nights. We'll be on alert for any more reports of naked maniacs, but retrieving Duke will just have to wait. Now, if you'll kindly step into the vehicle, we can return you safely to your home. Oops. Do we have to ride back with you? We could just walk. Those creatures left will be fine. I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist, for your own safety. Stella sighs. Okay, thank you. You can ride up front with me, little lady. That is, if your mama permits. But what about Stella? She hates being in those wheeled contraptions. Sure, Earl. You can hold on to Gretchen on the way back to town. The cops usher you and Stella into the back of their squad car. You are just the cutest little thing, Miss Gretchen. Yes, you are. Sheriff Hugby pats Gretchen on the head affectionately, but she remains wholly focused on Stella, a worried look stretched across her little pug face as Hugby scratches behind her ears. This shot reminds me so much of the Pilot Red Sun Not So Fast video. I think all we're missing is like a pair of handcuffs on her hands right here. Stella stares out the window, oddly quiet. Oh, my poor Stella. Neither one of us much likes these awful metal beasts. If only I was able to comfort her. Confound this old man who reeks of coffee for keeping us apart. Hey, Stella, you good? She doesn't respond. Let's place a comforting hand on her shoulder. You reach out and rest your palm gently on her shoulder. She jumps slightly at your touch, but you can feel some of her tension ease, and she lets out a self-soothing sigh. Well, we know that she doesn't like cars for trauma reasons, so we'll just stay quiet. You sit quietly, watching the trees pass by in the light of the headlights. Every now and then you think you see a pale, anguished face staring out at you before it slips back into the darkness. Soon, the rumble of gravel beneath the tires gives way to uneven pavement, and the car comes to a stop in front of a small cottage. You two stay out of trouble. We'll have this all sorted out in the morning. Just get a good night's sleep. Franklin's face here is so good. There's a lot of good faces in this game. Anytime anybody's not, like, up close to the screen. And you, whatever your name was. Millie. Sure. You're in town for the funeral? Good. Don't go leaving before then. I imagine we'll need to ask you a few questions about everything you've seen tonight. Stella, keep an eye on her for us. Make sure she doesn't get in any more trouble. Y'all have a good night now. Bye-bye, Gretchy. Y'all have a lovely evening. If any bugaboos give you trouble, you know how to get in touch. Miss Marsh says the devs assign traits to NPCs just for fun. They are not official. They are, I think they actually do have like a story thing. I think there is definite writing that suggests that the traits are things that represent things they can do or should be able to do and can't. Like there are points where you come up against a challenge that you're not able to deal with, but if a character that has the trait to do it is there, they'll be able to do it. There are a couple of points where a character should be able to do a thing, and they can't. So Stella, for example, has powerful build, which means that if we had powerful build and we got into that situation just now, we would have been able to save both Duke and Gretchen. Stella has powerful build, but she froze and couldn't do it, which is kind of a thematic thing in the game. There's also Tabitha Autism Discourse. On my first run, I certainly did read it that way. I think you can read it either way. I'm not sure they really like... Because she's also just got a lot of trauma, and sometimes that puts people in a situation where they just want the comfort of same food. But Autistic Tabitha is also funnier, so... And here you are, back in town away from the woods, with no one but Stella in sight. Holy shit. Okay, so I know it's late, but I'm wound up. I know I, for one, need answers. It's a long shot, but my friend's mom is a weird hippie lady. She knows all about local wildlife and local myths and legends. Maybe she would have some idea what those things were. Oh, wonderful. She always stocks the finest dog biscuits just for me. I really could use one of those right about now. I say we go over and show her what we have. Are you with me? Where have you been? I've been waiting in town forever. Were you that lost? Tabby, great. We were just headed over to Sybil's. You should come with us. A lot happened out there tonight. It'll be better to explain it all at once. Duke saved my life, and then he died right in front of me. Wait, you're serious? Someone died? Yeah, the cops dropped us off here. Well, if you already got the cops involved, I don't see what you think Sybil is gonna do. Give some weird tea about it? Doesn't sound super helpful to me. It was the circumstances. There were these things out there, Tabby. I can't even describe them. Like doughy gnome things. Oh, I see. So she's gonna give you the secret gnome knowledge. Millie, I don't think we need to waste our time with that. I'm tired. It sounds like you're tired. We're going home. So we can put up a fight here. I think we'll just... completely reasonable that she would want to drag us off here. I guess I'll see you later, Stella. I'll make sure to catch you up on whatever Sybil says, Millie. Here's my number. Let me know when you get back so I know you're safe. What, see your friends now? You better not make problems for me all week, Stella. She's gonna make problems for her all week. Tabitha doesn't wait for Stella to protest before starting back down the road toward her old BMW, towing you along with her. The night around you is blessedly silent, save for the comforting songs of crickets and your footsteps on pavement. There are no eerie owl-like calls of pale, leering creatures disturbing the night's peaceful ambiance. The things in the woods are nowhere to be found, at least for now. You and Tabitha step into her car. It feels like a lifetime since you've been in this seat, but the truth is, it's been fewer than 12 hours. The smell inside is oddly comforting, like there's some bone-deep recognition that she smells like family. Your cousin reaches for the headlights. Millie, welcome home. You're finally where you were meant to be. The figure steps out of the light, disappearing back into the darkness of the woods. Who was that? Why did he know my name? Just one of the miners being dramatic. Everyone here knows your name. I'm sure you've noticed that. It's not a big deal. You should have run that guy over. Taught him a lesson. You're right. Would have shown him. Something to remember for next time. You both ride in silence back up to the estate. The stars vaguely illuminate its hulking shape perched on the cliffside. Despite the warm porch light, it feels even more abandoned than it did during the day, its windows dark and lifeless. Well, I'll see you in the morning. You were pretty dismissive of that Sybil lady. Is there anything I should know about her? She's a hippie type, that's all. I wouldn't trust half of what comes out of her mouth. She's probably just going to tell Stella exactly what she wanted to hear, then give you tea about it. Waste of time. And why didn't you believe Stella? She wasn't lying. I know Stella, and I know the kind of things she says she sees. And I know how often she can convince other people that they see it too. So yeah, I'm skeptical of the, what was it, gnomes? But hey, maybe her next video will come out and prove me wrong. There's a first time for everything. I saw them too. Do you believe me? I believe you even less than I believe Stella. At least I know she can mostly tell the difference between local wildlife and fictional creatures. Emphasis on mostly. You might as well be telling me there's a monster under your bed, but hey, it's not like you have to worry about it for much longer anyway. When the week is over, you won't have to concern yourself with whether or not there's something in the woods. Alright. You sure you don't want to stay up with me for a little bit? We could talk. I've done enough talking. Good night. Tabitha doesn't so much as wave goodbye before heading up the stairs. You follow suit, climbing up the creaky stairs to your own waiting bed with its ancient, dusty sheets. As you start to drift off, you remember that Stella asked you to let her know when you got home safe. We can call her. Hey, how are you? She sounds a little different, a warble in her throat. Did you make it back all right? Tabitha and I saw something weird on the way back. A miner, I guess? He knew my name, said some really creepy stuff. That's scary, man. I think I got some interesting leads, too. We can compare notes tomorrow. Until then, get some rest, alright? I'm glad you're safe. From the relative safety of this uncomfortable bed, the events of the past evening seem like something that happened to someone else, though you can still clearly picture the terror you felt in those moments. For now, you're safe and warm. Eventually the sun will rise and chase away the monsters and make them seem like nothing but bad dreams. Maybe tomorrow, if you're lucky, you'll wake up in the normal world and have a boring week in the mountains with your sour-faced cousin. It's a nice thought, but deep down you can't help but worry that things will only get worse. Alright, so that's episode 1. We'll go on to episode 2 in a sec. Somebody says, I could swear you could see the hair behind the silhouette of the miner that we just saw, and he's pretty hot. You actually, in chapter 2, if you have powerful build and street smart, when you'll run into that guy again at one point, and if you have both of those traits, you can rip off, he's got like a kind of a veil thing on his head. If you rip that off, you actually get a glimpse of him, which is interesting. Somebody else says you could tell she's been crying on the phone. Stella, yeah, I think you have to go with her to learn this, but you find out that Duke actually is like somebody she's been out on the trails with a lot. He taught her, or he didn't, she's been out like hunting with him and stuff. She's actually like a crack shot and really good at tracking, and she says that Duke is like not very good at those things compared to her. Somebody says if you're hot, you are dumb. So hot has a bunch of like bimbo responses, but it's also like a lot of its responses are like, I have like the social grace to navigate a difficult situation that most people wouldn't be able to. So it's not necessarily dumb, but there is a funny thing where if you have hot and powerful build, actually I'll show this in a second. We don't need a recap, we just played it. You open your eyes. The sun has risen, the birds are singing. You're still alive, and for now you're safe. Your gaze wanders across the room to the window and the woods beyond. You wonder if the monsters are lurking there right now, just beyond the trees, ready to pounce as soon as you leave the crumbling estate. A familiar unease settles into your gut, tangling into a knot of anxiety, wriggling as the events of last night play out in your head. You can't help but remember Duke, slumped against a tree, pieces of him scattered across the clearing. You're not sure if you'll ever feel okay again after what you've seen, but you can't stay in bed forever. So Stella froze, right? Like, if she had not frozen in that moment, then she might have helped and Duke might not have died, and I think she's aware of that. I think she's aware that it's maybe her fault. I mean, I wouldn't call that her fault, but like, that she could have done something and didn't. Hunger pulls you from the clammy depths of the mattress. We gotta check on Dustin. Oh good, he's still here. Human is back. Does he have a bread now? Yes, Dustin found a bread. Dustin also ate a bug last night. Good night for Dustin. Have you met Frou-Frou? Monster. Can I talk to you about something horrible that happened last night? Human can always talk to Dustin. What happened? I watched a man die. The woods are full of horrible monsters. I watched a man die last night, Dustin. When Dustin gets scared, Dustin pretend to be dead. Maybe if you pretend to be dead, monsters leave you alone. Maybe Human's friend also play dead. It was nice to catch up, Dustin. I'll see you around. Okay. He gently closed the drawer. Peek out the window. You creep toward the window, careful not to be seen by whatever might be lurking in the garden. For a second, you thought you saw movement. It could have been an animal. It could have been something else. Whatever it was, it's gone now. Maybe you'll head out there and investigate after you've finished waking up. Great, the doll didn't move during the night. Maybe it isn't haunted after all. Though after everything you went through yesterday, that's hardly a consolation. We can text Stella. It's probably a good idea to check in with your new friend. You can't imagine she's holding up very well. It might take her a minute to get back to you. In the meantime, time to start your day. You're back in the kitchen. Frou-Frou eyes you from her favorite spot on the counter. Her pupils dilate and her tail twitches. I see you are still here. How unfortunate. Gretchen sends her regards. Ce serpent vit toujours. That creature has not yet returned to whatever vile bit of hell it crawled from. Merde, truly ours is not a kind god. Have you seen anything weird around here? We ran into these horrible things in the woods last night. Silence! Do you know what time it is? Quiet your awful little mouth. Your voice is the only horrible thing. Your voice is the only horrible thing I have witnessed as of late. Hey! The police called last night. I guess you and Stella were serious about that old farmer guy. Did they say anything about Duke? Did they find the body? They didn't say anything about a body, but apparently he never went home last night. They had quite a few questions about you, Millie. Before you ask, don't worry. I told them that you're an upstanding citizen. Thanks for having my back. Sure, what else is family for? So we can say that the cops don't matter. Something is coming for this town and I need people to start listening to me. You're chased through the woods by monsters and you're worried about cops? Is there anything I can do to help out? You can stay out of trouble while I do my job. Oh, and I want you home by sunset. I don't want to hear complaints. Just do what I want. Just do what I ask and we won't have any more problems. Tabitha takes a few steps toward the door. Sunset. Your cousin huffily exits the kitchen. Her footsteps fade down the hall, ending in the characteristic creak then slam of the front door as it opens and closes behind her. Once again, you are the only human in the estate. It seems you make a habit of bad first impressions, no? The cat chuckles mockingly. A text from Stella. That's another tired cat. Hope you're holding up okay, or as good as you can with all the stuff we saw last night. I was up most of the night on cryptid forums. No real answers yet. I'm at the library now if you want to join. I have scones. Scones? Say no more. And that's that. Time to start your day. Let's investigate the garden. As your eyes wander the garden door, you shudder, remembering the brief glimpse of something you saw from your upstairs window. It was probably just a raccoon, but the uncertainty of what you saw gnaws at you and compels you to investigate, if only to prove it was nothing. At the very least, you don't see anything now. You wander further into the garden, trying to pinpoint the spot where the thing had been lurking, if indeed there had been a thing to begin with. You crouch down, pushing aside the greenery to examine the soft earth. A boot print. A big boot print, and what looks like some kind of viscera. Your thoughts turn to the specter from the night before. You snap a quick photo, just in case it comes in handy later. I'll text it to Stella. Look what I found in the garden across the way from my window. No way that's Tabitha-sized. You head back inside. Time to figure out what to do with the rest of your day. So, They added a new option also in a recent update where you can stay home all day. But we said we'd go talk to Stella, and we did the new option yesterday. One of the things that the devs, when I interviewed them, they were Abby was talking about how a lot of players had this feedback that they didn't want to go on adventures; they just wanted to stay home all week. And it's like, well, okay, but like, there's no game if you do that. Somebody says, honestly, my one issue with this game is how quickly Stella brings you into her friend group. It feels a little abrupt. It sure does feel a little abrupt. It's almost like she's using you to try to get close to Tabitha. In fact, it's almost like she recognized you immediately when she ran up to you. She definitely has an angle. And in fact, you can, if you have street smart, you can interrogate her about that during the diner scene. We could clean the guest bathroom. We're not going to do that because it makes Tabitha really mad. Tabitha isn't here to stop you now. You head outside back down the mountain path that leads to town. The walk back to town is much less pleasant today than it was yesterday, when you didn't know yet that the woods were full of monsters and strange men who know your name. You stare anxiously into the darkness between the trees, searching for any sign of movement, but the woods are still, at least for now. The autumn-tinged mountains, sprawling for miles in every direction, now feel less like beautiful scenery and more like the walls of a cage. Your phone buzzes in your pocket. Geez, that's creepy. All the more reason to come to the library. Look who I found at library. Said she was up all night thinking about the video, adding you to group text. I love this picture of Kanika. Like, she's like, don't photograph me. I'm only here because it's quieter than the store, or was, lol, and I'm trying to figure out what animal that could be. I don't buy into this harbinger of doom stuff. We know what animals they are. They're ditchlings, and they are harbingers of doom. Sounds like they're having fun. So if we had not picked up the phone when Tabitha called us when we were with Duke, we would have actually gotten to go with Stella to the to see Sybil and talk about the video. But they all went and did that without us. However, going home on time, or like getting picked up by Tabitha, makes Tabitha a lot less angry. I can say, OMG, it's Kanika. Hi, Kanika. Almost back to town. You make it back to town in one piece. The One Piece is real. No creatures jumped out at you. No scary men blocked your path. The sight of other people is comforting, helping you forget the things you've witnessed, as if they happened to someone else. As you continue down the street, the older woman's presence comes into focus. She's impenetrable, and you feel small and almost naked in her presence. And yet you feel no threat, no malice. But before you can wrap your head around this strange feeling, it fades, and you're left with only the vision of an average old woman in front of you. Hey, you're Tabitha's cousin, right? Man, the resemblance really is uncanny. The name's Avery. I work over at the diner. And I'm Sybil. I run the tea house. I believe you met my daughter, Kanika, yesterday. And my daughter's friend, Stella, for that matter. You've really been getting around. You wouldn't happen to know what's up with her, would you? She mentioned something about you in the woods last night, but she was real cagey about it. Did something happen out there? She's barely even waved when she walked by. So this is Avery. If we skip telling Avery what's up, they're like not in the game. It's pretty interesting. There's kind of like a thematic reason for that, but yeah, we'll tell Avery the truth. You tell Avery everything that happened last night. I have no idea what those things were, but they killed Duke. Whoa, slow down. Duke is dead? It's true, I'm afraid. That's awful. Has anyone told Beau? Yes, he's taking it about as well as you can imagine. I'll be going up to check on him today, the poor lad. Can't believe you had to see that, Millie. Tell you what, I'm on break for the next half hour. How about you swing by the diner? Winnie can fix you up some of Sybil's new blend and try to calm your nerves. It's chaga and lemon balm. It's always helped me on the bad days. And if you need to talk about what happened, I'm all ears. Anyways, it's up to you. See you around, Millie. See you, Sybil. Take care now, Avery. I'd better get back to it myself. But actually, before I go, a word. Stella came by my tea room last night. She told me about what you saw out in the woods, and she showed me her footage, too. She managed to sneak away the memory card. Apparently the police are just holding on to an empty camera. Didn't trust them not to erase the whole thing. Can't say I blame her. I know what you two went through, and I know what you saw. Those things are real. Neither of you imagined them. And they're certainly no ordinary creatures. My grandmother called them ditchlings, and they're a terrible omen, a sign of great suffering and destruction to come. I've told Stella and my daughter what I know, though I'm afraid that's not much. What kind of destruction are we talking about here? If you'd seen just one or two, I'd say it could be a bridge collapse, a bad accident, something tragic but not devastating. But this many, multiplying like they are, I couldn't tell you. How do you know all this? People tell stories and I listen. Granted, it's not every day you meet someone who's seen a ditchling and lived to tell the tale, so I suppose I should count myself lucky to know about them at all. And you should count yourself lucky too. There was a man on the way home last night. I don't know if this is something you know about, but when Tabitha and I were on our way home, there was this man in the road. It was dark, but he had a miner's jacket on. He knew my name, and there was something off about him. Oh yes, that would be Wayne, probably. He's a bit of an addled local. You don't have to worry about him. He's harmless, just very sick. But do let me know if he bothers you again, dear. What can we do about stopping what's coming? I'm afraid I don't have any good answers to that, but Stella and Kanika are doing their best to get to the bottom of this. Aside from that, I suppose the best we can all do is stay close to our loved ones. I'd say that would mean Tabitha should try to spend some time with her only living relative while she can, but I get the feeling she cares a little too much about her work to let herself leave it for that long. You could always go to her. Maybe that would bring her a little joy, even if she would struggle to admit as much. So we are mystical. I feel like that means we are inclined to believe this kind of stuff, so if something bad is coming, we need to get people out of here. Leave and go where? These people's whole lives are in this town. Their homes, their histories, their families. Many of them don't have the kind of money it would take to start new somewhere else. You can try to convince them, but I think you'll find it a difficult task. Thanks, this was helpful. Of course. I'm so sorry to cut our conversation short, but I've got things that need tending to. Stay safe, Millie, and God bless. Probably have a bit of time before you need it at the library. We'll go by the diner. We'll talk to Avery. Mrs. Forsyth is helping me find my gun. So let's look at the diner prices real fast. We got fancy city coffee is $2. Sausage biscuit special is $2. A Sunday pancake special is $3. Also, if you haven't played this in a while, there's a character toward the back on the left here that was not there before. The diner's a little quiet, but the air is still heavy with the tantalizing smell of breakfast. You slide into the booth across from Avery. Hey there, stranger. Before you can exchange words, Winnie sidles up, a fresh mug of tea in hand. Heard you might need this. My condolences, by the way. You won't need to pay for anything on the menu so long as you're in the Holler, all right? Within reason. No gold-plated hamburgers or nothing. And the answer to 29 down is oink. What? But the clue is pen sound. How is that the sound a pen makes? Wait, pen like pig pen? Are you kidding me? How was I supposed to guess that? I don't know why you even bother with those things. They're just gonna frustrate you. It's just something to do to fill the time, but maybe I should switch to Sudoku. Winnie leaves Avery contemplating daily newspaper puzzles, returning to her seat behind the counter. So, thanks for telling me about last night. If you want to get really into the grisly details, you can tell me. I won't judge. And something neat here. We'll try the tea. The man in the far back corner clears his throat as you bring the cup to your mouth. Don't mind Julius. I don't think he drinks anything other than coffee. You take a gentle sip of your tea. Sybil was right. You can already feel it begin to ease some of the strain and tension from last night's events. Color me impressed. Not so many folks take to chaga so quickly. What if you don't believe me about last night? I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to listen. So yeah, the fact that he clears his throat at that moment is pretty interesting. All right, let's tell Avery about last night. You share everything you need. You share everything. Glad to have someone to talk to about the horrors you've witnessed. Wow, that is some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. Monsters in the woods? Never heard of anything like that around here. I mean, I know I haven't been around that long, but it feels like the kind of thing that people would talk about. How exciting. Now that I think about it, when the cops came in for their morning coffee, they mentioned something about going into the woods to look for someone. Must have been Duke. They seemed so disconnected from it. I figured it couldn't be very serious, but wow. The bastard was probably out drinking with his shotgun again. Julius, didn't anybody ever tell you not to speak ill of the dead? They seemed weirdly suspicious of me, even after showing them Stella's footage. I don't think you have to worry about what they think of you. The cops come in here most days, so I feel like I know them pretty well by now. And let me tell you, they have no follow-through. It's not like much happens up here, just a bar fight every now and then, or somebody cooking meth in the woods. But if they can't fix it right away by just arresting somebody, they lose interest pretty fast. They have coffee to drink and gossip to spread. And I'll vouch for you if they try anything. I hadn't pegged you as a transplant. Where are you from? I moved here from Charlotte something like 3 years ago, maybe a little more. I've lost track. Aunt Winnie offered me a place to stay and a job, and who was I to pass on that sort of generosity? To be honest, it still feels like I just moved in. Practically everyone apart from the Cole folks grew up in this town, so it's like I'm the perpetual new kid. Don't get me wrong, folks here are plenty polite and friendly, but there's a shared history I'll never be a part of. Why'd you leave Charlotte, if you don't mind me asking? Nah, it's cool. I was having some issues with my folks about my education, which wasn't great, especially since I was still stuck under the roof. When my aunt heard about it, she offered me a job and a place to stay, and the rest is history. You regret moving out here? I don't think I have the choice to have second thoughts. I'm not going anywhere without Aunt Winnie, and there's no way she's leaving this place. And I found my place here, I think. Can't say I feel like uprooting again anytime soon, so I think that means I like it well enough. Shouldn't uproot too often anyway. Stresses out the plant. I haven't felt like an outsider at all. Everyone's been so welcoming. The man in the back booth scoffs audibly. What is that guy's problem? Who, Julius? I can speak for myself. Of course people are nice to you, Millie. Your cousin's the boss. Well, I'm being nice because I don't see why I wouldn't be. Millie's new around here, same as I was not too long ago. Nah, kid, you're just nice to everybody. Like you got some kind of condition. Tremaine, watch it. What? It's a compliment. I like Julius. He's very good. Well, I'll say, let me know if you hear anything. Any leads might be helpful. Oh, definitely. You'll be the first to hear about it. My coffee's out. Oh no, you've only had 5 cups today. How are you going to survive? Kidding. I'll just be a second, Julius. Well, Millie, looks like I better get back to it. Hope you're feeling a little better. Maybe the Chago's had a chance to start working its magic. Oh, before I go, I'm throwing a party this weekend. Nothing fancy. Just a little get-together. Avery grabs a napkin, pulling out a pen and quickly scribbling something on the thin paper before handing it to you. That's my place. Come by any time after 6 on Saturday. It's almost Halloween, and it didn't seem like anybody else was going to throw one, so I stepped up to the plate. Though if you didn't come prepared with a costume, don't worry. I'm sure I can convince the bouncer to let you in anyway. Avery slips out of the booth, giving a friendly halfway before disappearing into the back. I seen a few of them things up near my place, you know. Bullets do 'em just fine. The man hides behind his newspaper, clearly uninterested in saying another word. You leave the diner, ready to continue your day. Pop by the general store. A young man sits at the table by the register, too preoccupied with his phone to care that you stepped in. Hi, I'm Millie. I just got to town yesterday. Yeah, I know. Mom told me. What you doing on your phone? Games. You probably haven't heard of them. If I want to buy some chips or something, do I just talk to you, or...? I guess, yeah. Kanika decided to skip work today, so of course whatever plans I had didn't matter. Just take the chips, I don't care. Wouldn't that be stealing? Kanika cares about running the place right. She can hire someone else and let me live my life. We make most of our money on bulk orders anyway. A bag of chips doesn't make a difference. I'm not about to turn down free stuff. You grab a bag of salt and vinegar chips from a nearby shelf. They know. It will sustain you in the coming days. Cool. What's your name? Miles. See you, Miles. Miles doesn't respond as you turn around and leave the general store. Somebody says, I visited the Biltmore in Asheville a couple of years ago because of this game. The Biltmore is huge. I haven't been personally, but I was looking at it because they mentioned it in the game. It's enormous. You enter the former town hall. It's quieter today, distinctly missing the presence of yesterday's 3 teenage girls. Oh hey, you made it! You head over to Stella and Kanika's table and settle in. Hey again, Stella filled me in about last night. Did you send my regards to that foul feline? Don't worry, Gretchen. I told Frou Frou all about our little adventure last night. Wonderful. I hope she stews on that for a long, long time. Oh, my microphone is being weird. There we go. Did you just try and talk to Gretchen about Tabitha's cat? It's not the first time. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she can actually talk to animals. One paranormal mystery at a time, please. You look tired. My goodness, whatever happened to common decency? You can't just go around telling someone they look unwell. You look marvelous, Millie. Snitch on Miles. Yeah, the estate isn't the easiest place to get a good 8 hours. I never realized how houses could get so windy. And all those dreadful creatures in every nook and corner. It's a wonder you even got a wink. I can only imagine. The place was already falling apart the last time I was there, and it's been years. I can't believe it hasn't been condemned. Not that there's anyone here to do the condemning. Anyways, I guess we should get started. Oh, before I forget, we've got to talk about that photo you sent me this morning. Kanika, check this out. Millie found it in Tabby's garden this morning, right in line of sight of her room. What is that liquid around it? It looks like pus. I'm just gonna... we are Talk to Animals maxing. The opossum that lives in my drawer says that 2 people live at the estate. I thought he might not have realized Pearl Ann died, but I wonder if this is who he was talking about. Tell Stella I was the one who broke Mr. That's a very funny non sequitur. Tell Stella that I was the one who broke Mr. Jingles. Maybe then she'll finally understand the connection that you and I share. Kanika and Stella silently glance at each other. Gretchen wanted me to let you know that she was the one who broke Mr. Jingles. Oh my god, you actually can talk to animals, can't you? What? Mr. Jingles was the name I had for that little snake toy that Gretchen had as a pup, which she broke. I kept asking who broke Mr. Jingles, like I didn't know it was her. If this is going to be a recurring bit, I may as well play along. Some creep in a bloody mining uniform scared the shit out of me and Tabitha last night. I think it's him. Sybil thought it might be some guy named Wayne. That creep who keeps coming around my mom's tea room? Yeah, that sounds like him, alright. I don't know what's going on with him, but there's something seriously wrong with that guy. That's really concerning. Let us know if you need somewhere else to stay. I think it might be best if you don't walk home alone while you're in town. If you were with me, I would have chased that ne'er-do-well off. Yeah, that's actually the first time I've seen that line, too. I wonder if there's any connection between him and what happened in the woods last night. Like what? I mean, I don't have anything specific, but we do have that whole prophecy of impending doom angle to explore, and this photo is weird. I can't stop thinking about those splatters on the ground. If he's sick, maybe it's from the creatures you encountered. Hey there, strangers. Hey, Oscar. This is Millie, Tabitha's cousin. I've actually already had the pleasure. We had an excellent conversation yesterday, though I think it might have gotten a bit heavy for my daughter. Though, speaking of Rosalina, none of you happen to see her around town this morning, have you? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I wanted to make sure she hasn't been getting into trouble out there. You know the crowd she hangs out with. They're good kids at heart. I'm sure they're just up at the old Maxwell place doing teen stuff. I went up there plenty of times in my day, but I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled. What's the old Maxwell place? Oh, it's this great old abandoned spot, and it's practically a magnet for young people. Even honor students aren't free from its call. I can't believe I used to be so reckless. The floors there were like Swiss cheese. I should really have a talk with Rosalina when she gets home. I don't like the thought of teens getting up to mischief with all those ditchlings in the woods. Ditchlings? That's actually why we came in today. Have you heard of them? Apparently seeing one's supposed to mean a disaster's around the corner. Doesn't ring a bell. Dang, worth a shot. Okay, if you were, say, trying to predict a horrible disaster that might befall our town, where would you start looking? Well, they say history repeats itself, so I'd probably try and figure out what kind of disasters this region typically falls prey to. Should I be worried or something? I don't know yet. I'll be right back. Gonna go nab some more books. Behave while I'm gone, Gretchen. Aw, you don't have to worry about her, Stella. You're such a good dog, aren't you, Gretchen? Here, have a biscuit, old gal. Well, ain't you the sweetest thing on two legs? Gretchen inhales the soft biscuit, drool leaking from her toothless mouth as she swallows it whole. I'm pretty sure Stella's barking up the wrong tree, Oscar. I don't think you have to worry about any horrible calamity befalling the town. But she's right about the weird stuff. There's definitely something unusual going on in these woods. Well, we should probably not say the mystical line, though again, that's interesting. The moment their whispers made their way to me, it's like everything started to click into place. A reckoning is coming for this town. A man's already dead. Whatever's out there in the woods has been brutalizing the local wildlife. I don't think it's safe. I'm gonna try calling Rosalina again. I'm sure she's fine, really. I had never noticed Oscar's, his phone case is a library, not a library card, but one of those, like, paper things they used to put in library books that would check out, like, who, or that would track who checked them out. Rosalina's a smart kid. Rosalina's a smart kid. She knows better than to go around getting into trouble, and we'll make sure we keep our eyes peeled. Well, if any of you run into her, would you let her know that her dad is worried? Oscar anxiously wanders off, phone in hand. Got him. Just grabbed the whole mess of local history books. Stella sets a massive pile of books on a table and pulls out a chair. Actually, let's, I just want to look around and see if there's anything else interesting here. We've got the... Looks like it might be a... I think it's a gun in the little glass case, like from the Civil War. And then the map of North Carolina. I don't know where Scarlet Hollow is supposed to be. It's probably on the west end of North Carolina, which is like into the Appalachians. So like Swain County or Clay County. All right. This is going to be so much faster with the two of you here to help out. Got our snacks, got our books. Let's get this research party started. And of course, Kanika's got, she's got a bat, and I forget what that creature on the bottom right is of the sticker. Flip through Veins of Scarlet, a history of the Scarlet Hollow coal mines. Forced into retirement at age 50 due to a war injury from his time in the Indian Wars, exacerbated by his short stint serving as a captain in the Confederacy, Silas Scarlet also lost his eldest two sons to that bloodiest of wars, leaving his third eldest son, Andrew Jackson Scarlet, to take charge of the mine. So, the other day, I replied to a post that was talking about, something with like Kanika's role in the story, and something that happens, and I can't remember if it was me or somebody else made a comment about how the story doesn't like, the story deals with racism and sexism and things like that in sort of an indirect way. It doesn't like hit you over the head with them. But the person was saying like, well, they never mentioned slavery in the whole game. And it's like, okay, this guy was a captain in the Confederacy. He named his son Andrew Jackson Scarlet. Like, what do you want? Under his leadership, the mine prospered, undoubtedly in part due to the growth of the railroad industry. And it surveyed the coal union for decades, making them one of the most profitable mines in the country. Andrew Scarlet built the surrounding town into what it is today, with expensive stone buildings, its bustling main street, and overseeing it all, the elegant Scarlet estate that was, until 1895, the largest and finest feat of architecture in the region. Culminating in the tragic collapse of 1918, it was found that Charles Shaw, the co-manager of the mine, had loosened security measures to increase production during World War I, resulting in a fatal collapse and the deaths of over 160 men and boys, some as young as 10. The casualties included Andrew Jackson Scarlet's son Theodore, his brother Enoch V. Scarlet, who had taken over for their aging father during the bustle of the war, managed to pull the mine from the brink of ruin, thereby saving the town. So this is how your family made its fortune. And of course, if the heyday of the mines was like the late 1800s, early 1900s, that's of course after slavery, but like the legacy is there. You know, we're looking at a North Carolina flag from... It's ridiculous the way people try to say that things don't mean things is crazy to me. I'm gonna get a drink. My throat is a little parched. I'll be right back. Sorry, that took a second longer than I expected because I got up and I looked over and Grub was sitting bolt upright with her ears perked because she knew that it was time for dinner, so I had to take care of that. I do want to review chat for a second because I think I did kind of say something worthy of discussion and got up. Oh, QB is the character that Kanika has on her computer there. And so we also got our when we first saw Kanika, our mystical trait said that we have a closeness of spirit. And so we learned that she's into magical girls, which is pretty good. I'm gonna get chips. Pardon my Dinamita's bag. Grub will probably come over here after her. She likes to sit in my lap after her dinner. And she meows a lot when she does that. Hide the text box. Someone says, okay, give me a sec. There. And so I mentioned that they don't hit you over the head with bigotry, and you can actually ask a couple of characters about that. For example, Avery is non-binary, which we might not have picked up in that conversation because you don't just walk up to people and say, "Hi, I'm non-binary." But at some point you can ask them, like, isn't that weird? Like, don't you, like, not fit in a rural southern town? And Avery says, you know, people are nice enough to your face, which I have found to be the case also. For the most part, unless they're, like, having some kind of mental health crisis, most people don't like wander around yelling slurs at strangers. So especially like in a place like this, one of the things about small towns is that these people are your neighbors forever and you can't get away from them. So anybody who's especially rude to Kanika or something is not gonna get service at the general store, and then what? And yeah, Lauren says, as a trans woman in North Carolina, most people don't bother me, but I'm also not very disruptive or anything and generally keep to myself, and I'm nice to everyone I come across. Yeah, so what you run into a lot is people who will, you know, they're like Trump voters or whatever, but then you talk to them and they're not like acting like internet wackos. Because I think for like normal people, politics is like an unreal space that they only engage with at that time, and then when you're out in the world, you're kind of like in a different mode, you know? I tend to think city people are way ruder, way less considerate, even if they are politically more often left-leaning. It's a bit very weird. Flip through Silas Scarlet, soldier, woodsman, leader. Silas Everett Scarlet was born to Colonel Everett J. Scarlet in 1818, one of 12 siblings. He grew up in eastern North Carolina during a tumultuous time in the state's history, and not much is known about his life before he joined the Army in 1836. He quickly rose through the ranks, in part due to his father's connections, but also due to a particular ruthlessness, for which he received the name Bloody Silas Scarlet. The federal government granted the now Captain Silas a tract of bounty land in exchange for his service in the Indian War, and he settled into the hills of North Carolina in 1841. That land would become Scarlet Hollow. I ate too much chips, hold on. Okay, so somebody dropped a really good line in chat. Flunkle says, "I feel like a lot of people who live in small towns, politics is how I want strangers to treat other strangers," and that I think sums it up pretty nicely. Oh yeah, if you have Keen Eye and Booksmart, you get a ton of extra content here. But it started as a simple log cabin built by Silas's own 2 hands, occupied by his family of 10, Silas, his wife Mary Joseph Scarlet, and their 8 children. The blah 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 logging business brought many workers fellow landowners to the hills, but it wasn't until Silas discovered rich seams of coal running underneath the entire region that Scarlet Hollow was really put on the map. He saved what he could and bought the surrounding hillside at a great discount, cleverly hiding what he knew about the land's true value. Thus he had all the resources to found Scarlet Hollow's now famous coal mine. Finish with this one. Flip through Appalachian folk monsters. A few entries catch your eye. Wampus Cat, a large cat-like creature with a loud howling voice, often said to sound like a woman crying out in pain. Often linked to Cherokee legends, some cite the Wampus Cat as originating with the story of a woman who sought vengeance against a monstrous cat demon for driving her husband mad. We met a monstrous cat demon. She hunted it down and, by wearing a bobcat mask, tricked it into using its own vile magic on itself, freeing the people of the region from its evil. Others say that the creature comes from the story of a woman who wore the pelt of a wildcat to witness forbidden hunting rites. The hunters of her village gathered to perform the rites, and she watched in secret from underneath the cat's pelt, but was soon discovered. For her indiscretion, she was fused with the pelt and transformed into a creature that was neither human nor cat, forced to wander the wilderness alone, feared by all. Her calls were those of great sadness and serve as a warning to anyone who dares go against tradition. What about Tommyknockers? Tommyknockers originated in Cornish mythology, spreading to the United States when Cornish immigrants began working in Appalachian mines. They're named for the knocking that can be heard from seemingly within the walls before a cave-in. According to some, the knocking serves as a benevolent warning. Others believe the creatures take stolen hammers to the supports of mines and collapse them on whoever's unfortunate enough to still be inside. They're traditionally thought to be impish leprechaun-like beings, but some claim they are the spirits of dead miners, forever cursed to haunt their final resting place. There was a hunter who lived in a tiny cabin in the middle of the woods, all alone with his hunting dog. One night, after a particularly bad week of hunting, both their stomachs empty, the hunter spied something out of the corner of his eye. Some small creature had gotten into the cabin through a hole, and before he could even figure out what it was, he'd drawn his gun and fired at the thing, his hunger guiding his actions. But it was quick, and ran back through its hidey hole and out of sight, leaving only its long black tail shot off by the hunter's rifle. "Guess this'll have to do," he said to his dog, and he threw the tail into a pot to cook a soup. He and his dog ate well that night, the tail filling them both up. The hunter crawled into bed, satisfied, and the dog curled up at his feet. He woke up to the sound of long nails scrabbling across wood. His dog was nowhere in sight, only a rumpled spot on the covers where he'd been, and in the gloom he saw 2 big yellow eyes staring right at him. "I want my daily bow!" a high, hoarse voice croaked from the darkness. "Go away!" he screamed at the thing. But it stepped closer to him, still shrouded in the darkness, the sound of long claws dragging across hardwood accompanying its movements. "I want my daily bow!" the creature growled again. "I'll get my dog after you," the hunter squeaked, his voice catching in his throat with fear. But there was no dog to be seen. "I want my daily bow!" Before the hunter could so much as scream, the creature leapt from the darkness, long claws stretched out toward the hunter. No one is sure what the creature did to him that night, but the next morning, all that remained of the hunter, his dog, and his cabin was a chimney, standing alone in the woods. Close the book and put it back. I think I'm all done. Let's check in. Kanika is so pretty. I love her design. I like all the characters, but Kanika's really good. Alright, if we're going with what Kanika's mom told us last night, I think we can rule out any natural disasters as what brought the ditchlings here. But not nuclear incidents. Looks like our state has a history with those. What about y'all? Find anything? Before you can respond, Pixel leaps onto the table. Almost on instinct, Stella slams her book shut. "Ah, hey Pixel." You might want to close your book. He loves to rip up any paper he can find. "Pixel, my dear friend, it's been too long. How have you been?" "Hungry. Did Stella bring the good stuff?" "Ah, don't worry, little guy. I didn't forget your treats." "Oh yeah, snack time. Crunch, crunch." That's a very good Pixel. Sorry if Pixel's bothering y'all. Hopefully he hasn't gobbled up any of our books. He can't stand the thought that people might pay attention to anything that isn't him. "Hey Pixel, what do you think about the monsters we saw in the woods?" I'm an indoor cat. I don't know nothing about no woods. I just hang out in the library, especially now that our house got haunted. Pixel says your house is haunted. What's up with that? Huh? What Pixel said? So is it true then? Yes, at least I think it is. There's no other explanation. Millie's either psychic or she can talk to animals. It's a long story. Just roll with it. We've been living in the library for a little bit. It's been great. Way more snacks. Way more scritches. Except sometimes there's too much scritches. Hold up. What kind of haunting are we talking about here? Unexplained noises? Objects appearing in strange and unfamiliar places? Oh, Oscar, don't get her hopes up like that. Nothing like that, sorry. The floor in Rosalina's bedroom just keeps seeping blood, and I've seen a strange figure in the hallway a couple of times. Wait, you've seen a full-body apparition? Can I see it? Stella, how many times have you gone on ghost hunts and been tricked by shadows? You know what it's gonna be. But what if it's an actual ghost? I believe him. I can practically feel the haunting as we speak. Oh, we do live in the annex behind the building. Y'all are more than welcome to check it out. Maybe tomorrow night? Yes, we'll be there. Yeah, that sounds like a fun way to spend an evening. Can't wait to get spooked by some creaky floorboards. Why do you let a paper shredder freely wander a library? Why don't you mind your own business? Have you seen this little guy's face? How could I say no to that? Loaf mode. Alright, I better get back to shelving. Let me know if you need anything. Have you had any luck with Rosalina? Not yet. I knew a teen would be a handful, but I didn't think it'd happen overnight. I'll probably head out once you're all done and check out the usual haunts. Stella, what was that you were saying about nuclear incidents? You were talking about the Goldsboro thing, right? Yeah, apparently in the 60s, a B-52 carrying a live warhead broke up midair and dropped a couple of bombs. Fascinating bit of history there. The first two of the bombs landed upright after its parachute got caught in a tree. Thankfully, it didn't go off. At the time, the government claimed the bomb was unarmed, but it later came out that the only thing preventing a detonation was a single electrical switch which failed to trigger on descent. And 60 years later, the second bomb still hasn't been recovered. Right, its conventional explosive disintegrated in midair, but most of the nuclear material was made unrecoverable by flooding. If I remember correctly, they just buried it and sealed it up. I'm sorry, did you say they buried it? Did y'all need something dug up? Because if so, I'm your gal. I need one moment, because I gotta turn my headphones down. Kanika's theme is a little bit louder than everybody else's. I don't think disarming nuclear bombs is part of our skill set. Absolutely not, and there's no way a nuclear bomb made those things. I'm just saying, you never know with radiation. We actually know quite a bit. It just melts you, it doesn't make monsters, and a 60-year-old bomb isn't going to explode on its own hundreds of miles away and kill us here. You never know, there could always be a whole underground society of bomb-worshipping mutants just waiting to blow it up. I've missed this. We've seen no evidence of a cult. You can keep banging this cult drum throughout the game, and eventually people just get so tired of you asking about cults. It's very good. So about the coal mines here, Kanika visibly shudders. I get cold sweats just thinking about being in a place like that. I could feel for the guys who work up there. I could never. Speak for yourself. I love a good crevasse. A union-busting mine collapse from poor working conditions. Color me shocked. Yeah, it's pretty awful. That's what the sculpture out front is for, commemorating all the men and children who died that day. Every kid in Scarlet Hollow learns about the collapse of 1918. Our teachers love to emphasize how many children they had working down there, probably to try and show us how good we have it or whatever. Low bar, if you ask me. You know, that could be what the ditchlings are warning us about, another collapse. Writing it down on a list of potential disasters. Look at the ditchling she drew. Yeesh, Stella, that's morbid. And besides, it was all Charles Shaw's fault. The labor market is way more strict now. There's no way he could get away with that kind of with the kind of safety cutbacks he pulled. Y'all don't actually think the mine is about to collapse, right? Ha, no, I don't think so. Had me worried there for a second. I'd like to give Tabitha any credit, but the mine is safer now than it was back then. Still, what a horrible thought. You never know. You guys really seem to have a bone to pick with Charles Shaw. That's what happens when someone directly causes a monumental disaster, especially in a small town like this. People tend to spit when they hear your name. He got run out of town on a rail, you know? And that's not a figure of speech. Back then they actually tied you to a rail and ran you out of town. There's a big mural over it over on the far wall. He got off easy, if you ask me. What happened after the mine collapse? The book just kind of glosses over that. There was a union for a little bit, but it didn't last. There's not a whole lot written about the past century here. Yeah, the Scarlet Hollow mine isn't exactly the most ethically run business. I'm sure Tabby runs the mines better than Charles Shaw ever did. Still doesn't let the union in, though. There's a reason she and I don't talk. So we can proffer maybe the ditchlings are warning about a mine collapse. We can say they're coming from the mines. There's something toxic poisoning the town. Or that we don't know, but the mines seem important. We'll say that. I'm not sure I agree with the collapse angle, but the mines seem important. The whole town is built around them. Yeah, that's fair. They're bound to be relevant in some way. Hard to argue against that, but this doesn't really give us much to go on. And just because something seems obvious doesn't necessarily mean it's right or relevant. So Silas Scarlet. We can say, rich guy in the south, I should have known it wouldn't be pretty, or I guess he was the product of a different time. Who knows what future generations will think when they look back on us. Wow, talk about a self-made man. Seems like a great dude. Let's not say those other two. Yeah, I figured old money from the south wouldn't be great, but he sure did some things to get where he was, huh? That book is a perfect example of why you should use multiple sources for your research instead of trusting the first thing you read on a subject. Yep, the dude was a monster. The mines made a lot of money during the Civil War, too, and you can probably guess which side a North Carolina business owner would be working for. Sorry you're related to him. Do you think the ditchlings are here for retribution? The town is stuck in the past and built on atrocities. It's already practically collapsing onto itself. He seems like a terrible person, but I don't know what that has to do with bad omens or creatures in the woods. We'll say the town's stuck in the past and built on atrocities. No offense taken. Why would the ditchlings be here now, though? Scarlet Hollow's been like this for as long as I can remember. Let's ask about Appalachian folk monsters. Wampus cats kind of sound like they could be mountain lions. Voice like a woman crying out, somewhere between person-sized and cat-sized. Definitely, they are 100% mountain lions. Kanika, you know there are no mountain lions up here. I thought you were supposed to be a skeptic. Oh, Stella, one of these days you'll trust us. But the myths are old, right? Mountain lions didn't go extinct in the Appalachians that long ago. The legends just haven't died off yet. Almost every cryptid can be tracked down to either a hoax or someone getting confused about a perfectly normal animal, sometimes both. Bigfoot, for instance, started as a prank, then folks saw bears walking around their hind legs and got freaked out, and now here we are. You'll eat those words when I get the first clear footage of Bigfoot. If you manage that, I will print out a piece of paper that says Bigfoot isn't real and literally eat it, I promise. I'm holding you to it. Stella, I was literally attacked by a mountain lion yesterday. Holy shit, you were? So you say, but for all we know, you were attacked by a ditchling, which you mistook for a mountain lion. Stella, are you really saying that my mom's magical grub monsters are real and cougars aren't? Sure, we have video evidence of your mom's magical grub monsters. Unluckily for you, I filmed it attacking me, so this is another new thing you can do. Show the girls the recording from yesterday. You take out your phone and show Stella and Kanika your extremely shaky footage of yesterday's mountain lion encounter. The music stopped. That is definitely a mountain lion. Yeah, I guess. It looks like it got all ditchlinged in the face. Why were you filming? Why were we filming? Because nobody would have believed me if I didn't. Isn't that interesting, Stella? Okay, fine, I yield. Let's move on before I lose what's left of my pride. Do you think Wayne is a Tommyknocker? Maybe he's like the ghost of a dead miner. Something's seriously wrong with the guy, and we should definitely look into it, but I don't think he's a ghost. Yeah, ghosts tend to be tied to a specific place, though maybe he's haunting the whole town. He's not a ghost because ghosts aren't real. I've seen him, like, touch stuff. My mom used to tell me that Taily Post story. I'd forgotten it. It scared me so bad I didn't eat soup for years. I thought a monster might try to dig out of my stomach if I did. Ha, I love that one. There's this old chimney in the woods that I used to think was the chimney from Taily Po, the one that was left after the thing did whatever it did. Now I know that's just because chimneys don't burn down and wooden houses do. That doesn't mean it's not the chimney from Taily Po. I've camped out there a couple of times and I've seen some pretty spooky stuff. Yeah, I watched that video. You saw raccoons. You're gonna get rabies one of these days chasing after wildlife like that. What can I say? I like to live on the edge. Let's move on. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and check out the mines. Between Wayne, the old collapse, and the fact that the whole town's practically built around them, it seems like the smartest place to start. Good idea. There's an awful lot of mines-related stuff in my notes. We can poke around, find out if anyone's seen anything weird. Just to clarify, you two are suggesting we go to question some of the miners, right? We are not poking around unprepared in the actual mines, right? Right? Yeah, totally, 100%. I would never. We don't even have a good reason to go down there. Good, let's keep it that way. You know how I feel about mines. I promise, Neeks, we're just gonna go question some of the miners. And if that questioning gives us a good reason to poke around, say a cool abandoned coal mine, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You can cross the bridge when we come to it. I am not going underground. I'm just messing with you. We'll stick to the surface. Yeah, and hopefully we can find out what happened to Wayne while we're at it. And we can say maybe Tabitha can help us out. I don't think she will help us out. I'm sure Tabitha's gonna love that we're snooping around. We'll just have to make sure we don't get caught. We'll be super sneaky. I can even keep a lookout. Look at us, going on a caper together. I miss this. I missed it too. But there is something missing. Reese. I really miss that dude. I can't believe how long it's been. Have you seen him lately? No, I've tried to plan stuff, but he's been too sick. I didn't realize it was getting so bad. That poor guy. You know, we could just pop over and surprise him. Hell yeah, let's do it. See ya, Oscar. We'll let you know if we run into Rosalina. Thanks, guys. I'll keep you all posted. Somebody says, I wonder why Vivian, our mother, specifically mentioned Talipo to us. There's also, Kanika brings up Talipo on the first night. She says, nobody wants to hear about your Talipo crap, Mom. It's one of those things. Like, they also talk about the beach a lot. Where it's like, is that like a thing? Is that like a plot element? Reese's home stands at the edge of a forest wall, an isolated buffer cushioning the rest of the town from the unending wilderness. Reese, it's Stella. I brought some buddies, too. Shh, not so loud. He's still sleeping. Can I help you with something? The woman in the doorway stares directly into your eyes. You can practically feel her simmering irritation washing over you. Hi, Dr. Kelly. We were wondering if it would be okay if Reese could come hang out. Nothing strenuous, we promise. I'm not going to wake him up. If he's sleeping, he probably needs it. Whatever you two have planned is probably beyond what he can manage right now anyways. Oh no, poor Reese. It's just been so long since either of us have gotten the chance to hang out with him. I'm sure he and Millie would get along super well, too. Hi, I'm Millie, Vivian's kid. I know who you are. The way she avoids looking at you as she speaks makes you feel like you've done something wrong, even though you're pretty sure you've done nothing at all. Reese's mom turns back to the house, sighing. Sorry, I know that was a little rude. You just want to hang out with Reese, and he misses both of you, too. He's usually feeling his best around mid-afternoon. Why don't you come over tomorrow? We can have some supper, and y'all can hang out for a bit. I don't promise it'll be perky, but I'm sure it'll brighten his spirits to see you two again. And I suppose you can come too, Millie. That'd be great. I can bring a side dish. Maybe deviled eggs? Does he still eat those? No, eggs are a little too much for him. They don't settle well. You can leave the cooking to me. I know what he can handle. Okay, I'll bring soda then. That's not... Okay, yes, fine. You can bring soda. Nothing with caffeine. Ginger ale preferably. Oh, and leave the dog at home. She might cheer him up. You know they have those therapy dogs? No dogs. Why, never. The absolute gall. Thanks so much, Dr. Kelly. We'll stop bothering you now. See you later. Dr. Kelly nods in acknowledgement and quickly shuts the door. The sound of several locks clicking into place can be heard from within. God, that woman makes me so nervous. She used to be so nice when we were kids. Always had the best stickers when we had to get our shots. Maybe she's just stressed about Reese. Or maybe she's just nice to kids. Either way, I guess it's just the three of us. You gonna drive? Yeah, sorry, I don't like the thought of going up there without the van. Cool, I'll take my shortcut then. Shouldn't take long for me to get there. You're welcome to tag along, Millie. Don't worry, I won't be offended if you'd rather ride with Kanika. I'm sure you're probably sick of the woods. Either way works for me. Where are we going with, chat? We gotta pick one. We gotta pick Stella or Kanika here. Yeah, bye, Dr. Kelly. Ha ha ha. Unswirls hair. So I think Dr. Kelly has the hot trait because it comes up a couple of times. All right, we're going in the car. Yeah. I'll ride with Kanika. See you at the mines. Kanika's a careful driver, maintaining her control even though her old van bumps around on the unpaved mountain roads. She treats the tight turns with the fear they deserve, unlike your cousin, whose mood seems to make itself known through how aggressively she speeds around the treacherous bends. Thanks for indulging us in that little diversion. Reese's mom is scary. I've seen him in person maybe 5 or 6 times in as many years. And that was always in his house, with his mom right there, the whole time. No one even knows what he's sick with. That sort of isolation can't be good for his health, no matter what his mom says. What's up with your brother? I swung by the general store this morning and met Miles. What's his deal? He didn't do anything weird, did he? He made me steal some chips. Of course he did. And I'm sure he told you all about how we get most of our money from bulk orders, so it doesn't really matter if you just take something. That's fine. Thanks for letting me know. I just wish he would grow up. I feel like I can't trust him to do anything without leaving a mess for me to clean up. Don't get me wrong, he's family and I love the guy, but he sure doesn't make it easy. We gotta look at her key. Is this also Madoka Magica? Do you have any plans to get out of this town, live somewhere else? Asking the real questions, huh? I can respect that. Yeah, this wasn't the plan, and it still isn't. I was actually a couple of years into vet school, top of my class, might I add, when my dad died. My mom wasn't up for running the store, and you've met Miles. I only wanted to take a semester off, help them get back on their feet, but it's been a year and change now. It's not just about my family, too. The general store? That's the general store. If it winds up going under, it's hard not to imagine the whole town collapsing with it. Maybe I'll get to go back next semester. So we can say, I'd say welcome to the Dead Dads Club, but I don't actually know if my dad is dead. That's a interesting bit of trivia. So we now don't know our father and have never known him and don't know who he is. Which is something that is easy to just not come up. I think she'd be a great vet. She seems very caring. I've seen how you are with Gretchen. Aw, shucks, I was really into biology during undergrad, and growing up around Stella and her mom gave me a special kind of love for animals. So what's actually going on with Reese? Good question. I wish I knew. His mom's been saying he's sick for years, and it's not like she's wrong about it. He's been a wreck for the few times I've seen him. That's rough. Yep. You have any other theories about what we talked about besides... Do you have any other theories on what's going on aside from what we talked about at the library? I don't know. I don't think there's enough information yet to support any strong conclusions. But I've been wondering if what you two saw was maybe some sort of mutated animal, like a strain of hairless monkeys or raccoons or something. Do you know about Morgan Island? It's off the coast of South Carolina. There's a whole population of rhesus monkeys infected with herpes, like 4,000 of them. Maybe the ditchlings are like some kind of alopecia research monkeys. Which sounds ridiculous now that I've said it out loud. Forget I said anything. No, I totally buy that. Those weird sounds, the not quite human, ape-like appearance. Okay, good. Glad I don't sound nuts. You and Kanika sit in comfortable silence for the last few moments of the ride. That's rough, buddy. Somebody says that that Kanika's keychain thing looked like a grief seed. I haven't watched Madoka Magica, but... Or it might be from some other thing. Also, I love her bat belt buckle. It's very cute. Stella's probably going to be another couple of... Hey, that was right. This is the belly. This is the belly. I'm gonna put Gretchen down for a sec. It's good to see the both of y'all again. Did you run here? Yep. Felt like getting a run in. I didn't want to keep you all waiting. My poor Stella was scared out of her mind. You would have thought the very hounds of hell were at her heels. All that running rattled my bones something awful. You didn't run into any of those creatures, did you? Nope. That makes sense. They're probably nocturnal. I don't know if I should feel relieved or disappointed. But we're all here. What's the plan? I guess we just go talk to people. I guess so. I should probably be on lookout duty. I'm a bit of a persona non grata in the mines. Tabitha? Yeah, I might have tried sneaking in to talk to her a time too many. And Gretchen makes it extra hard to be sneaky. What can I say? I thrive in the limelight. We're probably less likely to get caught if only one of us is snooping around in there. Someone says average YouTuber physical fitness. So if you... Estella's pretty fit, and if you go through her, in her romance path, they actually kind of stress that a little bit. Like she's in great shape. If Stella's on lookout duty and only one of us is going in, what's the third person doing? You know those cheesy rom-coms where someone wears an earpiece on the first date? Whoa, you have some kind of surveillance rig in the back of your van that I didn't know about? What? No. I have a pair of earbuds with a really good mic. We can just do a group call. You're good, Kanika. I've got this. You'll do great. Kanika hands you a pair of earbuds. We can feed you questions if you get stuck, and Stella can give you a heads up if Tabitha's back on her way. Dang, I've missed doing this sort of thing with you. You're so thorough. Huh, thanks. I try to do my best. I guess we should part ways and start the call, yeah? Stella and Kanika break off, leaving you alone at the entrance to the mines. Your phone buzzes. Hey! Can you hear us? Try saying something. Something. Stella and Kanika chuckle on the other end of the line. Alright, cool. Nothing to do now but enter the worksite. Pass through the unlocked fence and enter the property of the Scarlet Hollow mine. You pass... I'm in. Alright, Morpheus, good to know. You'll approach the nearest group of miners. You approach the nearest group of miners, a blonde woman, a broad-shouldered man, and an old-timer. Their uniforms identify them as Harrison, Davis, and Zax. You got a reason to be bothering us. See anything weird lately? The miners look you up and down. Weird how? Like, weird animal sightings? Nope. You been talking to that townie? The one the boss gave a lifetime ban to? Wait, are they talking about me? Yeah, she's like a Bigfoot YouTuber or something. Her videos are actually pretty good. Yep, that's me alright. And aw, that's so sweet. But you know, now that I think about it, it's pretty weird. I haven't been seeing many animals at all lately. Used to be I'd see all sorts of critters, now it's mostly birds. This your first year up here, ain't it? Just not used to the seasons changing. All the animals are hibernating, that's all. I don't know, she's got a point. I've been up here 5 years now, and it's never been like this before. Maybe it's like global warming then. I think they're calling it climate change now. Has there been any knocking in the mines? Can't barely hear nothing when the machines are going down there. He's right, it's loud as shit. It does sound like knocking, though, the way the machine pounds through the rock. I'm not sure if that's what you were thinking. You're not asking about Tommy knockers, are you? Tommy what nows? Tommy knockers, they're like an old Welsh myth. Little guys that live in the mines and knock on the walls before they collapse. Yeah, nothing like that around here. Okay. Ask them about Wayne. You know anything about a guy named Wayne? Yeah, we knew him. He was such a cut-up. Missed that dude. Well, what happened to him? The miners shift for a moment, uncomfortably glancing at one another. Isn't that the guy you all said was, He's gone, that's all that matters. We'll leave it at that. That's all, thanks. Bye. You walk away from the miners. You head over to the next group. Before you can reach the miners, you're struck by an intense feeling. You recognize the hollow terror as the same thing you felt last night when you set eyes on that awful man in the miner's jacket. You shouldn't have come here. It's dangerous. So we can ask him what he is. We can attack him. We can run. Why are you following me? You don't have to be afraid of me. I am the only person in this town who truly cares about your safety. Don't forget that. Even if it's already too late to stop what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Before you can say another word, the figure is gone. Hey, Millie, are you still there? getting static from you. Wayne got the jump on me. Oh, I thought I saw you talking to someone down there. Are you okay? He said some real ominous shit to me. I am the only person in this town who truly cares about your safety. That sort of thing. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The plot thickens. Well, whatever he is, I don't think he's human. I hate to say it, but with how the call went to static, what if he's like a ghost? Like actually a ghost? You hate to stay at Sella? I don't think anything would make you happier than Wayne being a ghost. Also, ghosts aren't real. Hey, now, just because I want ghosts to be real doesn't mean I want this ghost harassing Millie. This just means we're on the right track. I'm not about to back down. Whoa, so brave. Heck yeah, Millie, we've got your back. We'll find another group. Someone's excellent Batman voice. I want to know about bears and rabbits. The thing is, just don't use your vocal cords at all. Just completely throat scratch. Do any of you know a man named Wayne? Wayne? You mean Sam Wayne? What are you asking about him for? Wait, have you seen him? He's been following me around. It's real creepy, man. Oh, thank God. Everyone thought he was dead. Now, hold on. Creepy doesn't exactly sound like Wayne, does it? How do you know it was him? Well, that's what the folks at the general store have been calling him. Kanika and Sybil. Good people. But I don't expect they'd know every mining fellow in the town by sight if you catch my drift. Smith, you're losing me. I'm just saying, it'd be awfully strange for Wayne to still be in town, wandering around, following some stranger and not checking in with any of his buddies. Sounds to me like somebody who got sick of work and is having a little fun playing hooky. The following, though. Okay, yeah, that does sound a little unlike him. I thought his lady friend had him under lock and key. Just smells fishy to me. Till I see his face, I'm not convinced whoever's calling himself Sam Wayne ain't the very reason we haven't seen it hide nor hair of the man. No, there's no way. He can't be. Not ruling it out. If you want my theory, that girlfriend of his, he wasn't the first to catch her eye. Any one of her jilted ex-lovers could have seen him sneaking around and gotten a little hot under the collar, if you catch my meaning. Dang, who are they talking about? The miners are silent, glancing between each other nervously as they imagine the possibility. I told him not to get involved with her. I told him. Who was Wayne seeing? Whoa now. If you don't know, there's no way I'm poking that wasp's nest. Forget we said anything. Yeah, I don't want to be next on the chopping block. Come on, don't dangle something like that. Look, I just don't want to cause any trouble. Enough people are losing their jobs as is. I got mouths to feed. Losing their jobs, and in Sam Wayne's case, disappearing. We already said too much. Come on, boys. Should we check in? Just as a heads up, the only group I still see out here is pretty close to the main office. Might still be worth talking to them, but I don't know if I can give you all that much of a warning if Tabitha comes out. I'm just going to go talk to Tabitha. I need to talk to her about this stuff. Good luck, I've got my eyes peeled. You make your way to the trailer in the middle of camp. Hey guys, I'm going to hang up real quick. I don't want Tabitha to think I'm spying on her. You disconnect from the call before opening the door. You enter Tabitha's trailer and find her sitting at her desk, her head buried in her hands. What are you doing here? That miner we ran into last night is following me. Kanika says his name is Wayne. I ran into him right here in the mining camp, and I found a boot print that seems like it's his in the garden. Tabitha sighs. I don't know who you think that was, but it's not him. If you're going around asking questions about Sam Wayne, you're probably going to hear some rumors. Sam was friendly with me. He even came around to the estate a few times. A lot of the workers there just can't seem to get over it. He disappeared, and despite what a lot of people seem to be insinuating, I don't know what happened to him. I don't even know if he's alive. Whatever, it's fine. I know it's easy to blame the mean boss for this sort of thing, but I digress. If someone's following you, they should just stay at the estate, where it's safe. He was watching me from outside my room. Look at this boot print I found in the garden, facing the window. You showed Tabitha the photo you took earlier today. That's a little unsettling. But I assure you, the estate is well guarded against intruders. I won't let anything happen to you this week, I promise. Look, if it'll make you feel better, I can ask some of my men about him. I doubt much will come of it, though. Not many employees want to get caught tattling to their boss. So we can ask about a potential mine collapse. I think there might be a mine collapse soon. The creatures I saw last night are supposed to be some sort of portent of doom. I'm just doing whatever I can to keep people safe. Look, I get it. I really do. Stella has a knack for spinning people into hysterics over shadows. But the only credible threat to the mines right now is me not being able to do my job. Coal's a tough industry, Millie, as I'm sure you know. The seams in these hills aren't exactly untapped either. The mine's been operating for almost 200 years. It'll run dry at some point, maybe even in my lifetime, but I'll do whatever I have to if it means this place lasts just a little longer. Over 100 people work for me, and for each of these people, this is it. This is the best job they're ever going to get. I don't like doing layoffs. I don't like doing cuts. I don't like seeing my childhood home crumble around me. But every day I get up and do what needs to be done to save this town from ruin. Not that I believe anything when it comes to Stella and monsters, but who cares if you two saw a harbinger of doom? I see that every day. Look, I'm kind of swamped right now. I was actually getting ready for a big meeting when you walked in. But if you want, I can just wait here for an hour. You can just wait here for an hour or so, and I can swing back when I'm done and pick you up. Just don't go around bothering my men. Don't move a muscle. Don't so much as make eye contact with them. They're supposed to be working. I'll see you then. Tabitha leaves the room. As soon as she's gone, you place Kanika's earbuds back in your ears and redial the group. Hey, is everything good? That was actually really helpful. We can go back to questioning the men. We can... Choose me back. It just struck me there's no way to do what she said here. She said just like stay put right here. Tabitha was actually really helpful. Let's meet back up. Really? That's incredibly surprising. No use sticking around here. We'll head back and regroup. As you leave Tabitha's office, you take a moment to get your bearings, only to be interrupted by a sudden movement out of the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill. Hey, I think I just saw Rosalina. Wait, really? What is she doing here? Clearly she's doing a delinquency. I mean, yeah, but what kind of delinquency? Only one way to find out. Let's go after her. We've got a ditchling up here in the tree. You rush over the hill to get your bearings, the sounds of active mining fading into the distance. Rosalina is nowhere to be found, but dusty footprints point toward a nearby mine. Something about the mine feels wrong, as though a cold anger lies burning inside, sucking the life from the surrounding hills. This is the site of a mass grave. She didn't. I guess the old Maxwell place isn't cut as a secret hangout spot these days. But the Shaw mine? That place was closed down like 100 years ago. After a collapse that killed over 100 people. And here I thought Stella was going to be the one to drag me into an abandoned coal mine. Have teens always been like this? I feel like I really missed out on my risk-taking years. I never did anything like this. Ha, yeah, I would never. Okay, maybe I've poked my head in there a few times. Well, let's get in there before anyone gets hurt. Oh, you sure you want to tag along, Neeks? Millie and I can handle this on our own. Yeah, I'm sure. As much as I hate confined spaces, I'm not about to let Rosalina get hurt in there. Even if it means I have to go underground. Stella and Kanika disappear into the mines. Before you follow, you briefly wonder if you should let Tabitha know about this. So I think we should call Tabitha. I do like that we have the opportunity to get Tabitha's perspective. Like, obviously coal mining is a horrible industry, and running a non-union mine sucks really bad. On the other hand, the economic reality of the situation is very terrible, and it's clear that Tabitha's not exactly living well. Like, the estate is nice, but it's also a dripping ruin. She's driving like a 90s BMW with a tape deck. I'm eating chips. Anyway, we're gonna call her. You pull out your phone and dial your cousin. These chips are spicy. What is it? You know I'm in a meeting. A kid just snuck into the Shaw mine. I figured you should know. What? Are you serious? Why do things keep happening to me? Whatever. I'll head over there as soon as I can. Just stay where you are and wait for me, all right? God, I don't even know why I'm trying to reason with you. It's not like you'll listen. So we can say, I called you as a courtesy, but I'm not going to wait around for you. No need to get snarky. I'll wait. Oh, I will happily wait. I do not want to go in there. Good. You find a tree to lean against and wait for your cousin. Stella and Kanika will probably be fine without you. You stand outside the mines, anxiously eyeing the tree line, hoping not to glimpse any inhuman movements. Huh. You actually waited for me. I don't know what to say. Oh yeah, it's cousin bonding time. Not, Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I have waited? Do I need to explain that to you? You haven't exactly been reliable since you've gotten here. Come on, let's get this over with. I don't like the thought of you walking around an abandoned coal mine, but I'd rather not leave you out here unattended. You should be safe enough with me to guide the way. Tabitha huffs her way up to the mine entrance and disappears into the darkness. You follow her and enter the mine. So I'm trying to compare Tabitha to the pathologic bachelor. They both hate the town. I don't think Tabitha carries around a gun just for when she gets too depressed. The inside of the mine is warmer than you'd expected, the air thick and wet. The ceiling hangs much lower than you are tall, forcing you and Tabitha to hunch over, your legs bent in a painful squat as you begin to navigate its maze of corridors. You know why the entrance to this place was boarded up? Because there was a collapse 100 years ago that killed a bunch of people. 168 people. A man named Charles Shaw decided it was okay to use faulty wood for support struts, and the entire mine came down. It almost ruined our family. A lucky few died instantaneously, but for most of the souls who perished here, it was slow and agonizing. Trapped under rubble and left to slowly succumb to crush injuries or burns, or dehydration. It took a week to clear out most of the rubble and recover the bodies. The few survivors who were dragged out were never the same. I can't say I blame them. So we can actually say a line that if you think about it, isn't I'll say, what makes you so sure it was Charles Shaw's fault? It doesn't really matter whose fault it is. That's ancient history at this point. 100 years on, who cares about pointing fingers and passing blame? Everyone involved is long dead. What I care about are the 168 people who climbed down to their deaths that day, unaware of the hand they'd been dealt until they were literally buried by it. None of us know the price we have to pay until our debt is due. Tabitha's ruminations are interrupted by a thunderous knock echoing from deeper in the mine. A hateful and broken presence stirs in the deep. It doesn't want you here. That was a warning. We have to move fast before something terrible happens here. Hey, this place is haunted by the tragedies of the past, not literal restless spirits. Don't go all ghost hunter on me. Whatever we heard was probably just another delinquent looking for a lifetime ban for my property. Come on, came from this way. Tabitha hastens her pace and quickly disappears into the mine. You take a deep breath and follow suit. Daniil Dankovsky's Fun Step Vacation versus Tabitha Chrysanthemum Scarlet's Cursed Coal Baron's Town Life. Someone says they both have faith in institutions and not regular people. Yeah, I would say, I don't know if Daniil has faith in institutions. I think Daniil is just completely focused on his work. He's trying to discover the cure for death. And he thinks that's in the town, and he's not really super interested in just being a doctor. Echoing through the tight corridors, you and Tabitha can pick up snippets of a tense argument. I can't believe your dad sent people to follow you. That's messed up. I think that qualifies as harassment. I like Becca's like constantly busting out like therapy language and stuff. You're right, Becca. It is messed up. I don't need him telling me where I can be. You could at least check in so he knows you're not dead. He loves you and worries about you. He's really not asking for much. Come on, kiddos. There's some real spooky stuff going on in this town right now. You shouldn't be hanging out down here. We're not kids. Yeah, we're teens. Well, you look like a bunch of kids to me. Are those canned strawberry margaritas? Where did you even get those? Oh no, I know that isn't you, Miles. It had better not be you. Yeah, whatever. It's me. What are you even doing here? Looks like we found our trespassers. I still can't believe Stella managed to drag Kanika out here. She avoids me like the plague. What happened between you and Stella anyways? You are extremely nosy, aren't you? But fine, what can I say? The woman has a fascination with me. We spent a fair bit of time together back in high school, but that's over and she doesn't seem to get it. She never seemed to understand that I have responsibilities, and it's like every time I try to get her to leave me alone, it just makes her want to infiltrate my life even more. And again, this is like, why is Stella trying so hard to be friends with the main character? It's like the writers were forcing it. It's like, no, it's the character. She's really interested in getting close to Tabby again. Let's just move on, all right? Those troublemakers are close. You breathe a sigh of relief as the tight passageways give way to a small cavern. Within, a group of teens engages Stella and Kanika in heated argument. All of them are too caught up in the moment to notice you or Tabitha approach. My dad is a foreman at the continuous mining facility, and he says they only abandoned this mine because there wasn't enough coal left, so it's actually really safe and we can hang out here whenever we want. Wait, Becca, I thought your dad was a charge hand. No, Alexis, he got promoted last month. Correction, your father was a foreman at the continuous mining facility. We'll see if he even has a job in the morning. What? Oh, shit. Oh, hey, Tabby. Hey, Millie. We thought we'd lost you there. Did you run off to snitch to Tabitha? Kanika sighs. It's probably for the best. These kids are refusing to listen to us. Hey, don't talk about us like we aren't here. Yeah, we can hear you. Alexis, don't butt in. I'm trying to make a point. Do none of you understand what a boarded up mine entrance is supposed to mean? It means it's closed, condemned, not fit for human use. Aw, come on. This place is way sturdy. Check it out. The teen with the beanie jumps up and slaps a strut on the ceiling. Oh, was that the knocking we were hearing earlier? Oh my god, Zane, cut it out. You're embarrassing us. Sorry for Zane's behavior. I don't think he realizes how extremely 8th grade it is to jump up and hit things. No offense, Rosalina. None taken. The other 8th graders are totally immature. Not like you, Rosalina. You're chill and smart, too. Enough. The damage is already done. Now leave. I'm tired of people in this town dragging my cousin headlong into danger. I can't believe I actually agree with Tabitha about anything, but this is the worst place I've ever been in my entire life, and I would like to see the sun again before I die. Oh, come on, you guys. Maybe it's not a big deal. We used to do dangerous things all the time, and I still do dangerous things now. Who are we to tell them where they can hang out? I don't know who you think you are in this situation, Stella, but I own this mine. It is entirely within my rights to tell them to leave, much like it is entirely within my rights to tell you to leave. Was your lifetime ban from my mines not a clear enough message for you? Hell yeah, Tabitha. Tear that sad 20-something to shreds. Hey, I'm defending you, and I'm not sad. Where'd you get that idea? Ma, Stella can't possibly be sad with me around. How absolutely rude. These pups need to learn some manners. Running a clickbaity YouTube channel where you run around in the woods chasing nothing is extremely sad. So she's sad, so what? Give it a few years and you'll be sad too. The passage of time is inescapable. Look, we just wanted to give Rosalina a good time. Her home life sucks right now. Yeah, tell them about where you have to sleep, Rosalina. We've been living in the library for the past couple of weeks. Dad says we can't stay at our house. They got a hot plate and a couple of cots in one of the back rooms. It's actually a pretty sick setup. No, it isn't, Zane. Rosalina deserves better. We're not going to open our mouth about the haunting right now. That's terrible. You keep what Pixel told you earlier to yourself. I don't care about your home life. If you're going to do your underage drinking, go do it in the woods. Just get off of my property. Tabitha. Look, Rosalina, I'm sure Oscar has a good reason for all that. He's a good guy and he cares about you. He thinks our house is haunted. Oh no, not this again. And I should care because it's such a bullshit excuse. I bet he couldn't afford it anymore. He's lying to you to save face. What a coward. Becca, I don't think you can like say that about other people's families. Isn't that like bullying or something? Shut up, Zane. Oscar actually invited us to check it out when we saw him earlier today. It could make for a fun, non-abandoned coal mine related activity. Just throwing that out there. There's no ghost, Stella. It would be cool if there was, but Becca's right. I just wish you'd be honest with me and tell me what's really going on. It's like he doesn't think I can handle it, like I'm still a little kid. You're all children and none of you realize how good you have it. Back in the day, each and every one of you would be pulling 12-hour shifts in this exact mine. If it weren't for child labor laws, the 5 of you might have some actual character. Exactly. Rosalina's not that mature anyway. She still sleeps with stuffed animals. That doesn't mean she's not mature. I still have pork chop, you know. I rest my case. Wait, what did you say about child labor? So I don't think we should be pushing the ghost theory. I'm not going to weigh in on this. This is between you and your dad, and the two of you should talk about it anywhere that isn't here. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, if Rosalina's house is haunted, we should break in and, like, ghost bust it or something. Sounds pretty rad to me. Whatever gets you delinquents out of my mind. Oh my god, Zane, you can't ghost bust if there is no ghost. Also, Rosalina lives there. She can't break into her own house. There's no ghost that you know of. I bet we could figure out how to bust it if it's actually real. And if it isn't real, well, problem solved. You know, Rosalina, you can always stay over at my house until the Stella ghost busts your place. We have a finished basement with a pull-out couch. It's like every possible configuration of ghost bust as a verb. Why are we talking about this like it's a thing? It's not a thing. There is no ghost. I don't care, and I can't believe we've wasted this much time trying to argue with children. I'm washing my hands of this and calling the cops. Feel free to leave before they show up. You hear that, Miles? We're leaving. I suggest the rest of you kids leave this empty mine before someone gets black lung or crushed by rocks or meets one of the many terrible fates people tend to meet in abandoned mines. Kanika's interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. That wasn't me, I swear. Then what was it? Come on, Stella, don't you have a whole list of perfectly natural explanations for scary mine noises? It's Tommy knockers, for sure. I know this isn't why we came down here, but we've got to check it out. Stella. Nobody's going deeper into the mine. Nobody's staying in the mine. Nobody's going deeper into the mine. Nobody is staying in the mine. You're all leaving. Please listen to Tabitha before my heart gives out. It'll be fun, Neeks. It will not. Wait a second. Where'd 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Wow, Kanika. Maybe if you weren't still scared of the dark or whatever, you would have noticed them sneak off. I noticed them sneak off, and I've been zoning out the whole time we've been here. They must have squeezed through that child-sized tunnel. Dang, always wondered where that goes. I've never been able to get these hips through there. It's probably for the best, dear. Stella, stop sneaking into my mines. Please, I am literally begging you. If only all the tunnels down here were wide enough for adults, we could already be done with this little mess. But no, there just have to be remnants from a bygone era. Didn't you just talk about how child labor was the good old days a minute ago? I was trying to get you to leave my mind. We got another good face. Becca's head pops out of the tunnel entrance. We are not about to let you come in here and ruin our good time. The mine is safe. I've been here a million times. Yeah, if Becca says we're safe, then we're totally safe. Whatever. Come on, you two. I know a cool spot this way. Okay, I think I know where that tunnel rejoins the rest of the mines. I'll go look for them, and I want each and every one of you to take note of the fact that I'm doing that. If those idiots get themselves lost and die, I am not letting their families sue me into the ground. Wait, are those really your priorities right now? Yeah, do you have a problem with that? I want the rest of you out of my mind. Except for you, Millie. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Yeah, sure, I could never fit in that tunnel anyway. They have crossed a barrier that I cannot, so my time here is up. But only because Stella promised me a ghost hunt tomorrow. Whatever. I still have to do my dailies anyways, and the service down here sucks. I will happily escort these 2 knuckleheads out. No, you are not about to weasel your way into this, Stella. Her face. Oh, come on, Tabby. I've been down here a ton. I can totally help out. Tabitha sighs. There's no getting rid of you, is there? Fine, I won't waste my time arguing. We could try to score points with Stella or Tabitha by defending them, but I think it's best to just press on. Alright, let's do this. Sure. Let's not linger any longer than we have to, shall we? Want me to take Gretchen with me? I don't know if it'll be easier to cover more ground without her. Excuse me, I am a formidable and self-sufficient monster-hunting companion. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I don't want a repeat of last night, and who knows if we'll have to do any climbing. I'll see you on the other side, hopefully soon. For sure, we won't be long. Cool. Can't wait to bust some ghosts tomorrow. Kanika, Miles, and Zane head toward the entrance of the mines, leaving you, Tabitha, and Stella to find the remaining teens. Alright, no dawdling. We should be able to catch up with them if we go this way. I like the, chip. Strawberry Blast Marg in a can. You and Stella exchange a glance as Tabitha ventures forward. As the three of you move deeper into the mine, you hear echoes of the conversation bounce across the walls. Becca, why are we doing this again? I thought you thought Tabitha was, like, really cool. Why are you trying to get her all mad? We're doing this because Tabitha is really cool. She doesn't let anyone boss around, so we can't let her boss us around. Aw, you hear that, Tabby? Someone thinks you're cool. I can't believe she used to hang out with a nobody like Stella. Tabitha's face. Hey! I don't know, I think Stella's kind of cool. Her videos are really neat. Oh, come on, she doesn't even have a sponsor. What kind of a YouTuber doesn't have a sponsor? I mean, not yet, but I'm in talks with Meat Rice, and I make plenty from ads and donations. How does it feel to have a teen girl think you're cool, Tabitha? I feel nothing about it. The opinions of children don't interest me. I don't know, you kind of hesitated there. You're reading into things that aren't there, Stella. Just because your livelihood revolves around what people think about you doesn't mean that I care about what people think of me. Congratulations on your sponsor, though. You do care. Thanks, Stella. Meat Rice? That's a big deal. They're on, like, every big podcast. Thank you. It feels like a really big step up for the channel. Somebody asked the devs what Meat Rice is, and they said it's a freeze-dried meat product that is crumbled like rice. I'm just glad they're not gossiping about me. Yeah, I know. They're just teens, but some of that stuff's stung. Another knock, closer, interrupts your thoughts, followed by another, followed by another. Is it just me, or is that knocking coming from the same direction as those kids? It's not just you. Okay, that knocking is starting to freak me out. Calm down, Rosaline, it's just mind sounds. Did you guys see that? No, it was just a shadow. There's no reason to get freaked out. I saw it. Shut up, there's nothing down here. Stop trying to scare me. I can't believe they're making us do this. They better get grounded when all's said and done. As much as I appreciate the sentiment, I hope you're wrong. If they get grounded, it means people found out about this. I hate dealing with parents. Look on the bright side, Millie. If they didn't come down here, we'd have missed out on a golden opportunity to get spooked. Tabitha glares at Stella. We're getting closer. Let's keep moving. Yeah, it is rice made from meat, because it's like freeze-dried and in little tiny, like chips, like rice-sized bits. As you progress deeper into the mine, the knocking grows more frequent. It's still distant, but it's much louder than before. The tunnel ends abruptly in front of you. A century-old ladder is the only way forward. In the darkness beyond, you can still hear the echoes of terrified teens, their panicked arguing bouncing around the pitch-black corridors. The pit radiates rage, a white-hot anger. It hates you. But at the heart of it, you sense something else, the quiet hum of a darker presence. The heart calls to you, desperate to be witnessed. And here we are. The tunnel they crawled through passes through the chamber below. It shouldn't be hard to find them once we get down there. I've never been this far in. Congratulations, Stella. You got what you wanted. Tabitha crawls up to the ladder and disappears over its edge. All right, let's do this. Stella hoists herself over the edge and begins to climb down. You walk to the ladder and climb down. I'm pretty sure this is the way back. Come on. Pretty sure. I thought you'd been down here before. Okay, maybe I didn't get this far in, but whatever. It doesn't matter. I definitely remember the way out. Hurry, I don't want to be down here anymore. I think it was actually this way. Oh, shut up. No one even wanted you to come with us anyway. Becca! Yep, they're close all right. Good thing they're so damn loud. Sounds like they're really lost. The voices around you, those of the teens and your companions, sound odd, distant. There is something in the darkness before you that's much louder, but you don't hear it. You don't need to hear it, but you can feel it in your chest, a desperate need to perceive and be perceived. Wrap yourself in the darkness of the pit. Hey, are you alright, Millie? Bear witness. What do you think you're doing? Get away from there! Your cousin dives toward you, but not before the light from your phone illuminates the chamber. You said we wouldn't use this shipment. You know it's compromised. We couldn't afford to wait on new wood, Charles. We had to go ahead with it. It's still sturdy enough. It'll get the job done. Millie, are you alright? Oh, thank God, you're alive. It looked like you had a seizure or something, and then you and Tabby just conked out. Fine. Ugh. You can barely open your eyes. You're not fine. Neither of you move muscle. I don't want you straining yourselves while you're still recovering from whatever that was. I'm gonna get you both some help. I'll be back soon, I promise. You fade back out of consciousness as your companion clambers out of the pit, intent on your rescue. You rise up on your elbows, head still swimming from the visions, your surroundings coming back into focus. Your head throbs as the knocking continues, now magnitudes more intense than ever. Through it, you once again hear the panicked voices of bickering teenagers echoing down the stone corridors. Becca, you're just getting us more lost. It's this way. If you're so sure, then why don't you just leave? I can't believe I let Alexis talk me into inviting you here in the first place. Becca, I'm just trying to help. I said go. Okay, I will. Alexis, you don't have to go with her. You know that, right? Pick a side, Alexis. I'm sure Becca knows where we're going. She would just lie. Sorry, Rosalina. The increasingly desperate voices of the teens are drowned out by the thunderous knocking. You can practically feel the ground shake beneath you. You can almost see the walls vibrate with the intensity of the hellish sound. God, that knocking is not helping my headache. What the hell just happened? Both of us were shown the dark truth of this place, the sins that were committed, the deaths that followed. There's gotta be fumes down here or something. It's an old mine. These places are death traps. We probably just hallucinated. Are you literally gaslighting me? Said I saw it too. Stop being weird. We're leaving. Rosalina appears in the passageway to your left, out of breath and teary-eyed. I'm sorry I snuck off like that. I just wanted Alexis to think I was cool. The entire cavern shakes with the sound of rockfall. I don't know what the hell is up with this knocking, but that is the sound of a mine collapse. Quick, up that ladder, both of you. Wait, both Becca and Alexis are still down. Wait, both Becca and Alexis are still down there. You can't just leave them here. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. I knocked something down. One moment. It was not a grub attack, it was, my, I don't have two screens, I use a monitor, I use a laptop for my second screen. And, it's not on my desk because there's just too much shit on my desk, so I stuck it up on the, like the heater, and I bumped it and it fell off. Somebody says, why was that stone in the mine anyway? I don't know, that was very strange. I did like the miner ghosts. I thought those were pretty cool looking. Do you have a death wish, little girl? This isn't a movie. The best thing we can do to help those girls right now is to not be buried alive ourselves. No, we're going. We're getting them. Okay, let's do this. Don't do this to me. They're kids, Tabitha. I'm not going to leave them down here. Are you serious? Thank you. They're back this way. Hurry. Rosalina hurries back the way she came. You run after her. The mines shake with each new thunderous blow as bits of rock and dust fall off the ceiling and scatter on the floor around you. Rosalina leads the way, and Tabitha isn't far behind you. So if you don't have mystical, you can't see these like ghosts of the miners. You can see them a little bit, but not this much. I thought you knew the way out. I thought you'd been down here a million times already. I was making it up, okay? I swear to God, Millie, if we get stuck down here... I can say, can you guys see these things? You'll what, kill me? Then you'd be stuck down here and alone? I might actually say that. I'm glad you decided to come along. You won't regret it. We'll see about that. We're coming, just stay where you are. Rosalina, you came back. I don't want to die down here. Then move. Okay. You quickly push your way back toward the entrance, pieces of fallen rock littering the path around you. All of you start climbing. Now! Once the last teen is up, Tabitha grabs onto the ladder and starts climbing. You follow suit and start climbing. This way, come on. Your cousin moves with the kind of swiftness you'd expect from someone who spent her entire life working in and around coal mines. Why couldn't you have just listened to someone other than yourself, Becca? I'm sorry, okay? God. You push forward, your burning muscles giving way to pure adrenaline. To your horror, you can see cracks forming in the walls of the tunnel. Come on, we gotta go faster. We're almost there, I can see the entrance. Your surroundings quake as the mine collapses around you. And then the knocking fades, and you feel safe, having arrived back at the entrance in one piece. What the fuck? What the fuck? Rosalina, are you okay? Clearly she's not okay, idiot. Shut up, Becca. It was your idea to go down there in the first place. This is your fault. Shit. Why? Why did this have to happen? Okay, the knocking stopped at least. All of you stay exactly where you are. I'm gonna go make some calls. This really hurts. Stella and Kanika pop their heads through the mine entrance. Tabitha just stormed out of there. Oh my god. Tabitha's just Stella's just completely noped out up here. She's backed off so fast. Rosalina, can you hear me? We're gonna get you out of here, okay? Stella already called an ambulance. But that means cops are gonna come. They're gonna know I was drinking. They're gonna know we went in there to drink, right? Becca, that doesn't matter. If my dad finds out, he'll kill me. He can't know. Becca squirms through the gap in the boards and scampers away. Don't worry about her, Rosalina. She's being an asshole. One of us should wait by the gate to make sure they can find us up here. I'll check in with Tabby, see if she needs help. We're gonna get you help. Everything's gonna be okay. Alright, I'll get down to the gate. Rosalina, I'm so sorry. I'll be back soon. We're gonna get you out of there and you're gonna be just fine, okay? Millie and Alexis will keep you safe until then. Don't worry, pup. I know you're sick, but I'm here to keep you warm. Am I gonna die? Rosalina, don't say things like that. Mystical for once coming in clutch. There's only the present moment. Just focus on your breath. Thanks, Millie. Rosalina's breath comes in quick, irregular bursts. If I don't make it, tell my dad I'm sorry. I'm the one who has something to be sorry about. This is all me and Becca's fault. We should never have gone down there. It's not your fault. I went down there because I wanted to. Rosalina pauses, catching her breath. Thank you, Millie. I'm glad everyone else made it out okay. Couldn't have done it without your help. I could say that's why you shouldn't drink underage. What happens tonight, you should remember it. I think I'm just going to say Alexis is right. You're very mature for your age. Worrying about others at a time like that. You're more brave than a lot of adults I know. It's true, Rosalina. You're really brave. Braver than I am, and smarter. If I hadn't stuck with Becca, maybe... I don't know. Maybe it would have been different. It's just not fair that this happened to you. You're the nicest person I know. Rosalina? Still awake, just hurts like hell. Sorry, I shouldn't be pushing you to talk. I'll just hold your hand until they come back with help, okay? Don't go to sleep just yet, pup. Gretchen helping. She's just a dog, but she's helping. Alexis grasps Rosalina's hand. Tears streak down both of their cheeks as you sit in silence together, waiting for the long, anxious moments to pass before help arrives. Some of my men are on their way with rock lifts. We'll get you out of there soon. They're over here, Earl. Jesus H. Christ, you weren't kidding about the emergency. It'll still be a bit for the ambulance. The nearest depot's over in Brevard, so it'll be at least another half hour. You heard the man. You have half an hour to get her out of there. Move it. Rosalina, sweetie, I'm here. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You don't have to be sorry. It's okay. We're all here. You can hang on, Rosalina. I know you can. Tabitha's men quickly get to work and manage to pull Rosalina out from the rubble just as the ambulance arrives. Sir, I'm afraid there's no space in the back. What do you mean? I can't ride with her? You're better off driving behind us. We're headed to Brevard, and it's quite a ways. Is she going to be okay? She's going to make it, right? Please, God. Yes, sir, I promise you. We're going to do everything we can to keep her stable. Her vitals are looking good. Rosalina, my poor baby. I'll be there as fast as I can, okay? I promise you won't be alone. I love you, Dad. The paramedics load Rosalina onto the back of the ambulance and drive off. Oscar approaches you off to the side as the police talk to Tabitha and her men. What the hell happened in there? Oscar, I'm so sorry. It's okay. It's okay. At least nobody died. What happened, though? It was Tommy knockers or something supernatural. I don't know. They brought down the mine. It was what? Millie's right. They're real. I got some audio of the knocking on my phone. They must have been furious that we went down there. It doesn't matter what caused it. I'm just sorry it happened, Oscar. This is all my fault. She's been so angry with me. If I'd just been able to provide more stability, she wouldn't be doing things like this, putting herself in danger. I'm sure she thinks I'm making things up about our house being haunted, but I've seen things I can't explain, and it's only gotten worse over time. My offer still stands to check it out for you, once you're back from the hospital, that is. Thanks, Stella. That means a lot. I gotta go. Mr. Gutierrez, is it okay if I come too? I want to be there for her. Of course, Alexis. It'll be good for her to see a friendly face. The two of them head over to Oscar's car and drive off. Do you think Rosalina's going to be okay? The paramedic said she was stable. She's a tough kid. She'll be okay. We could say, I can't believe you left us down there to Stella, but that seems a little mean. I'm pretty sure Tabitha and I saw some ghosts down there. Did you not see them? They were right behind you before you left, and they followed us up when we went after Becca and Alexis. Whoa, I didn't see anything other than the two of you in that carving. That's super weird. I don't want to doubt what you experienced, but you were deep in a dark, abandoned coal mine. You might have just been primed to see things. You know, now that I think about it, that totally fits the profile for some of the Tommyknocker stories. What if they're actual bona fide ghosts? Stella. Everything that happened down there centered around that main chamber where I saw that carving. Stella showed me the photo. Weird stuff. Yeah, really weird. There was a stone carving on the wall of that pit that showed me what happened to this place. Charles Shaw was set up. And the Scarlets caused this whole collapse. Charles Shaw was set up. No way, dude was a monster. I mean, the Scarlets were monsters too. They still are. What am I saying? Visions aren't real. Visions can't be real. That would be magic. I don't know, Neeks. You weren't down there. Millie and Tabby had like simultaneous seizures next to a creepy stone carving. It was like something out of a movie. What happens now? What happens now? We go home. Now, hold on a minute, Miss Scarlet. Mind if we have a quick word with your cousin, miss, in private? Okay, fine. Just make it quick, and don't you dare try and pull anything on her. She did nothing wrong here. Ladies, I'm afraid that means you too. You don't need to talk to us? We witnessed this too. Ah, sure, but that can wait. We know where to find y'all. What a coincidence, running into you 2 nights in a row. This is my colleague, Deputy Derrickson. Pleased to meet you, Millie. Apologies for my absence yesterday. It was my special bowling night, you see. A man has to have his me time. But I was briefed on the events of last night, even though we're not sure if what went on could be considered a crime. Duke has been missing since then, though. We found neither hide nor hair of him. Could be he's just on an extended hunting trip. It wouldn't be the first time he's done something like that. I was told the footage showed his supposed body, but we couldn't get that camera working, so no way to confirm until we track him down. Now, I understand both of these were terribly unfortunate accidents that had nothing to do with you being in the area, but as officers of the law, you have to understand that we get a little suspicious when we see the same face multiple times in a row. And we have to ask, what exactly were these teenagers doing in a shuttered mine owned by your family? And why were you down there with them? You're out of your depths here. Why are you asking me? It was a mine collapse. If it wasn't for me, they'd be all dead. I don't have to talk to you. I know my rights. We saw some teens sneak into an abandoned coal mine, so we went after them. We were just trying to do the right thing. Of course, of course. Very noble of you. Pardon our questions, trying to gather all the facts, you see. Just being thorough. Our duty as officers of the law. Well, if there's nothing more you can tell us, I suppose we'll let you go on your way, on about your evening. But we may be in touch. Have a good one. Yeah, pull some sob sit. I'm a traveler. I'm not an American citizen. You have no jurisdiction. I believe also the sheriff here is an appointed role, not an elected one. So we could say it's undemocratic. Violates the Constitution. Pull out a pocket-sized copy of the Constitution. You make your way towards Stella and Kanika. Trying to eat chips, hold on. I always underestimate how much the chips are going to mess up my ability to talk. Oh yeah, someone noticed that the ditchling that was in the tree ran off. Well, they were portending a bad thing, and now they're scattered because it's not going to happen around here anymore. I just can't believe 2 nights in a row. Is it my fault, Neeks? Stella, no, this is all just an awful coincidence. It's not your fault. Oh, hey, I guess the cops are done with you? What, are they going to take you in for being present at an accident? Look at Stella's face. She's going through it. She's got the, if you have keen eye, I think it's keen eye. There's a scene where somebody recognizes that you're a Scarlet, and you can ask them how they know, and they mention that you have the so you've got the bone structure in those bags under your eyes. Come on. The bags are just a stress response, as we see with Stella here. I always blame everything on drifters, even acts of God, I guess. Excellent, you didn't get arrested. Now come on, let's get back to the estate. I'd like to get some rest before I have to deal with the fallout of everything that happened tonight. See you tomorrow, okay, Millie? Please stop trying to get my cousin killed, Stella. Come on, let's go. Tabitha starts walking to her car, pulling you by your arm. I'll text you when we're back. Oh yeah, the haunted look is what they say. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts across the darkened road. You try and keep an eye on the surrounding wilderness as she drives, wary of what might lurk behind the tree line. Why do you treat Stella like that? Didn't you two used to be friends? It was a different time in my life. I just wish she'd get that we're not in high school anymore. I'm a different person than whoever she thinks she knows. You and Kanika really don't seem to get along. She pushes my buttons. Is there, like, a history there? No, now quit talking. I need to focus on the road. Poor Rosalina. Poor Oscar. He should have kept tighter reins on that girl. I never got in any trouble like this when I was a teen, and I have Pearl Ann to thank for it. Hated it at the time, but that strictness paid off. What am I telling you this for? You can tell me stuff. I'd like to know more about you. And Pearl Ann, for that matter. Maybe later this week. I don't have the energy to get into it right now, but I think I'd like that. I think trying to argue with her at this point is not a great idea, and it is kind of true that Oscar could have done a better job here. And especially Becca's parents. You're right, there are a lot of adults who should have done a better job tonight. Exactly. People who aren't ready to be parents shouldn't be parents. And clearly there are some parents who aren't ready. Take the librarian. There are tons of people more qualified to be parents who can't even conceive, and here he is having a kid at 19 and clearly letting her do just whatever the hell she wants. And look where that got her. Even if she doesn't lose that leg, she's going to carry what happened tonight for the rest of her life. It's not fair. Yeah, it's not fair. Tabitha goes quiet. Seems like that's all you're going to get from her on this. She kind of wanted us to shut up, so we shouldn't press her too hard. Your eyes wander back to the tree line as you and Tabitha sink back into silence. Yeah, so that line sounds like maybe she can't have kids. You once again cross the threshold into the estate, the musty stench of the decaying mansion greeting you with its undertones of mildew and wood rot. Well, this day was a lot more stressful than it needed to be, and I'm sure it's the precursor to a horrifically stressful week. I'm going to bed. I suggest you do the same. Thanks for calling me about those kids, by the way. It was unexpected. And for waiting for me. I appreciated it. I'll see you in the morning. Tabitha turns and makes her way up the stairs, her posture defeated. You hit up your room to turn in. You collapse in Tabitha's dusty guest bed, your head empty of thoughts. After your time in the Shaw mine, you barely even notice the dust. Your phone buzzes on the table. Y'all, these are those things, right? Kanika sends a picture of a pair of ditchlings by the side of the road. I saw them again, too. Another picture, this time of them staring from a tree. WTF, these things are definitely not hairless monkeys or raccoons or whatever. I don't know what the hell they are. I guess there's more to them being here than just the mine collapse. No way I'm sleeping tonight. You think about looking out the guest room window, but at this point you're too exhausted to leave your bed. The adrenaline from this evening is finally wearing off, replaced by a creeping exhaustion that threatens to overwhelm you. Your limbs feel heavy, your eyelids slipping down over your eyes even as you stare down at the ominous pictures on your phone. If it weren't for the pit of dread balling in your stomach, you would almost feel comfortable as you settle in between the covers, your tired bones sinking into the decrepit mattress. When you close your eyes, you see Rosalina's face twisted with pain, staring up at you with tear-streaked cheeks, trapped by powers beyond her control, terrified of what her now uncertain future would hold. Your eyes shoot back open, your heart pounding as the door to your room swings open. Just the cat. It's always just the cat. Don't read into this. The woman kicked me out. I just want a warm place to sleep. It's nice to see another living being, even one as unfriendly as Tabitha's cat. The comfort of her presence sets your mind at ease, and you finally slip into a deep sleep. There's episode 2. Go ahead and drop a save. Where are we at? Proceed if you dare. You're in for a scare. Is this Scarlet Hollow? I just want to buy her IBC cream sodas and Ben & Jerry chocolate chunk banana ice cream in order to try to make her feel better at least. What were people complaining about with her room? It's a little empty, but like... I'm eating chip. Sunshine filters in through the dusty windows of the estate as the dull aches of last night's activities throb in and out of focus. You manage to survive a second night in the town of Scarlet Hollow. As you pull yourself out of bed, you can feel the soot and grime of the Shaw mine still stuck to your skin. We will take a shower. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. The water's hot and surprisingly enough clean. As steam fills your lungs and soot washes down the drain, there's a lot of things we can thank. We have a mystical, every minute feels like another thread holding this town together starts to unravel. Thoughts of doom consume me. We can think about Rosalina's shattered leg and the image of a foot still barely attached to her body. We can think about Duke and the image of him lying there, slumped against a tree with half his head blown off. We can scrub feverishly, trying to scrape the memories from our skin as if they're a part of the dirt that coats us. We can think about Sybil's warning that the worst is yet to come. We can think about Wayne and wonder how many times he's watched us unseen. We can think about someone special, and there's a very funny thing with this. Specifically, you think about Wayne and how many times he's watched you unseen. So we got Stella, our intrepid cryptid hunting companion, and everything the two of us have been through since we got to town. Kanika, the resident goth, and one of the most level-headed and fashionable people in town. Avery and their calming presence standing in contrast with the coming storm. Oscar, the shy and handsome town librarian stuck in a haunted house. Dr. Kelly and the commanding way she cut out you, Stella, and Kanika. We got Reese, Stella's mysterious and reclusive friend. We'll think about Reese because he's mysterious. You finally get to meet him today. Can he possibly live up to the hype? You're done here. You turn off the faucet and dry yourself off. Someone says this is my favorite episode. This is a very good episode. There's a lot to chew on here. We don't have the trait that makes the ending of this episode really funny, but we still have a trait that is really good to have here. Let's check on Dustin. There are two of them now. Morning, Dustin. Who's your friend? Her name Mom. She come to visit. I Dustin Mom. Gotta stay with Dustin until glass house empty. Thank you, human, for take care of my boy. What happened to your glass house? Asshole squatter move in, kick Dustin Mom out. Squatter tried to eat Mom. Squatter evil. Squatter may be asshole, but squatter not evil. It just try to survive. Like all creature. Dustin still have much to learn. I had a rough night. Could you console me? Was it because of Cat Monster? Dustin's scared too. If Cat Monster want to eat Dustin, Cat Monster will have to go through Dustin Mom first. Dustin Mom will kill. Then Dustin and Mom eat like kings. This nature. I've got to go. Bye. Okay. That's that. You hold your breath and approach the bedroom window. After finding that boot print in Viscera in the garden yesterday, you can't help but anticipate something like that staring back at you. It's the same view. Every time you see that doll, your heart skips a beat. It hasn't moved, right? That's enough of this closet. You turn back to the guest room. You pull out your phone and open up your group chat with Stella and Kanika. Go mental about Reese. What's the game plan? It'll probably be a bit before you can get a response. We can slide into DMs here, but I think we should not. Because we have a couple of options of how we spend this morning, and I think people like Tabitha, so we'll go with Tabitha. You enter the kitchen to find your cousin in the midst of devouring a pint of banana chocolate chunk. She isn't alone. Frou-Frou glares at you from her usual spot on the counter as the red-headed woman busies herself trying to tidy as best she can. Vile woman, destroying the natural odor of my kitchen. Tabitha's eyes dart to the corner of the room, almost as if she's ashamed of being caught in the act of stress-eating ice cream for breakfast. Bonjour, Frou-Frou. Bonjour, sacré bleu. Do not think you can just bonjour me because I slept at the foot of your bed last night. I still despise you. 3 humans at once. This is abhorrent. Your stink will linger here for hours. How am I to bear it? I see. Talking to my cat again. Are you sure you didn't get hit on the head last night? You don't say good morning to your pets? I always make sure to talk to my farm cats in alpaca like they're people. To me, they kind of are. We will introduce ourselves to the red-haired one. Hi, I'm Millie. Good morning. I'm Janie, just here to do my little weekly cleaning. Whatever cleaning Miss Tabitha will let me do, at least. I could have this place looking brand new, you know. Don't go making any big renovations or moving anything around. I like knowing where my stuff is. Okie dokie. It's nice to finally meet you, Millie. Both Miss Pearl Ann and Miss Tabitha have talked about you. Janie. So much, but hearing about someone meeting them face to face are two completely different things, I suppose. All I'm trying to say is that it's wonderful to finally actually meet you, and I'm so happy that part of the family is here to keep Miss Tabitha company with everything that's... Janie. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Tabitha. Am I being too much again? Tabitha grumbles in acknowledgement. Any updates on Rosalina? Yeah, they had to take her foot. Her dad's lucky that she's alive. Tabitha takes one last spoonful of ice cream, then discards the empty container, turning to you with her trademark scowl. Let's get going. I've got an errand to run in town, and every time I left you here alone, something terrible's going to wind up happening. So you're coming with me. Yay! Cousin bonding time! I'm actually looking forward to spending some time together outside of a life or death situation. Janie, lock up when you leave, please, and don't go rearranging anything. I'll know. As you get ready to leave, Janie approaches from the far side of the kitchen. Tabitha remains between the two of you, impatiently tapping her foot. Oh, Millie, before you go, I heard about what happened last night. I mean, I heard about it before Miss Tabitha mentioned it just now, and I heard about it again. I wanted to say that I'm sorry you got caught up in that. I'm praying for Oscar and poor little Rosalina. They're such sweethearts. Couldn't have happened to nicer people. Thanks. Last night was a lot. If you ever need to talk to anyone, my husband is a local pastor. He's a gentle man and always been lend an ear. He's actually been going a little stir-crazy since we moved here, what with nobody really attending sermons. It'd probably do him a lot of good to go to talk you through your worries. Sounds wonderful. Thanks for the offer. Of course. He's always ready and willing to talk with people, so feel free to stop by the church anytime. The door is always open. It's been nice meeting you, but I gotta bounce. Bye, Janie. Alright then, be safe out there, you two. The ride to town is uneventful, your cousin unsurprisingly more focused on the road than on making conversation. Alright, we're just popping into the general store for a few minutes. What are we doing at the general store? Picking up tea from Sybil. Odd sagely. After everything that's happened the past 2 days, it's nice to just go on an errand. Exactly. You and Tabitha turn as the door to the general store bursts open. A flustered Kanika exits, shouting behind her. Fine, okay, keep coddling him. Keep letting him get away with stuff you never would have let me so much think about. I'm sick of carrying this family. Kanika storms off, the door slowly drifting shut behind her. Other people and their drama. If more people kept things to themselves, they'd be a lot happier. Poor Kanika's really going through it, huh? It's unbecoming, and she's better than that. Come on already, let's go. The bells of the general store chime as you cross the threshold. The smells of old wood and steamy herbal tea flood your senses, making you feel instantly at home. Good morning, you two. Hope you're doing well after last night's activities. Morning. Is the new blend ready? Of course. Millie, if you'd like to keep Miles company, Tabitha and I will be just a moment. I'm afraid of Miles. What if he makes fun of me for being old? Is Kanika okay? Of course. She just needs time to cool down. Emotions are a little high considering everything that happened yesterday. She'll settle down soon enough. I'm just glad both of my little ones made it out okay. If we look around, we can see Pepsi. I'm really surprised they didn't do a Beppis joke. Snacking morsels. We've got the founders. I think this is Kanika's dad. I think he's the bald dude with the beard. And I think his dad actually started the shop, so it's been in the family a couple of generations. Sybil motions for Tabitha to follow, and they both disappear into the tea room, closing the door behind them with a tinkling of bells. Let's chat with Miles. So, Miles, Before you can finish your thought, you're halted by the tinkling of bells announcing another patron. Oh, excuse me. Wait, you're Millie, aren't you? My name's Bo. I'm Duke's boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. The policeman told me he saw what happened to my daddy. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you. Policeman said he might just be out hunting somewhere, but me and my mama both know he ain't coming back. Mama's pretty broken up about it. I'm trying to hold it together since I'm the man of the house now, but it ain't easy. Me and him was supposed to bring Big Betty up to the state fair this week, but now he's gone. So as of this morning, so is she. Oh, and as of this morning, so is she. So I suppose if I'm not going to the fair, I may as well make myself useful and get out in the woods to look for what's left of my daddy. He was there, right? Can you tell me where to look so I can try and find him? Your dad was killed by ditchlings. They're the things that have been stealing your chickens. They're the monsters that show up when something bad is going to happen. I never heard of a ditchling before, but whatever they are, they won't stop me from trying to find my daddy. Well, just go ahead and tell him. He died on the northwest edge of town, off the Scarlet Trail. Thank you, Millie. I appreciate you trying to help us out. I don't rest easy knowing he's out there somewhere all by his lonesome. And please tell Miss Scarlet I'm sorry about her mama. Tabitha and Sybil are still in the tea room. Your phone buzzes. Oh my god, hey, I overslept. Still gotta make myself breakfast. If y'all want, you can swing by. Otherwise, meet at library and figure out plan. I think I'm good. I just had a big fight, not really hungry. Gonna chill in my van for a while if you want to hang out, though. Otherwise, see you guys at library. You have plenty of time before dinner at Reese's house. So yeah, we have a few options here. And this will kind of take us to an extended scene with one of the other characters. I thought we might go with Tabitha, but if the chat wants to go see a different scene, we can. We got Kanika, Stella, Oscar, Avery, and Tabitha. Gives me time to eat chips. Oh yeah, so these are the devs' pets. They have a snake, they have an axolotl named Stubbs, and they have this ridiculous looking animal. That's very cute. I wonder if this is Mr. Jingles. Like the toy snake that we learned about. We don't have the option for Isaacs because if we had taken Street Smart, the second group of miners that we spoke to, one of them was like a younger guy with blonde hair who was asking about Wayne. If we had Street Smart, we could have slipped him our number and then we could meet with him right here today instead, but we don't have Street Smart, so. Your cousin will probably be back any second. It's best to just stay put. You and Miles share an uncomfortably long moment of silence as Bo continues to shop. So, did you hear about how Rosalina's doing? No. Oscar apparently posted on Facebook about it. You seem ancient enough to have a Facebook account. Why don't you check it yourself? I'm not your little newsboy. She lost her foot, Miles. Shit, really? Maybe Rosalina's cooler than I thought. Miles returns to his phone. Let's read something to seem busy. You pick up the closest object, a sleeve of donuts. You pretend to be engrossed by the nutrition information. 10 milligrams cholesterol per 4 donuts. Fascinating. Miles continues to pretend you don't exist. Tabitha bursts out of the tea room, tucking a pouch of herbs into her coat as she walks. She looks up at you in surprise. Wow, you actually stayed. I kind of expected you to go running off the instant I left you alone. This is my favorite. I'm too scared of you to do that. Good. I like that dynamic. This is a very good Tabitha face. I got a couple hours to spare. I'll pick us up some sodas and we can get out of here. I don't like lingering where just anyone could walk up and start talking to me. Me neither. Tabitha leaves the store, motioning for you to follow. Wait. Authentic rocks. Assorted minerals. Pulled from the Scarlet mine. Yeah, if you have street smart, you can also like insinuate that she's buying weed from the store, and you can do that in front of Sybil, and Sybil will start playing along, and Tabitha's like, "What? I'm not a stoner." The Scarlets own most of the homes out here. We just rent them out to employees. It's more convenient, you know? If you have book smart, you can say, I thought company towns were illegal. Cool. Yeah, it is cool. It's nice to have a place where nobody can bother me. Now come on, let's make ourselves scarce before we're spotted. Someone says, Wormgirl, love your Fear and Hunger lore videos. Couldn't get into the games themselves, but I really enjoyed learning about the setting. Thank you. I had a lot of... Well, I would say I had a lot of fun making those, but they were like a manic grind. Didn't have the benefit of ADHD meds back then, so getting stuff done was a hard burn every time. Your cousin pulls out a heavy set of keys from her pockets. She picks out one marked with a bright strip of green tape and unlocks the door. Come on in. Don't worry, it's empty. You follow your cousin into the model home. We haven't rented this one out for years. I come here to get away from it all. Does that make sense? It's kind of like a vacation home, but I don't have to travel. This is pictures of the beach. There's always beach stuff. It's always beaches. Anyway, make yourself comfortable and have a soda. Tabitha hands you a cream soda before settling in on the couch. Though this home gives the appearance of being lived in with its furniture and lack of dust, it feels nearly as empty and barren as the estate. There's no soul in this place, only the dream of one. I'm gonna invite her ghost hunting. Are you coming ghost hunting with us tonight? Is that actually happening? Stella will be there, but so will Kanika. I doubt she'd be thrilled to see me again, but there's no point arguing with you. If you're gonna get up to any paranormal stuff, I'd better be there to save your skin if it gets hairy. Count me in. I'm supposed to have dinner at Reese's place, do you know him? Reese? Oh yeah, the dude that used to hang out with Kanika and Stella. I kind of remember him. Quiet, smelled kind of weird. Stopped coming to school at one point. I guess he got sick or something? I know his mom better than I know him. She's been everybody's doctor for as long as I can remember. She's intimidating. I've always liked her. I guess that's not hereditary, though. Reese always seemed like kind of a wet blanket to me. I'll just ask about Stella. I know I've already asked, but now that we're hanging out, can you tell me what the deal is with you and Stella? Alright, fine. We were close in high school. Really, really close. We'd have sleepovers a few nights a week. Spend all night watching monster movies and eating chips, and, Anyway, Pearl-Ann didn't like her. I'd always have to lie and say I was going over to her place to study. When we graduated, it was impossible to see her anymore. There were no more excuses to go study, and I was too busy learning the ropes at the mine. I like the quotes around study. Pearl-Ann made sure my every waking minute was occupied. I didn't have time for friends. But I never needed friends before meeting Stella, so it was easy enough to slip back into that mindset and try to move on. You should hang out with her again. It's not like Pearl-Ann can stop you. And she misses you. Tabitha takes another sip of her cream soda, avoiding eye contact. I guess there isn't anything standing between us anymore. That hadn't really occurred to me yet. I don't think she'd like me now. A lot has changed. I haven't been very kind to her. I don't think I can fix that. Still, it'd be nice to try. You catch the hint of a smile at the edge of her lips before she tamps it back down into her trademark scowl. Want me to get you in with Kanika? Please. If she's anything like me, that would only make her hate me more. I have dignity, Millie. Why'd you hire Janie? Pearl-Ann hired Janie. She was my babysitter before she started cleaning the estate. I'm just checking chat real fast. Just a couple of gal pals, yeah. Someone says, I think a lot of North Carolina people have pictures of the beach because that's what everyone at the here always does for vacation. Just go to Myrtle Beach. Yeah, there's a part where you can ask Wayne, like, why does everybody keep bringing up the beach? And he's like, people who live in the mountains like long for the beach. Do you ever get to travel? I saw your blowing rock mug. What? Oh, that must be one of Janie's. She was always saying we didn't have enough cups. There are 3 cups, that's plenty. One for me, one for Pearl Ann, and one for the occasional guest. But Janie said her husband has a ton of dumb little souvenir mugs from his travels. Not that I asked, she just tells me stuff about her family. Excuse me. I have a shard of chip in my trachea. I'll have to remember to toss it when I get back. Anyways, to answer your question, no. I don't travel. Too much to do. Sure, I'd like to see the Outer Banks one day, but I'm the head of the company. It's not like anyone can cover for me. Maybe when I retire, if that ever happens. Hey, maybe when this week is over, we can go to the beach together. Yeah, maybe. I think I'd like that. Why do you come here? Tabitha sips her soda, her expression suddenly heavy. I guess the estate has a lot of history. This place is so new by comparison. It's like the estate is full of ghosts, pressing down on me all the time, pressuring me to do what they want. When I'm here, I can imagine a life where I don't have to think about the 200 years of history resting on my shoulders. I can imagine just living as a bank teller or something, having a simple life. Do you actually like running the mines? Of course not, but that doesn't matter. I've had years of Pearl Ann drilling that into my head. I can't trust anyone else to do my job, and if I don't do it, this entire town falls to ruin. It's my burden to bear. So this is a very common... I have this too. This is a very common thing that people who grew up in disordered households have. It's like a trauma response to growing up too soon. And this sense that, like, because you, as a child, had to be the adult, that as an adult, other people are also not capable of being adults. It's like a mistrust in other people's competence. It's very relatable. But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about running off. What if I moved here after everything's said and done? I feel like I don't want to help her on the mines. I don't know anything about mining. I don't think you want to do that. Nobody should want to do that. Can we try some of that tea you picked up? It smells nice. Nope, it's sleepy time tea. You don't want to drink it in the middle of the day. What was Pearl Ann like? Okay, I guess you should know at least some things about the woman whose funeral you'll be attending. She was my mother. She was your mom's twin sister. Fraternal. They didn't look alike. Same with their personalities. Night and day from what I've heard. Pearl Ann was a hard ass, but that comes with the territory. I mean, what else do you want to know? I don't think I need to ask if they got along. They obviously didn't. That actually covered it. Cool. What was your dad like? Don't know. He just up and left one day. Didn't want anything to do with us anymore, I guess. They never got divorced, just separated. He probably couldn't be bothered to fill out any paperwork, especially considering he would lose any claim to the Scarlet fortune if they divorced. And he'd have to pay child support for a kid he couldn't be bothered to call on her birthday. I'm sorry, that must have been really hard for you. Yeah, I don't really think about it. If he didn't want anything to do with me, his loss. What kind of things did Pearl Ann tell you about me and my mom? It doesn't matter what she's told anyone about you. She's dead, and in a few days we're going to bury her in the ground. Can't believe we're actually hanging out. I can. That's why you came all the way down here, isn't it? What I can't believe is that I'm almost enjoying it. Yeah, I'm glad I came down here. Tabitha pauses. She takes a long, contemplative swig of her soda. Yeah. Oops. Do we have any other things we want to ask? What my cursor's doing. You had some harsh things to say about Oscar last night. Did you really believe what she said? I do. Some people shouldn't have kids. Do you know Sybil well? Everyone in town knows her, but I don't know if anyone actually knows her well. She doesn't know Avery and... Oh, thanks for taking me out here. Your phone buzzes before Tabitha has a chance to respond. Almost forgot. It's Mayor Jimmy Day. Good excuse to head over to the library. We should check in with Oscar. See you there in half an hour. I totally blanked on that. Been having a weird / foggy morning, sad face. Wild that they're still doing the Mayor Jimmy thing even after last night. Do you think news has spread yet? But yeah, we should go see Oscar. See y'all soon. Somebody's popular. It's Mayor Jimmy Day? Oh, what a ridiculous event. You know he's a dog, right? Did they fill you in on that little detail? We haven't had a human mayor in Scarlet Hall since at least the early 1900s. We've been a dog mayor ever since then. Tabitha takes another sip of her soda, smirking. Everyone knows it's our family that holds the power in this town. Still, sounds like it could be kind of fun. Even I could admit it's funny watching everyone fawning over the little guy in his mayor getup. And if Stella's gonna be there... Yeah, count me in. We can finish our sodas and head over. How do I look? It's been a while since I've been out in public like this. Kind of nervous. Excuse me, Miss Scarlet. Can I help you? Becca stares at you from a distance as the furious woman tears into Tabitha. This must be her mother. What the hell do you think you're doing out down here grinning like a buffoon after everything that happened last night? A mine collapse almost killed my poor, sweet, innocent child, and you thought it was a good idea to retaliate by demoting my husband? We've gotten used to a new lifestyle. You can't just take that away from us for something that was your fault. I heard that one girl had to have her foot amputated. That could have been my child. You don't think I won't be pressing charges? Mom, please, you're embarrassing me. Shut up, Becca. Mommy is advocating for you. You're lucky your daughter didn't get herself killed last night. The way I hear it, everything was fine until you showed up. So unless you want me to sue you as well, I'd keep your mouth shut. What legal grounds do you even think you have? There are signs the place was boarded up. I did my legal duty and you don't have a leg to stand on, so don't try to threaten me. Mom, can we just go, please? If I were you, I'd listen to your brat. You haven't heard the last from us. You'll see. The woman storms off just as quickly as she'd stormed in, Becca following at a distance. God damn it, she's right. I can't just hang around the town all day after something like that. It doesn't look right. I should be up there, even if it's just to oversee what's going on. If I'm supposed to run this place, I gotta get my head in the game. I can't slip up like this again. Tabitha sighs, straightening up. Her scowl returns. Stay out of trouble. I'll see you at the library tonight. Your cousin turns and heads back to her car, leaving you alone on Main Street. Tabitha reminds me of a drenched golden retriever, somebody says. Did the chat window go away? What's going on? Okay. The YouTube chat box is always a little weird. You enter the library alone. It's busier than usual, and a small crowd has formed in a corner around the main foyer. Hey, Millie. Thank God we have something to do this morning. My family's been driving me nuts. Yes, the whole gang's here. I've been waiting to introduce Millie to the mayor for like the entire time I've known her. I've never gotten to introduce someone to the mayor before. It'll be worth it. Trust us. All right, shall we? Yep, he's a dog. You can tell this dog is the mayor from his little sash and his fancy top hat. There's a regal air about him, almost as if he knows the position of authority he's been elected to. And unless you're mistaken, the serious man by his side is Deputy Franklin, one of the policemen you spoke to following your encounter in the woods on Monday. The mayor's little nose starts twitching as you approach. His doggy eyes shine with a curious intensity. What have you got? You've got something wet and nutty. This is why we took the boiled peanuts. We're going to offer him a campaign contribution. You hold out your now slightly rancid bag of boiled peanuts. The mayor's nose switches eagerly at their strong odor, and then he's on them in a flash, ripping through the plastic and devouring the soft-shelled legumes. Drop it, sir, drop it! His security detail tries to tear him away, but it's too late. The peanuts are already eaten. Thank you for the generous campaign contribution. You better hope those nuts settle well. If the mayor gets any tummy trouble after eating your disgusting pocket peanuts, there will be hell to pay. Well, I never. Now you see what I mean. Not so much as begging before you dove right for the snacks. I've smelled those peanuts on you since day one, and you never saw me become such an animal over them. Good morning, citizen. I don't believe we've met. He holds out his paw as if to shake your hand. Shake his paw. It's lovely to meet you, Mr. Mayor. You take his little paw in your hand, but the burly security detail stops you. No paw shaking. Only head pats and ear scratches allowed. I must apologize for my security detail. He has my best interests at heart, but he can be a little gruff at times. Hey, aren't you Deputy Franklin? Not when I'm off duty. The mayor scoffs. Off duty. The services you render for me are far more important than your police work. Mr. Mayor, there's something very serious going on in town. We need your help. Remember stirring the crowd behind you as you relay the danger to the mayor. Of course, the pet disappearances. I've been made aware of the situation. But what do you expect me to do about it? It's autumn. That's tourist season in Scarlet Hollow. I can't turn away the lifeblood of this town, not with the mine faltering the way it is. There was a mine collapse last night. We don't need any more news of the disaster coming out of Scarlet Hollow. Do you understand? People are watching. Don't be too suspicious. Haha, cute doggy. You reach out your hand to pat the mayor on his head. It's probably best not to make a scene. We both know you can hear me, but fine. If you want to play games, I'll play ball. Scratch behind my ears while you're at it. I've heard just about enough from you, Jimmy. Look at you, putting on a show in front of your adoring fans while the dogs of this town are snatched up by monsters in the woods, hoping the humans will clean it all up for you. When are you finally going to do something meaningful for the hairier citizens of Scarlet Hollow? Now, Miss Gretchen, there's no need. Scraps would never have let those things prowl the woods for so long. And yet you sit back, waiting for the humans to notice and letting more innocent dogs suffer. You know, I almost lost my life to those things the other night, and my goodness, haven't you heard about poor Duke? Now, Gretchen, a lot of those were old dogs. It's fair of me to assume they simply went to the big farm upstate. Don't you dare talk to me about old dogs. Wow, Gretchen is barking a lot. I think she doesn't like the mayor. You're damn right I don't. Scraps would have been out in those woods at the first sign of trouble, tearing out the throats of any creatures who dared threaten the dogs of Scarlet Hollow. Yet here he is posing for little rectangles like nothing is wrong in this town. Gretchen squirms in Stella's arms, straining to get at Mayor Jimmy. Hey, whoa, Gretchen, calm down, girl. You're going to pull a muscle. Mr. Franklin, I think now's a good time to dispose of this riffraff. Miss Richmond, I'm going to have to ask you and your dog to step away from the mayor. I should have known better. These two have never been able to get along. Millie, you got to fill me in on the feud later. I've always been curious about why Gretchen gets so fussy near Mayor Jimmy. Stella walks off, still struggling to hold Gretchen as she shouts insults back at Jimmy. Ingrate, ne'er-do-well, you dog! Kanika's quick to follow. Looks like everyone else is already talking to Oscar in the next room. Before you can catch up to your companions, you're intercepted by a nervous man with a cross around his neck. It's hard to put a finger on it, but something compels you to dislike him. Sounds like old Gretchen and the mayor may have some unresolved issues, wouldn't you say? I'm Pastor Daniel. I take it you're Millie? Everyone's been buzzing about you. I'm so sorry about your aunt. I'm sure she's in a better place now. The mayor is a huckster and a fraud. The bastard cares more about tourism than the fate of this town. The pastor goes quiet for a second, his face suddenly white as a sheet. The smile fades from his face as he stares at you intently, studying your expression. You too? He glances to either side before continuing. I thought I was the only one. Please, come visit me at the church soon. Sounds like we might have a lot to talk about. He hurries off, suddenly quiet and serious. Nothing to do now but catch up to your companions. So people are asking if Franklin has speak with animals. I'm not sure. He might, but I kind of assume he doesn't based on some stuff he says later. It would be pretty funny if he did, because he's so serious. I know he has keen eye. I figure the other thing he might have is powerful build, because he's like a kind of a big buff guy, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, and good thing Oscar didn't have those guns out around the mayor. Franklin would have had to step in. Oh my God. Poor Rosalina. I can't even imagine how scary this has been for her. She seems in high spirits right now, but they've got her on some pretty strong pain medication, so I'm not sure how she's going to feel when that wears off. And it was the whole foot? Yeah, it's bad. But she's alive. We'll both be able to move on from this. We just have to get through the tough parts first. Also, Kanika's outfit for today is pretty good. She's got a big death's head moth on her chest. Yeah, Tabitha told me what happened this morning, but I didn't realize it was so bad. Yeah, there was nothing left to save, they said. Sorry, I can't think about it right now. Oscar. Sorry to cut our conversation short, but I better get going. I was only supposed to come pick up a few things, but then the hospital called and said there'd been some big bus accident on the way to the highway, and they need the bed, so I have to come pick her up. Even though our house is still haunted, and the only place she can lie down until then is the dirty back room that drove her away in the first place, and Mayor Jimmy Day is happening. Sorry. I'm just a little overwhelmed. It's okay, Oscar. We're here to help. Yeah, we're gonna get that ghost. We could always go ahead and do a ghost bust or whatever they're calling it while you're out, and she'd be able to go right back to her old room as soon as she got back. That's probably a good idea, right? If only. But it doesn't come out during the day, so any busting attempts are gonna have to wait until nightfall. I'm not even sure we can get rid of it at all. I think I'd have to see for myself that it was gone. It managed to trick me a couple of times, and I can't handle any more surprises right now. I've got every ghost hunting device known to man. You're in good hands, Oscar. Yeah, don't worry, Oscar. We'll fix this. Heck yeah, we will. Yeah, whatever this is, we'll get to the bottom of it. Tonight. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm heading out. It should be dark by the time we get back, so I suppose I'll see you all then. Oscar hurries off, keys jingling as he jogs out the door. Let's head up to Reese's. Maybe we can get him to come ghost hunting with us. Oh no, you're going to try to get Dr. Kelly to let him leave the house, are you? She'll kick us out for even asking. I wonder if he even knows what happened last night. I don't know how disconnected he is from the news around town. Geez, should we tell him? Gosh, I don't know. Maybe we just play it by ear. Anyway, shall we? Time to go. So about the mayor. Right, is he going to help us? What was he like? So we can say, I like the cut of his jib. It's good to see someone willing to keep things orderly during a time of crisis. You should vote for Scraps next election. I'm not sure we can count on his support. I'll tell her who Gretchen votes for. You should vote for Scraps next election. That's who Gretchen supports. The Stray? Love that guy. He just seems a little less mayoral than Jimmy, but if he's got Gretchen's support... I've always liked Scraps. Gretchen's got good taste. So I finally met Pastor Daniel. It's only a matter of time before he tried to pull you aside about grief counseling. When my dad died, I had to ban him from the general store for a week. He wouldn't stop leaving these little pamphlets at the checkout. I don't know where he finds so many. I think he comes off as a little weird because he shares my gift. Wait, you don't mean... Stella's face, she's like shocked. Yeah, he corroborated some of the things the mayor told me. Okay, assuming for a minute that both you and Pastor Daniel have the magical power of talking to animals, I don't think that's enough to explain how weird the guy is. For instance, I like you, and I don't like the pastor. Wonder how many people out there share your gift. There's so many implications. I'm going to continue to pretend that Millie's just really good at reading animal body language. I don't think I can handle any more world-shattering revelations this week. I wonder if the pastor's cursed. I felt something odd when he came up to me, and the way everyone dislikes him seems excessive. Unnaturally excessive. I know this is weird coming from me, but not everything in town has to be spooky and for supernatural reasons. Sometimes people just give off bad vibes. Agreed. We're allowed to dislike him even if he hasn't done anything wrong. That we know of. Should we invite Avery ghost hunting? Oh, huh. Well, sure, I guess. The more the merrier, right? Maybe there'll be an extra voice of reason. We won't be much help to Oscar if we start jumping at our own shadows. Cool, I'll text them on the way over to Reese's. And before I forget, I invited Tabitha to come ghost hunting. Stella's face. You invited her? Even after last night? I mean, if anything, I thought she was actually pretty helpful. Stella, last night was a disaster. For all we know, Tabitha just escalated things. Kanika sighs. Alright, it happened. Let's not get into it. If we're lucky, she'll be too busy at the mines to even show. Aw, don't say that, Neeks. If we're lucky, she will show, and then the two of you will finally get along. Alright, should we head out? My read on the pastor hate is that it's spoilers. I think there's something later on in the game that you can find out. I think you might need Booksmart to find it, but you don't find it out until like chapter 5, I think. You once again find yourself in front of Reese's house. A cold hesitation grips you as the building looms over the hilltop. Though it's only early afternoon, it feels much later, the sun already sinking behind the tall mountains that surround Scarlet Hollow. We're a little early. What if Dr. Kelly yells at us? There's no such thing as early when you're hanging out with friends. That's just extra time you get to spend together. Okay, but what if she yells at us? It's too late. The door swings open. Hey. Reese! Oh my god, dude, it's been ages. You must be Millie, right? I've heard a lot about you. Stella's been relentless about making sure I got all the Millie updates. Ma, goodness gracious, there's something that smells terribly off about that boy. Get away from my Stella, you fiend! Gretchen starts yelping at Reese, straining against Stella's grip as she tries to get between them. Are they here already? I knew you'd show up early, Stella, and you brought the dog. Great. Yeah, I thought she might cheer Reese up. I don't know what's gotten into her all of a sudden. The dog stays outside. But it's okay, Stella. We can let her chill in my van for a bit. I'll run the AC and leave her some treats. You know I just have some of those easy-chewed dog jerkies stashed away. The gall, the gumption. This is a violation of my rights. But we go everywhere together. Do you want to come in or not? Kanika nervously tugs Stella away toward her van. You keep her safe from that monster, Millie, you hear? You don't let a feather of harm fall on my darling Stella. What about you, Millie? Are you coming in? Sure. You follow Reese and Dr. Kelly inside. Stella and Kanika aren't far behind you. Someone asked if the pastor is a descendant of Charles Shaw. He isn't from Scarlet Hollow, but I guess Charles Shaw did get kicked out of town, so... If it weren't for the aroma of store-bought dinner rolls baking in the oven and the unsettling artwork hanging on the walls, you'd be half convinced you wandered into a real estate show. So it's a little hard to see because there are so many characters, but you can see Reese is an artist, and there's a bunch of his paintings up. But they're like insane things for like a 56-year-old woman to have up. It's very funny that they're just like in this nice little house. So, how can I lend a hand? By sitting down at the table and not puttering around in my kitchen. Made sure everything was done well in advance, so the only thing left are the rolls, which shouldn't be long. Then we can have a quick dinner, and you can leave my house and go on about your business. But I was kind of hoping to see Reese's new art. We still have time now, right? You aren't seriously considering subjecting your friends to your disaster of a room, are you? It's not that bad. You can still see the floor. Dr. Kelly raises a single questioning eyebrow. I don't mind a little mess. Yeah, I doubt it could be any worse than the way I keep my room. Okay, fine. As long as you stay out of the kitchen, I don't care what you get up to. Cool. We'll just be downstairs. You won't even know we're here. You make your way toward the basement stairs. The basement is what you might expect out of a tortured artist who spends all of his time confined to his studio. Discarded canvases line its edges, while trash and sketches leak out from their piles in the corners of the room, hiding the bare cement floor. Ghoulish faces coat the walls in paint, sneering at their creator. And we get another look at his stuff here. There's there's also these repeating patterns of this like electrical looking thing. A lot of teeth biting arms and stuff. We see there's a poster for Hellraiser right here. We got Pinhead. I forget what this one is with the hand. Is this House on Haunted Hill? All of his paints and stuff. Put his fist through that one, I guess. Your mom is so scary. She can be a little intense, kind of overprotective, which I guess makes sense. Anyway, make yourselves comfortable. You'll have to forgive the mess. I've been distracted lately. Haven't been cleaning much. Kanika's right. Your mom is scary. I feel like she used to be less scary, but maybe I was just oblivious as a teen. Speak for yourself. That's possible. She's gotten a bit of an edge lately. I think my condition's been stressing her out a lot lately. It used to be something she thought she could fix, but I think she's kind of accepted that it's just something we have to manage. But even if she is a little harsh, she means well. She's just looking out for me. She's kind of hot. If you pick this, Kanika's like, oh my god, but Stella goes, yeah, I can see that. Fuck it. We'll go Reese this time. I know you think you need her to take care of you, but I'm sure there are plenty of people out here who'd love to dote on you. I wouldn't want to be a burden on anyone else. Wow, you don't waste any time, do you, Millie? I thought it was sweet. I thought it was kind of sweet, too. Anyways, did you know she turned us away yesterday? She said we couldn't even talk to you. You came by yesterday? She didn't tell me, but I was probably asleep, that's all. Are you sure it's not just that I did something wrong and she's never forgotten about it and will hold it against me until the day I die? Actually, Kanika, I think she admires you. She says you have a good work ethic, and she has a lot of respect for people like that. Really? She said that? Whoa, then I can't imagine how she must be to people she doesn't like. I think she's usually nicer to them. That's how you know you've really messed up. What about me? Does she say nice things about me? Or does she say things about me? Do you want to know? When you say it like that, no. I'll just keep imagining us very good friends. So Stella told you about everything that's happened the past couple of days? Every detail. I wish I could see some of it myself, but, you know. He gestures in futility toward the walls of the basement. Are you sure you can't just sneak out one of these nights? The doc isn't keeping me prisoner here, Stella. I'm sick, you know that. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean... There's nothing to apologize for, and I appreciate the effort. Really, I do. There's nothing you can rescue me from. That die has already been cast. We were talking about the past couple of days, weren't we? Do you have any thoughts on the ditchlings we've been seeing? Yeah, they've been coming up to my window at night. I just looked at chat. I didn't realize that he had been having an effect on chat. Somebody said, is he... is he raw dogging those jeans? And look, if you're wearing skinny jeans, you're sort of limited in what you can do with men's underwear if you're wearing really tight skinnies. So we need higher Kanika number stat. Yeah, so I think Kanika's stocks jumped way up after chapter 5. Yeah, the Kanika romance route is really good. There's also Mickey CFS says I need more of you to do the Kanika romance route. One of the wildest routes I saw was I was doing a Kanika romance route, and I brought Tabitha with me to like the final confrontation, and not to spoil, but like I was not able to like stop the thing that was going to happen. Like I got like physically overpowered about it, and then I'm trying to put this in words that only somebody who'd gotten that far. The thing happened, and then the romance was still going, and I no longer had a say in what was happening. It was terrifying. It was very good. Yeah, they've been coming up to my window at night. Wait, really? Is that why you texted me that they looked like something out of your nightmares? Yeah, I thought I was hallucinating. I hadn't put it together that we might have been seeing the same thing until just now. I've been sketching them, actually. Tell me what you think. I like that. So Stella goes, hey, we've been seeing these monsters. It's crazy. And then he's like seeing monsters outside of his window, and he's like, oh, I must just be hallucinating. Yeah, so Mickey, if Tabitha's there and you have taken the penalty from chapter 3, I don't think you can win that fight. It's possible that the romance allows you to override it, but if you're there's like a list of things you cannot do to give yourself an edge there, and I did all of them. It's wild. He pulls out a sketchbook from one of the piles in his room. Okay, that's exactly what I saw on my way home last night. What does it mean that they've been lurking around here, though? I don't know, but I like the company. They're kind of beautiful in a sad way, if you ask me. I agree to disagree with you there. Those things are going to be stuck in my nightmares until the day I die. Do you think the town is doomed? I think everything's probably doomed at some point, but that's answering a different question. Do I think the town of Scarlet Hollow is on the brink of collapse? Probably not, but it's not like I have a lot of perspective on what it's like out there. There could be rioting on Main Street, and if Stella or Doc didn't tell me, I just wouldn't know. I would totally tell you if there was a riot. Would Dr. Kelly tell you, though? I mean, yeah, I'd hope so, but the point I'm trying to make is that other people are my eyes out there. What do you think of my cousin? She was always so distant and mean. I probably would have thought that she had it out for me personally if she wasn't like that toward everyone. Or if I thought she even knew my name. But people change. Maybe she's nicer now. She's still terrible. You guys just never took the chance to get to know her. She's actually really funny and sweet. I'll pass, thanks. Anything's going on with Wayne? Who? You know, the guy who's been following Millie around, all ominous. Oh yeah, that slasher creep. I appreciate the classic Jason vibe he has going on. Here's hoping he doesn't live up to the look, for our sakes. Your art. Each piece exudes a sickening miasma. It's like you can feel something squirming beneath the paint, the brushstrokes acting as steel bars, trapping some anguished being within. I feel the emotions you put into these. They're writhing, just behind the paint, radiating pain and anguish. I know what you mean. I feel it too. When I'm working on them, it's like I'm channeling whatever's plaguing me into the paint, and when they're done, I feel like I've been emptied out and all the vile things from inside of me have been sealed away inside the canvas. So I make so many of them. Sometimes when I return to a piece, it's almost like I'm offering an invitation for those feelings to slither back in under my skin. There are some pieces I can't even look at. I hide them until I forget they exist. I'd rather not let those particular feelings back in. Sounds kind of like therapy? That seems healthy. Probably. Yeah, art therapy. Sounds like it does you good. Being empty must be better than being full of bad thoughts, right? I think so. Works for me, at least. It's quite a movie collection you got. Got any recs? Let me think. Oh, have you heard of Shino-Chi? Deathblood? I saw that for the first time recently and it blew me away. Excellent example of both Japanese horror and found footage done right. We could even put it on after dinner if you guys are interested. Damn, I would usually be down for that, but we gotta head over to Oscar's after this. We promised we'd ghost bust his place. He's apparently been dealing with a bad haunting. And I feel like we should be there for him tonight, considering everything that's happened. He and Rosalina both need our support right now. I'll take a rain check on that movie, though. Yeah, we'll definitely come by for a movie night this week. I'm free tomorrow night. Same goes for Millie. I should probably work tomorrow, but I can close up early. So you three go way back, huh? Almost to the womb. The school here is a tiny K-12. Not exactly a one-room schoolhouse, but not far from it. We're lucky we all got along as much as we did. Some kids weren't able to make any friends their own age. They just happened to be born around the same time and some real jerks who were stuck with them through their whole school career. Poor kids. Not that we were free from dealing with jerks, like a certain Scarlet I would name. Okay, she was a little rough around the edges, but she was pretty friendly when you got past that. Maybe to you. The way she used to look at me, you'd think I'd rolled in something foul every morning before school. Same here. Though to be fair, the feeling was more mutual between us. She deserved it, though. Want to come ghost hunting with us tonight? Oh wow, do you think you'd be down for that? We'd love to have you. That would be so amazing, but I haven't had the best luck leaving the house lately. Even just walking to town is enough to put me in bed for a week. It sucks. But make sure you bring your camera, Stella. I want to see everything that happens. Yeah, your whole situation's got to be rough. Sorry. Thanks, but I've been dealing with this thing for a while, so you don't have to feel sorry for me. I've come to terms with the way the rest of my life is going to be. You're so macabre, Reese. You make it sound like you've been sentenced to death. You haven't, right? Not exactly. No one really knows what's wrong with me, but it's getting worse. I can barely keep most food down. My skin always itches like there are worms crawling underneath it. I could live for a long time or a short time. No one's sure. But I'm definitely not going to get better. Whatever time I have left is going to be miserable. So I've done my mourning. My best years are behind me. My future's unknowable. And one day I'll wind up in a pine box just like everybody else. And I'm okay with that. Damn, Reese. I may be a goth, but that's some real nihilistic shit. I'll make sure to come by more often from here on out. Friendship heals all wounds, right? Thanks, guys. But you really shouldn't worry about me. I have my art. I'm doing fine. Really. True. We'll all join the worms one day. We just gotta make the best of what we've got. See? Millie gets me. Stella, maybe it was a mistake to get these two together. If you need someone to pose for your paintings this week. It's so kind of you to offer. If you're okay with hanging out at weird hours, I'd love for you to come by and sit for me. It's been a long time since I was able to draw anyone but myself, and I'd really appreciate the company. Reese's mom shouts from the kitchen. Dinner's on the table! Guess that's it for catching up. Make sure you all wash your hands, with soap. I don't want anyone sharing their germs. Sure thing, Doc. Let's go wash our hands. No use saying anything here. It's probably best to just silently comply. I love the photos up here. We've got Reese, probably high school here. Little suit. There's a then when he was a little kid. Happy Valentine's Day, and there's an anatomical heart. There's maybe a portrait of Dr. Kelly. A hand with a heart, or a hand with a bloody rose. A lot of horse skulls and stuff. You make your way toward the sink, but are stopped in your tracks by the pull of an odd door at the end of the hallway. It feels out of place, like you've accidentally wandered into a different, older house. But more than that, you feel something radiating out from behind it, something dark and cold. You've felt this before. In the dusty tunnels you so narrowly escaped last night, an oppressive hum, like a muted scream heard through layers of rock, trying to draw you toward it. You feel lightheaded. You are compelled to approach the door, drawn in as if hypnotized. Something wants you to find it. Mystical. Snap yourself out of it. You do your best to snap yourself out of it, turning into the bathroom and dutifully washing your hands before joining your companions at the table. Someone asks, is Shi no Chi supposed to be Noroi? I don't know. I'm not super... Like, I know some Japanese horror, but I'm not, like, super up on all of that. I would, not gonna lie, I would rather stick with Tabitha Scarlet like glue within the week and skip the diner personally with Reese, or the dinner personally with Reese. Another great game came out that's dialogue focused. That came out was Esoteric Ebb. So, about that game, I haven't played through it, so this is a outsider perspective. But there's a discussion going on about its use of so it's obviously just copying Disco Elysium's homework really hard, and something that I don't like about that is the when Robert Kurvitz and all of them made Disco Elysium, they weren't saying, okay, the way to make one of these games is to do 20th century politics and your skills talk to you and they have skill portraits and they're quippy. He wasn't saying, oh, you have to make it about men, because Disco Elysium is ultimately about men. It kind of lays the blame for a lot of the world's problems at the feet of not men, but like men being unwilling to reconcile their nature. If you think about like all of the women in the game, they're just sort of like tossed around on the waves that the men are making, which is a statement in itself. And so when you get like Esoteric Ebb and it like starts digging into gender politics, that's writing a huge check. And from what I've seen, it doesn't go beyond like, oh, you should be like, feminism means you shouldn't be mean to women. And like, sure, that's fine, but like, it's weird to really pull up a conversation like that unless you're going to say something meaningful with it. Like, this game doesn't spend a ton of time talking about feminist issues, but it does spend some time, and it talks about them through the lens of like heredity and the sacrifices women are expected to make versus the sacrifices men are expected to make. So it's always weird when it's just like, I don't know, it's not something that I would bring up in a writing thing unless I was like, okay, I've got this dialed in, I got something to say here. So it works in this game, but I don't think it works as well in what I've seen of Esoteric Ebb. Dinner's already laid out. Dinner rolls, spaghetti, and a light salad. Kanika anxiously picks at her food. Stella's nervously talkative, and Reese is suddenly quiet and tense, his shoulders tight as his mother perches on the chair next to his. Dr. Kelly eyes all of you with a sharp, fierce gaze. She sits opposite of you at the far head of the table, her features silhouetted against the light of the setting sun in the window behind her. Pills. She slides a few tablets toward Reese. He obediently swallows them. This is excellent, Dr. Kelly. Is the pasta sauce homemade? No, it's from a jar. I work too many hours to make my own pasta sauce. Well, you have excellent taste in brands, and if you ever want any tips on easy home-cooked pasta sauces, you know... No, thanks, Stella. I have the internet if I need recipes. Thanks again for having us, Dr. Kelly. We really appreciate it. I love that Dr. Kelly looks exactly like Reese. Like... She's a little bit more tanned because she gets to go outside. But otherwise, like... And I guess they part their hair on different sides, but otherwise they look pretty much exactly the same. Yeah, I could just come out. You know, I think I saw a video online about a family like yours. Turns out the mom was poisoning her kid for 18 years. The fact that this is on top also is an interesting choice. The game does sometimes put the more impulsive or, in other cases, things that like are easier to jump to or more like stick out to you more at the top, very prominently in some places. And I'm not clicking that because that would be an insane thing to say, but like it is another case of like it's cool burying information. Like this lets us know both what our character's thinking and like what we might want to talk around instead of talk about. I could say Reese is a talented artist. You must be very proud of him. He has a lot of skill, honed through practice and dedication. I can't say I understand a lot of his pieces, but of course I'm proud. Thanks, Doc. You think Reese might feel better if he got to see people more often? No. I'm his doctor and his mother. You are someone who met him for the first time less than half an hour ago. One of us is a little more qualified to make decisions about his life. You know, Doc, I feel pretty okay. I mean, as okay as I usually do. Still kind of shitty. But I don't think having people over has been as rough on my health as you thought it might be. It's been really nice. Hear that, Reese? Hear that? Reese can hang out with friends again. If you're still feeling okay after dinner, maybe you can come out ghost hunting with... Jeez, Kanika, what was that for? Don't push it, Stella. Just say that next time instead of kicking me. Your boots are heavy. Sorry, Dr. Kelly. We're totally respectful of Reese's boundaries, even though they might seem a little arbitrary and strict. They're not arbitrary. These rules are in place for a good reason. Tell me how great you feel in an hour when the exhaustion catches up to you, Reese. You'll be knocked out all evening and regretting every minute of this, let me assure you. As if I would regret being able to see people for the first time in months. I don't care what happens. It was worth it. You can feel the tension at the table start to rise. What were Stella and Kanika like as kids? Noisy and messy, like all kids. And they always had these little projects, videos or crafts or animal rescues. Whatever it was that had captured their imaginations that week. So like I said, noisy and messy. Didn't we bring a dead squirrel into your house once? Oh god, not the squirrel. I remember that squirrel. Didn't you think the dog could Frankenstein it back to life or something? I was like 12. I was very susceptible to what I saw in media, and very sad about the squirrel. It's one of those things that keeps me up at night. I still feel guilty about bringing that thing into your house, Dr. Kelly. I'm just glad you didn't make it a habit. How well do you know Tabitha? Not very. I'd know her a lot better if your family didn't seem to be so afraid of doctors. I can count on one hand the number of times she's been in my office. No wonder everyone but old Edwardine died so young. Hopefully your mother was better about taking you to doctor's visits. Wouldn't be surprised if there was something genetic at play, and it's much better to catch these things early. Thanks for putting this together, Dr. Kelly. I don't usually have to cook for so many people. I'm just glad there's enough for everyone. Reminded me of what it used to be like when these two would come over. Hungry teenagers eating me out of house and home. I should have charged your parents for all the food you kids went through, though, honestly. It was like I was running a restaurant, not a doctor's office. I love how many, like, landmines there are in these dialogue. Do you know Sam Wayne? Sam Wayne? Dr. Kelly takes a moment to think. No, doesn't ring a bell. Someone you know? Someone who's been following Millie around. Super mysterious guy. We have reason to believe he might have caught some kind of weird illness at the mines. He definitely looks like he could use medical help, so please let us know if he shows up or anything. If there's someone harassing you, you should get the police involved. This isn't any of my business. Yeah, has anyone come in suffering from hallucinations? I was hallucinating in the mines. I'm not at liberty to discuss private medical information. Are you sure? Not even a little bit? Could help our investigation of the strange goings-on. It's not like you have to name names. Investigation into the mine collapse? I think this is best left to professional Stella, not someone who runs around in the woods with a camcorder. Judging by the police response so far, Dr. Kelly, I don't think it is. We saw some stuff down in the mines last night that I struggle to explain. Maybe if we knew there were any miners suffering from hallucinations, we could just rule it out as a gas leak, but you were in an abandoned mine. The chances that you were huffing something dangerous and hallucinatory are through the roof. Kaneko wincing. She's terrified of her. Leave it at that and treat it as a tragic accident it was, not like some kind of mystery to unravel. Have you seen the weird hairless creatures scuttling through the woods at night? I don't tend to go wandering the woods after dark, so no. You don't have to go all the way to the woods. They've been coming up to our windows at night. What? There are these little things called ditchlings. They've been preying on the local wildlife, and Millie and I found a whole nest of them the other night when we... Oh, I see. They're some of your little cryptozoological creatures. I know it sounds pretty out there, but I've seen those things in person. We're not messing around. They were out there, laying eggs in animals and doing God knows what else. And here I thought you finally managed to get an even head on your shoulders, Kanika. Sounds like Stella might have been a bad influence on you. I know her little stories can be convincing, but that's only because she's managed to be so thoroughly convinced herself. She's not making up stories. Neither is Kanika, and neither am I. All you have to do is look outside after dark. There have been more every night. They're all pale and doughy, and their faces, they're like sculptures of humans that didn't set right. I see. You stay up too late painting your grisly faces, so you've started to see them everywhere. I'm sure whatever's outside is just raccoons. Stop. Stop doubting everything I say. Stop trying to rewrite things I tell you to fit what you think should be true. There's weird shit going down in Scarlet Hollow, whether you want to face it or not. You can feel the tension at the table start to rise. I think we're out of, we can... Let's see. I think these are all... I think we're pretty good. You remain silent, quietly picking at store-bought spaghetti and dinner rolls. So, we were talking about maybe watching a movie sometime this week, while Millie's still in town. We'll have to see how you're feeling. I can handle a movie, Doc. Yeah, we'll just sit downstairs in the dark. Reese is used to that. I'm sure he'll be okay. You're always overestimating how much you're able to do, Reese. This is why you keep getting sick. If I get sick, so what? It's not like that's ever going to change. I'm sick every day, and I'm not getting better. I don't want to spend the last few miserable years of my life holed up in the basement alone just because seeing my friends has been deemed too strenuous. I also like, Dr. Kelly's face here. There's a hint that she's unsettled by the outburst. I'm an adult, for God's sake. I can't believe I have to ask for permission from my mom just to have friends up. Reese stops mid-sentence, wincing in pain and wrapping himself in his arms. Don't say things like that. I'm doing everything I can to try and... Silence as Dr. Kelly's eyes shoot open. Reese? Reese abruptly pulls himself from the table and leaves. Damn it, I knew this would be too much. Everyone get out of my house, please. Just leave us alone. Stop trying to interfere with his life. All it does is hurt him more. We can't just leave him like this. Now's when he needs friends the most. No, now's when he needs me the most. I am his doctor and his mother. I know you care about him. I know that, and he knows it too, but all any of you would do is get in the way. So just leave, please. Yeah, we'll just quietly leave. You quietly turn around and walk off. We'll be back, Reese. I hope you feel better soon. Dr. Kelly shuts the door in your faces. The click of a lock signals the end of your dinner at Reese's. The door to the clinic felt like it had the same pull in me as the carving in the mines. Do you think something's back there? Another one of those carvings is back there. I'm certain of it. Okay, that'd be really weird. If we find it, do you think you'd get another vision? I'm just spitballing here, but I wonder if what that carving showed you last night is related to the ditchlings. You're not suggesting we go poking around in there, are you? Of course I am. Maybe tomorrow. I am not breaking into Dr. Kelly's clinic based on a bad vibe Millie got. You think Reese might have, like, a supernatural affliction? Like, related to what you felt in there? If he did, why wouldn't Dr. Kelly have it? Makes more sense if he just has a genetic condition, assuming there isn't any foul play. Foul play? The The whole thing is just fishy, and after tonight, I feel like my fear of Dr. Kelly is a lot more justified than I thought. She's just overprotective. I'm sure that's all that's going on. And she has every right to be. I mean, the poor guy took like 2 bites of food and got sick immediately. I can't imagine what that's like for both of them to go through. Look, I'm just saying maybe there's more to their dynamic than him being sick, but it's not like there's much we can do about it right now. We could probably go back and forth on this for a while. Let's grab Gretchen and get going. The sun is setting. We wouldn't want to miss a second of ghost action. Stella hurries off down the hill, almost as if to run away from what just happened. You and Kanika follow her down the slowly darkening street. So user TB3K said, is the doc left-handed or was she purposefully positioning herself so that she can react to Reese if he has an outburst? That is something that you can notice if you have perceptive. You can be like, it seems like she's like afraid of him. Lit by the orange hues of the setting sun, the library feels different. What was once a quaint building in a small town now stands as an imposing structure, its walls holding something that stares back at you with menace. Maybe Kanika's right. Maybe ghosts aren't real, and the rest of tonight is going to be a pleasant break from the events of the last few days. But you know that's not the case. There's something old and powerful in there, and you can feel it stir as the sun sets and daylight fades away. Just as its exterior was intimidating in the setting sun, the inside of the library is dark, its shadows deep and foreboding. The meet and greet with the mayor ended quite some time ago, and the throngs of visitors took whatever joy was in this place with them as they left. So we can see over here we've got Charles Shaw being run out of town on a rail. Fire burning behind. There's, I guess, his kids. Actually, I think he only had one kid. I think that is somebody else. There's Kitty. I think that might be Enoch. Hard to tell. Little kid drawings. Hey, Oscar, are you back yet? Shh, you can't yell in a library. It's against the rules. It's after hours. Rules only apply before 5 p.m. Now it's our domain. Hey, you're just in time. Rosalina's situated in the back room. Alexis is going to keep her company while we hopefully get this all sorted out. I'd love for her to be able to sleep in her own bed tonight. How's she doing? She's not quite as chipper as she was when she was on stronger meds, but she's still doing surprisingly well. Alexis has been by her side nonstop. She's been a really good friend. Rosalina and I are both lucky to have her right now. I'm glad she's back home at least, and we'll be able to get her back into a real home in no time. I've come fully loaded. Got my EMF reader, temperature gauge, spirit box, infrared camera, UV light, video cameras, salt, flashlights for everybody in case the ghost messes with the electricity, parabolic microphone, Sharpies, and paper for automatic writing, matches and candles for rituals. And you've got your spectre-sniffing compatriot at your side, too. This nose can sniff out any ne'er-do-well we might find, whether spirit or scoundrel. Oh, and a Ouija board. I know they're toys, but you never know what might come in handy. Wow, this is a lot of ghost hunting stuff for something that was so last minute. Do you just have this stuff ready to go in a bug-out bag or something? Of course I do. I actually stashed a couple of bags here overnight after I got back from the mines. Excuse me? I wasn't about to carry everything around all day. This way we can go in light and pop out to grab more stuff once things start getting spooky. I may never have found any compelling evidence of ghosts, but that's not for lack of trying. And after last night, I'm more than ready to try again. Oh, Kitty. Kitty's here. Come here, baby. Grub, come here. Grub. Come on. Can chat here, Grub. Hi, baby. She's saying that I've been on the computer too long and I need to pay attention to her only. Or I need to put on cat TV and watch birds on the screen with her. She's a baby. She's the littlest baby. Meow. Hope not too late. Have I missed any creepy paranormal stuff? Avery, glad you can make it. The more pairs of hands we have, the more equipment we can carry. Sure thing. Always happy to offer a hand or two. I hope you aren't taking this as seriously as everybody else. I need someone else to be rational with. I need to grab another drink. I will be just a moment. We are back. Oh, I didn't realize how many people were in here. Usually when streams go on this long, the viewership falls off a little bit. I also didn't realize how long that stream had been going. Jeez. Really 5 hours? That actually doesn't seem right. I guess it is. All right. I got the cat I got like a litter robot, which is a must-have if you have cats and don't live in a mansion. But she's very interested in it when it like auto scoops the litter. So I think sometimes she goes in there because she's discovered that just being in there and then getting out of it sets it off. And then it goes through a cycle and she just stares. Yeah, she's now like looking at it, expecting it to do something. Spirit box, parabolic microphone. Y'all really covered your bases. Oh no. Hey, I'm as rational as they come. I'm just not ready to rule out weird paranormal stuff. When people tell me they saw a ghost, who am I to say they didn't? I mean, y'all apparently saw some really unexplainable stuff on Monday, and that mine only collapsing again after 100 years while y'all were there? I'm just saying, anything seems possible right now. There's something back there. I can feel it. Really? This is so exciting. I can't wait to finally see a ghost. Yeah, exciting's a word. As someone here for the thrill of being terrified, it's the word I'm here for. We'll see how you two feel about that once things get started. Yo, don't rush off ghost busting without Zane. No, I was gonna forget your promise, Stella. The S-Blade has a hack blood charge. I need to name the litter robot. It's just like a cat toilet. It's a mechanical cat toilet. I don't know what I would name it. It doesn't even look like a robot. It's just like an orb that the cat goes into. Zane, glad you could make it. I was confronted with my own mortality for the first time yesterday, so I'm desperate for answers about the afterlife to ease my troubled mind. His shirt is a picture of a guy skateboarding, and on the bottom of the skateboard it says Zane. Now let's go mess with some ghosts. Oh my, this is certainly a lot of humans for one little old ghost hunt. I do hope this means my dear Stella will be safe this evening and that whatever foul creatures lurk in the shadows choose to prey on someone else. I hope my house is big enough for 6 ghost hunters at once. If this is everyone, we can go ahead. That's everyone. Wait, what about Tabby? What about her? She's not here. Let's get started. I guess she can catch up to us when she gets here. Well, if y'all are itching to get started, it's through the back. Follow me. Hey human, kick ghost ass, okay? All my stuff is in there. The orb! I love Zane, I love Hypnospace Outlaw. Actually, I spent like all day crying yesterday because I added I had a friend who passed away sadly like right before Y2K. He's like an internet friend and he kind of taught me like the basics of programming and game design. And so I added a dedication to him to Cataclysm in the credits the other day. And I messaged his mom about it and stuff and it was very sweet. She got back to me. But that game just makes me think of all that so hard because it was, again, like he passed away like right before Y2K. It was very, very weird time that was just immediately gone. Like once like the wider internet took off, like AOL was gone. It's just, you could never, nothing was archived. It's just, you're not doing this without me. If there's a ghost, I want to see it with my own eyes. Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. I tried to stop her, but she was really convincing. Oh, hi Zane, what's up? Yo. Rosalina, you're not supposed to be out of bed. Yeah, what the hell? You're seriously injured. Exactly. You should just rest. We'll have this taken care of in a few hours. I've done enough resting, and it's not like hobbling around in the library is any different from the hobbling around our house. I miss being there. I miss feeling home. Let the pup come. It's best to give her the chance to face the obstacles head on. Take it from an old soul like me. You shouldn't be hobbling around at all. Just take it easy until you're more healed. I've got to learn to walk around eventually. Might as well start while I'm still on pain meds, and our house is only one story. It's not like I'm climbing Everest. Oscar sighs. The answer's no, Rosa. You need to rest. As if. I can't get any rest in that crappy little back room. I want our house back. I'm coming with you. Crappy? Since when do you use language like that? We have this taken care of. Nearly half the town is here to help. What are you gonna do, old man? You can't stop me. I'm injured, remember? I'm not that old. You better turn around or I'll ground you. Dad, I'm pretty sure I'm as grounded as I can get. And I'm fine. This doesn't even hurt. I don't feel anything. It is funny seeing this like right after the Reese situation. That's because you're on painkillers, Rosa. That doesn't mean... But Rosalina ignores him, grimacing but confident as she hobbles forward on her crutches. Oscar says and does nothing to stop her. Okay. Somebody says, what does Rosalina's leg look like behind the text box? It just looks like that. She's just missing a foot. You can see there's a lot of cute little details here. Pixel clawed the couch up really bad. Like he just sharpens his nails. There's photos of Oscar around. You all cross over the threshold and enter Oscar's living room. Family photos line the walls, and stacks of books sit comfortably on wooden furniture. There's a, excuse me. There's a ditchling outside. And there's that feeling again, like the mines, like the door to the clinic. A dusty, suffocating, dizzying feeling. Something is in this house, though whether it's a ghost or something worse, you cannot know. Okay, looks pretty normal for now. I don't remember that picture being on the floor, but that could be non-supernatural. None of my equipment is picking up anything around the picture. But I'll set up a camera in case it falls again. Could be important evidence. So this picture is it's painted from a tapestry. It's I want to say it's like 15th century. The original image is like 15th century. It's got a couple of different names. I think one of them is The Captivity of the Unicorn. You might want to save your cameras for Rosalina's room. And that's where I've seen the ghost manifest. It's just down the hall. Oscar and Kanika startle as the door swings open. Seems I made it just in time. Let's get this show on the road. I don't have all night. Tabby! Great, she's here. Oh, Millie, you really brought the whole gang together today. I have every right to be here, Kanika. My family built this place, you know? Yeah, I know. We all know. Millie, what made you think inviting her was a good idea? What? I like her. We're friends. Really? Yeah, so what? Like it's weird to be friends with your cousin? Wow, Millie, do you have any idea how hard it is? The cat is going crazy. I'm trying to read and the cat's just like destroying things in the background. Someone says, I've had surgery in my life and I consider myself to have fairly high pain tolerance. I can't fathom being up and around the day after getting something as intense as an amputation. Yeah, I've had a couple of surgeries, and sometimes the pain meds give you like an overconfidence about how good you're feeling, so you'll like kind of get energetic. The cat is... Stop. She's like attacking my shoes and stuff. Yeah, amazing. That's a word for it. Sounds like we're in for an interesting night. Glad I didn't stay in the same town with the people I went to high school with. No wonder small towns have so much drama. Crap, for the love of God. I wonder if the ghosts will even show up with this many people around. Oh dear, could someone please warm the air back up? My joints are creaking in this dreadful chill. Wait, is it just me or does it suddenly feel colder? It sure does, I definitely feel that. Same, I've got chills. The temperature gun says it's actually a couple of degrees colder, but that's normal. Rooms and hallways are sometimes colder than other parts of the house. Whoa, a genuine cold spot. I gotta snap a pic for posterity. Is that it? This isn't very scary. Wait, Rosalina, if the ghost mostly manifests in your room, shouldn't you have seen it? I've only seen the stain. Dad made me switch rooms with him before we moved out. I wasn't about to let my daughter sleep in a haunted bedroom. I spend most of my nights on the couch before we set up shop in the library. Even if there is something back there, I'm not scared of it. I'm mad at it. Y'all are so brave. I'd be terrified sleeping somewhere that might have a ghost. Alright, gang. We'll cover more ground if we split up and search for clues. Kanika's face. Oh, if that's the case, I call dibs on Tabby. Fine, but Millie's coming along too. The three of us can search the least dangerous room, like a bathroom or a closet. Nope, no, absolutely not. I think we all know how that would go. Ghost or no, splitting up is always a recipe for disaster. Yeah, you're probably right. If we discover a ghost here, we should all discover it together. That's not exactly the angle I was going for, but okay. Yo, once we find the ghost, how are we gonna get rid of it? Like, how does one bust such a thing? Well, my ghost hunting kit has symbols from every major religion, assorted holy books, a bunch of salt, and some jars for ectoplasm. And if it comes worse to worse, we can use the Ouija board to politely ask it to leave. Aren't Ouija boards super cursed? Are you sure that wouldn't make it mad or invite a demon into the house or something? Ouija boards are toys. The only power they have is scaring kids at slumber parties. Sounds like fun to me. Might as well try it, right? What's the worst that could happen? We make the ghost mad and it gives us more evidence? Sounds like a win-win. I think I'd rather not take the chance. One ghost is enough to deal with. I don't much like the thought of opening a door for something worse. Wow, you've never been this superstitious, Dad. This ghost really has you freaked out. Okay. Oscar takes a deep breath before continuing. Let's head to Rosalina's room. Follow me. Whoa. This is where I've seen it. It appears on top of the stain. Do you mean this massive blood stain? It stinks to high heaven. Yeesh, it's gotta be tough to scrub out. Doesn't the county own this house? Do they know about the damaged carpet? Have you seen your house? I don't see how that's relevant. Weird. I'm not getting anything. It's not even cold. Same temperature as the living room. Nothing on the EMF either. Then your equipment is wrong. The stain is definitely paranormal. I've scrubbed it out too many times to count and it just keeps coming back. It's just a stain, Dad. Can't we cover it back up? I don't mind sleeping in here. Maybe we have to scrub it out first. Could be that the paranormal stuff will activate if we give it a reason to. Ooh, good idea. I've never heard of a bleach-activated ghost before. You don't use bleach to clean a carpet, Tabitha. Whatever. How was I supposed to know that? Not everybody gets to learn how to clean things. If y'all are offering free carpet cleaning, be my guest. Mystical. The stain is an attempted expression. There are no words, no decipherable patterns, but you can still feel it. A cry for help from something that has lost its voice. Something is crying out for help. You might be onto something, Millie. I wonder if the blood spills... I wonder if the blood spells something out on the floor underneath. Have you tried tearing up the carpet? In a house owned by the government? Nope, I'm not messing with their carpets. I'd rather scrub ghost blood out of it every day than have the government take me to court for destroying their property. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll just take you to court for neglect instead. Did it not occur to you that there could be a leaky pipe under the floor? I hate to agree with Tabitha on anything, but some kind of structural damage does seem likely. Tearing up the carpet doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Only one way to be sure. Stella excitedly starts tugging at the corner of the carpet. Are we digging? Let me help. This is my area of expertise, after all. And she's digging. Also, Many Boys, new album 1112. If Avery's not here, you can see that this poster says non-threatening boys. She's also got the Zuby rabbit. Oh dear. You're doing the government a favor, really. We'll cover for you. You don't have to sweat it. Stella pulls back the carpet, revealing a hatch, the floor around it stained in reddish brown. What if there isn't a ghost after all? What if somebody lives down there? Okay, maybe I don't want to sleep in here. We're not going down there, right? Of course we are. This is even better than finding a message. But there's no basement in this house. At least we weren't told about a basement. And look, all the red stuff is coming from underneath. Oh yeah, this is super haunted, all right. You got a basement chock full of ghosts. I can just feel it. Still no reading, though. None of the equipment has made a sound. Of course not. You know, last month was super rainy. It's clearly been a long time since anyone stepped foot in the basement or crawl space or whatever it is under that hatch. There must be a leak that flooded the whole area under the house. The water dissolved the caulk around the edge and leaked through the carpet, and it's red because North Carolina has red-ass dirt. It's simple as that. It's not blood. It's not mud. It's blood. Human blood. I tested it. Well, you tested it wrong. It can't be blood, right? Kanika's right. You got a muddy floor, and that's why it's so cold in here. There's wet dirt under the house. Congratulations, we solved your ghost problem. No way. There's an old hatch in the floor that someone tried to seal up. We're not leaving until we know what's down there. I'm with Stella. This is my room, and I need to know what's down there. Have you considered that they tried sealing it up because it's unsafe? Uh-oh, do you think the flooding could have made the house unstable? I'm all in on ghost hunting, but I don't know if I could crawl into another dangerous crevice. I'm going for it. You come to in Oscar's living room. You can't tell what time it is, and your friends are nowhere in sight. So, that unicorn painting is gone. Everything else is exactly the same as far as I can tell. At least physically, this is Oscar's living room. Spiritually and mentally, you've been ripped away to some other place. The building feels colder, and there's something about the air that feels wrong. It's stale, with an undercurrent of mold and earth. It makes you feel claustrophobic, as though you're in a coffin, each breath depleting what little oxygen is left. How did we end up back here? Where is everyone? Did we pass out again? Was there a gas leak in the basement or something? Okay, what the hell is going on? Maybe it's another gas pocket or mold or something shaken loose by the collapse yesterday. I don't know. This isn't exactly a normal occurrence for me. Let's get the hell out of here before the bad air gives us brain damage. Your cousin marches to the front door and opens it. What? Why does it look like Oscar's house is in front of us? Didn't we just leave? I must just be misremembering things. Let's go. No, you're right. There shouldn't be a door here. Clearly, whatever was in that basement is messing with our heads. We just left Oscar's house. The library has to be on the other side of that door. The two of you cross the hallway and open the door. Something isn't right. It feels like a late summer afternoon. The air is warm and wet, and the scent of flowers drifts on the breeze. Tabitha, please tell me I'm not the only one seeing that scratchy shadow in the distance. You're not. What the hell is that thing? Am I having a stroke? Are you having a stroke? Are we both having a same stroke at the same time? Do you see that creature behind the thorns? That's one of the bad omens Stella and I found in the woods. This little guy. Ew. This is so cool. Speak for yourself. Is this what it feels like to be high? Did we get drugged? No, Tabitha. This isn't what it's like to be high. Oh, so you know what it's like to be high then. Noted. There's got to be an exit somewhere. We just have to look. Wait, do you hear music? Movement stirs as a figure cloaked in shadows rises to attention. Stella? Who are you? What are you doing on my property? Bark, bark. Woof. Bark. Huh? So, because we have mystical, we have a line to say. Eddie, it's Charlie. What? Did you say Eddie? No one's called me that in a long time. It's Edwardine now. I'm not a child anymore. Edwardine? Eddie? You've got to be kidding me. And so we can say, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I wasn't sure I was ever going to come back, but I'm glad I did. It's good to see you. Or we can say, this isn't Stella. This is the lover. What are you talking about? So, her name is like different in the name card here. Look, I'm just telling you what I know, and what I know is that this isn't Stella right now. This is the lover. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna pretend you didn't say anything then. I wish I could stay the same. I wish I could say the same. You should have stayed gone, and you absolutely shouldn't have shown up here of all places. If you're caught, I don't think you understand what Father might do. Come with me, Eddie. Haven't you always wanted to see the coast? Now's your chance. We could just leave. Yeah, okay, you two rehearse this. Arf, arf. I can't. It's not that easy for me. My brothers were sent to Normandy, and now I'm the only Scarlet left besides Father. I have responsibilities, Charlie. Shut up, shut up. Screw your family, screw my family. Why are we letting the choices made by our fathers destroy our lives too? Tabitha stares at you, speechless. You should just get out of town while you still can. Whatever you came back for, it's not worth it. You're right. What I came back for isn't worth it. But you are. I won't leave the Holler without you. If you change your mind, I'll be around. She's gone, along with the shadow in the corner of the room. Come on, we must have taken the wrong door out of the annex. We're getting out of here before anything else happens. I don't think we're in the woods. I don't think we ever left the house. No, wait, come on. We are going back inside. She yanks your arm, pulling you back the way you came. Where did the annex go? Let's turn back. Yeah, maybe we just got turned around. The two of you turn around, only to be met with the same door. Where's the annex? Where are we? Don't you get it? This is the annex. Bullshit. This is all bullshit. She storms up to the door, throwing it open. Bells ring as a cacophony rages outside. The door in front of you pulsates as figures unseen bang against it. The shaded figure from the garden sits in the corner, ever so slightly more defined. Are you kidding me? This is messed up. We need help. God, please let this call go through. Tabitha anxiously taps her foot as she waits for her phone to connect. Hey, what? No, it's Tabitha. Didn't you see the caller ID? Stop interrupting me. Can't you hear what... Your cousin is cut off by the dial tone of a disconnected call. Great, she couldn't hear a word I said. Looks like we're on our own. Junior, pack your things. Quickly, hurry. Jesus, Rosalina, you scared the shit out... Maybe we should run him out on a rail too. Make an example of the whole family. Grab Tabitha, turn around, and just leave. You're the master of your own universe. You won't let this ghost tell you what to do. You approach the nearest door, your cousin staying close at your side. Oh. This is making me sick. It's like being inside an Escher painting. You better close the door before I hurl. Look behind you. You step back from the door and look behind you. Your cousin stares at you in horror. You turn to the other side of the door. You walk through the door as it slams behind you, and you find yourself right back where you started. Please, he's only a child. We'll leave peacefully. Just give us a little time. They were only children, too. My boy was in there. Why should I give Junior here all the time in the world to gather his little toys and fancy clothes? My boy didn't have that kind of luxury. Oh. The mob is talking about the collapse, right? Is that who you think the little girl is? But yeah, I think you're right. Don't listen to him, Charlie. Just keep packing. Looks like the others are on their way. Better hurry, boy, or you and your little dolls here might get burned up. As for you, lady, what makes you think you're going to be keeping any of those valuables you're packing in that fine suitcase of yours? So we can... This is despicable. Charles Shaw wasn't even responsible for the collapse in the first place. We know that because we saw the vision. Excuse me? Even if that were true, stuff that happened a century ago is irrelevant. You and I had nothing to do with it. I think the ghost might feel differently. Well, then the ghost needs to let it go and move on to wherever ghosts go when they're done being so pissed off. Trust me, boy. The coppers ain't coming here tonight. And what makes you think you could talk to an adult like that? Maybe they should have had you working in those mines too instead of lazing around in this big house. Maybe you would have learned a thing or two about respecting your elders. Don't talk to my son like that. Don't talk to me like that, woman. I call the shots. Now get out unless you want to go up in flames with all your precious jewels and expensive dresses. You're lucky I'm even letting you leave. So we can say it wants revenge on our family, or we can say our line here. But I don't want to go. I haven't packed all my puppets. I haven't said goodbye to Eddie. I don't want to leave. We can see we are the presence in this exchange. It's okay, Charlie. You can make new ones, even better than these. It's good for him. Shouldn't be playing with dolls anyway. Now you're gonna have to earn for your keep just like the rest of us, boy. No big inheritance for you. The mother and the mob are whisked away, leaving you and Tabitha in this empty room. As they depart, the front door stops pounding and opens into a beckoning white void. We're in hell. We both died and we're in hell. There's so many ditchlings here. Yeah, there are. Those things are horrible. No wonder you were such a mess on Monday. Who did you call on the phone earlier? A friend of the family. Not that it matters, though. The call didn't go through, so we're on our own. Okay, let's put our heads together. What do we know? We know that we can't leave and that we are not possessed, at least as far as we can tell. And whatever we saw in this room, at least, happened right after the Shaw mine collapsed in 1918. I think the only option on the table for us right now is to keep doing what it wants us to do. Maybe it'll stop at some point, or maybe we'll figure out a way to escape. You're right. There's only one way to get to the end of this. Shall we? Yeah, let's get this over with. You and Tabitha walk up to where the pounding door used to stand and step into the void. You're outside, and it's night, a false moon looming massive in the painted sky. The night feels thick and warm, the insects lively, their calls unnaturally tinny. Everything feels warped and wrong, like you're listening to a record fished from the bottom of a pond. What magic words do we have to say to get you to let us go? We're sorry, okay? Whatever our family did to piss you off so much, we're sorry. You poor dear. I've been keeping track of you scuttling around the town like a tomcat. You've fallen hard for Miss Edwardine, haven't you? Ooh, this one's the witch. Spooky. This ghost really has a flair for the dramatic, doesn't it? There's no need to be embarrassed. Your secret is safe with me. You know I never did approve of what the Scarlets did to your family and what it did to the two of you young'uns. Childhood sweethearts. Just think how lovely it would be if you could just be happy together. That's what you want, isn't it? Don't talk about my family, and I don't need life advice from some old broad. Old broad? Young'uns? Whoever we're talking to has been dead for a really, really long time. I'm sure by now you've realized the young lady doesn't plan on leaving with you, but it's not for lack of desire, as you may well know. It's Enoch. Even if you dragged her over the town limits, his hold over her would make sure neither of you were ever happy again. Just think of what happened with your poor mother and father. Do you want that to be the two of you? We would never be like them. We love each other. My mother just loved his money. As soon as it was gone, so was she. And then all he loved was booze. Me and Eddie aren't like that. Tabitha stares ahead in riveted silence. The powers at work here are much stronger than even your love could withstand. You need to break the bonds holding her here. Then you could go free. No more misfortune. Not for you, nor for anyone else bold enough to step foot outside the Holler. The witch mimes handing you something, though her hand is empty. Everything you need to know is on that map. Let's see. I don't understand. Is this a map and some kind of poem? That's where you'll find them. You need her there. And be careful. Good luck to both of you. I hope you get your happiness. And then she's gone. Tabitha sighs. Okay, let's find the way out, unless you have any ideas. I don't think there's anything else we can do until we get to the end, or until we die. Whichever. Before the two of you can leave, a smell hits you. Sweating, suffocated flesh with a tinge of the saccharine and stomach-churning scent of decay. There you are. I would have found you sooner, but the resident clearly doesn't want me here. It doesn't seem to have any issue with these miserable little parasites. Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? Are you Sam Wayne, or are you something else? Stop asking questions. Just stop interacting with the thing at all, okay? So cold, Tabitha. After everything we've been through, to have you treat me like a stranger. Shut up! What an unfortunate situation you've been dragged into, Millie. I don't think that girl is any good for you. Stella, was that her name? Seems like she's skilled at finding trouble. Maybe I should pay her a visit soon, if she makes it out of here alive. Tabitha bolts for the underbrush, desperately pulling you along. Stella. Hey, are you okay? That couldn't have been easy for you to see. I'm really not. I'm sorry, can we just leave and pretend we didn't see anything, please? The two of you step out from the brush and into a long wooden corridor lined with bottles and rails. A figure rises to attention, blocking your way. I'm afraid he doesn't have long. If there's anything you need to say to him, I'd say it now. As the caretaker is swept away, the room pulls itself to you, and you find yourself looming over a deathbed. The father lies in its center, looking pitifully small. I'm sorry, boy. Sorry I let my troubles drive your mama away. And sorry those troubles mean I'm leaving you all alone now. You're getting what you deserve. Alright, you're definitely channeling Charles Shaw Jr., which must be who the ghost is. It's the only thing that makes sense. Damn it, Junior, how many times do I have to tell you? I tried to stop it from happening, but that damn snake Enoch went behind my back. Oh, what bullshit. Not for that. For what you did to our family. We could have just started over someplace new, but instead you became the son of a bitch the Scarlets made you out to be. Charles Jr. makes a good point. You're right. I've been using that excuse for too many years. At a certain point, a man has to accept when he's dug his own grave. They may have run me out, but they didn't put the bottle in my hand. Still, they destroyed our legacy, boy. Both our names are cursed with that history. I'll be dead and gone soon, but I won't be able to rest. Not until our name is cleared. Not until you can pass on this name with pride. This is my only request, Charlie. Go back there. Tell people the truth. Try to find proof. I don't know what you'll have to do, but please. I know I ain't been the best father, but I ain't no murderer. I'll see what I can do. Get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Damn it, boy, I may not have till the morning. Promise me. Promise you'll go back and at the very least show that Enoch bastard what for. I promise. I'll go back. You watch as the father's body seizes and falls through the sheets, taking the rattling pile of bottles with him. This ghost is so full of it. Your cousin steps forward and disappears through the hole left in the bed, leaving you to follow. You find yourself pressed uncomfortably against a trellis. A small castle sits off to one side of the wall, and the bars of a prison loom over both of it, and all of you. So we've seen, there's like symbols around that we've seen. They're taken like from the art in the house, which is a really nice touch. Like the unicorn is from that unicorn painting. Like just like the how it's using the people we know as its players, it's using the stuff in the house as its set. Excuse me. Climbing up the trellis again. How very Romeo and Juliet of you. No need to run off. I won't tell the old man, but you've gotten sloppy. You should try to be more careful if you don't want him putting you in an early grave. What the hell is the entity? Why should I know? I don't have your weird thing with people's names. No, not one of her brothers. I'm a prisoner. Another victim of the Scarlet's lies, like you, Charles Shaw. So we can say, Tabitha, does our family have a history of locking folks up in some rich people dungeon? Is this what's in the Forbidden Wing? I'm not him. A mere generation makes no difference. His blood runs in your veins, does it not? And now it runs in hers. Yes, it seems like your little trysts bore fruit, and oh, will you ever be in trouble when the old man finds out. Tabitha's eyes go wide. How do you know that? Who are you? Shh, let it talk. I think this might be important. You know you don't have to keep dangling there. Come inside, you'll be able to hear me through the door just fine. The world around you swirls, and you and Tabitha find yourselves pulled to the other side of the wall. A door bound by countless locks and chains pulsates before you. So Tabitha, let's just leave this scene. I don't want to be here. Like, we've got some kind of a... And again, that's on the top. Our first thing is, for some reason, this one's bothering us more than usual. She asks us to be quiet. None of these things are things we need to say, so you maintain your silence. That's not what I invited you in for. I couldn't escape even with your help. I merely wanted to offer a warning. Leave town now. Absolutely not. I'm not leaving without her, especially if what you say is true. This guy has nobody to blame but himself. You hear that, Ghost? You were given every warning and you could have just left. You can't take her with you. It's not possible. You can always stay and die, but if I were you, I would use my healthy legs and run as far away from Scarlet Hollow as possible. I hear the beaches are nice. Why don't you take a permanent vacation there? You're wrong. I know it's possible. I have that weird map. I have a spell or whatever. Me and her are gonna get out of here. You've been talking to the witch then? How very interesting. Charlie, get away from the door. Don't listen to it. Stella. Eddie, are you pregnant? How does it know that? This is too much. I just want to go home. Do you feel sick? I feel sick. So I felt sick pretty much the whole time we've been in here. What's the deal with that room? Are we related to Charlie? Do you know where on the estate we're supposed to be? Or let's move on. I think we felt sick because that thing was a pretty big hint. Yeah, I felt sick pretty much the whole time we've been in here. Come on then, the quicker we get through this, the quicker we'll get out of this ghost place, hopefully. You and Tabitha walk after Stella and into the darkness. You and your cousin find yourselves crouched under a large table. The lover stares at you as indecipherable murmurs and shuffling feet echo from the ends of the table. Ugh, I don't know why, but this feels so much worse than the last room. Yap, yap, yap. This is her first little dog. So she's just had multiple of these little dogs throughout history.
They're so lovely. Are you sure I could keep one? You must have worked very hard on them. Of course, it's a present. When you look at it, you could remember all the fun we've had.
So now you and Stella are both doing baby voices. Don't expect me to let you live this down if we get out of here.
I'll try to keep it away from my brother so he doesn't smash it. Though I wish I could make it move like you can.
Oh, fuck, I just... Oh no, what am I thinking?
And you can even do the voices. You know, you could probably make real money if you put on a show for people.
That's the plan. I want to be a traveling performer. Why don't you come with me? We can go from town to town, putting on shows for other kids. Guess that didn't work out for him.
A traveling show? And you want me there too? Oh, could we go to towns along the beach? I've heard the Outer Banks are the most beautiful place in the world.
Of course, we can go anywhere you want.
Thank you, Charlie. I've always wanted to see the ocean.
There. Are you done now, Charlie? Can we leave? Everything crashes to a thunderous black before you or Tabitha can get in another word. A single spotlight remains, illuminating a trapdoor in the center of the stage. You feel drawn to it. Do you think it's over? I don't think it's over until we go through that trapdoor. Which one of us is going to open it? You wordlessly step toward the trapdoor. It creaks open all on its own. Oh god, this is so much worse than opening it ourselves. You and Tabitha are shoved from behind and tumble through the hatch. Took some digging, but it's there. The map was right. That means there's hope, Eddie. Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. We can be happy to get... Eddie? Oh god. I'm so sorry. Your cousin violently heaves into the void, but nothing comes up. There's nothing here. This place is completely empty. Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Enoch died nearly 80 years ago. Does it matter what he did? Does it even matter if he framed Charles Shaw at this point? Who's left to be hurt by any of this? What now? Do you repent? Do you repent for your crimes? Their names are back to normal. They must not be in character anymore. Maybe it's getting weaker. You must answer for the crimes committed by your scarlet blood. Or maybe it's getting stronger. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. Until you do, I cannot die. I want to die, please.
I've been left alone in the dark for so long. All I ask is for some of your years, to pay for the years that were taken from me.
What are you saying?
My life was stolen from me. I want some of yours. It's only fair.
No. It is absolutely not fair. You gotta be kidding me. Neither of us had a hand in anything to do with what happened to you.
The sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. One of you must forfeit. Doesn't matter which.
Bullshit. You can't actually make either of us do anything, can you?
I can keep you here, and I can do whatever I want with them. You can refuse, but if you do, then I will stay. I will stay until I get what I'm owed.
Tabitha's right. This is bullshit. We're not giving you a goddamn thing. But the spirit ignores you and your cousin's protestations.
The sentence has been handed down. Make your choice.
I hope I didn't come too late. Mom? All of you had better get out of here before the spirit regains its composure. This is certainly a strong one, isn't it? Don't worry about the others, they're safe. I got your call, Tabitha, but it was definitely not easy getting down here. Get us out of this pit, Sybil. Tabitha, I don't think it's wise to leave something like this where anyone could stumble across it. Why is that our problem? It wants something, doesn't it? And I think you know which of you should volunteer. You must be joking. You're the eldest cousin. You're the one who's actually lived in this town. It's only right. Absolutely not. We should just leave. I'm not giving in to the demands of some dead guy. At this point, I am tempted to just tell the ghost to go fuck itself. How does chat feel? Do whatever you want. Yeah, we'll bounce. I don't have the trait to solve here. I'm with Tabitha. Neither of us owe this ghost a damn thing. We're leaving. Yeah, you heard Millie, Sybil. Neither of us are compromising with this thing. Now, can you get us out of here? Sybil sighs. Tabitha, are you sure you want to leave this business unfinished? Absolutely. This is not our problem. If you think it's the best course of action, yes, I can get you out. It's only a question of seeing through the illusion. We're in a basement, even if all your senses are telling you otherwise. Try closing your eyes and remember where you are. You do as she says, closing your eyes. Suddenly the sounds and tactile sensations of the spirit realm feel much more distant, as though you've partially awoken from a terrible dream. Good. Now feel for the stairs. You fumble in the darkness, grasping the air in front of you. Your palm meets wood with a solid thunk. It's the staircase. You can feel it under your hands. I found it. You begin your ascent. Good work, you two. You're doing great. You place a confident foot on the wooden floor of what you assume must be Rosalina's room. You open your eyes, seeing what feels like a superposition of the real and the fake. Don't let it trick you again. Its powers are already struggling to maintain their grip on you. You continue. You feel the door frame under your palm, and then the sturdy walls of the hallway beyond. We're almost out. I knew it. I knew this ghost wasn't a big deal. It's only faltering now because it's exhausted. Don't underestimate the spirit, Tabitha. Yeah, the ghost sends you... Everyone was talking about the beach. It turns out it's the beach that makes you old. You stumble into the corridor between the annex and the library. The real world swims closer and closer to being back in focus. The doors. Come on, Millie, we're almost there. You and Tabitha fall toward the entrance, your legs still unsure of the ground beneath you, and the doors fly open. You're outside. It's real this time. A cool autumn breeze blows small piles of dried leaves across the steps of the library. I'm gonna peace out. Back-to-back encounters with my own mortality. I've got a lot to ponder. See you, Rosalina. See you, Alexis. Zane walks off down the road. Finally, we're out of the funhouse. But the spirit remains. It would have been much better to banish the thing. It's spread from the annex to the entire building. Anyone who steps foot in there might be subject to its torment. Not my problem. Not Millie's problem. I don't want anyone else in town to have to experience that. That was awful. My bones were not meant to bend like that. I've never been so sore in my life. Board the place up and say there was a gas leak. There, fixed it. Rosalina's pain meds are in there. I hope Dr. Kelly's still awake. We'll need replacements right away, especially after everything that just happened. And we'll have to figure out where we're going to stay. Oh God, this is such a disaster. You and Rosalina could always stay with us, Mr. Gutierrez. It's a very kind offer, Alexis, but I'm afraid the stairs would be too much for Rosalina. And I wouldn't want to impose on your parents like that. It's a lot to ask. I can figure this out. So, I wasn't about to give up part of my life for a house, wasn't about to give up part of my life to make amends for something I didn't do. None of those feel very appropriate at the moment. Any ideas, Tabitha? Your cousin grumbles. I don't usually do this kind of thing. The properties we own are for the miners, but there is a house that's vacant right now that might be suitable. You know the old Maxwell place? What? You can't be serious. That place is falling apart. I could bring up the model home we were in, but I feel like that was something she trusted us not to open our mouth about. Look, I'll tell you what. I won't even make you pay rent for the first month. Consider it repayment for not literally giving up my soul to get rid of a ghost that wasn't causing any problems until the two of you lived there. That's funny. I thought it was your family that pissed off the ghost. Your cousin furiously pulls off a keyring before picking one off and handing it to Oscar. Thank you. This really means a lot to me and Rosalina. Now, if all of you don't mind, I'm going to go home. I think I've had enough social interaction for a lifetime tonight. Finish up whatever you have to do here. I'll wait by the car. Tabitha doesn't wait for you to respond, pushing past you and heading toward the car. To think that ghosts are actually real. Stella's got to be over the moon right now. Actually, wait, where is Stella? Oh, she's just standing there by herself. This isn't like her. Let's go talk to her. We walk over to Stella. I've never seen anything like what we saw tonight. Absolutely dreadful. And I don't think my dear Stella's having an easy time with it. Oh, hey, Millie. Are you okay? Sorry, I can't talk right now. See you later. She hurries off down the road. Should we go after her? She didn't seem okay. Stella. I think she just needs some time to herself. Stella's never been the kind to share her burdens, and I doubt that'll change just because somebody goes chasing off after her. If anything, that'll just make her clam up even more. She's a strong girl. She'll be okay. I'm honestly surprised she and Zane are the only ones heading out right now. You've all been through something awful, and each and every one of you needs rest. Especially you, Kanika. We don't want that cold of yours to get any worse. God, what a disaster this whole night has been. I had no idea it would turn out like this. I'm so sorry, everyone. Stop apologizing, Dad. We're the ones who don't have a house anymore. We don't even have the library now. There was another carving in there. I wonder if those things are tied to everything supernatural that's been happening. Yeah, I wonder. One is a coincidence, but two of them on back-to-back nights? And if you're right and there is another one in the clinic... I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. Have you been finding carvings around town? This is news to me, too. I'm sure everyone could stand here around theorizing about this and that all night long. There'll be plenty of time for that tomorrow. I ran into Wayne in one of those rooms, and he vaguely threatened Stella if I kept poking around. What, are you serious? That creep threatened her? Should we be worried about her? He also crushed a ditchling with his bare hands. It's pretty scary. That's just another reason we should keep our distance. Stella's smart. Hopefully she'll be okay. Did he say anything else to you? We don't need to trouble Millie for any details. No one pay any mind to that man. He's just a drifter. He'll be gone soon enough. In the meantime, steer clear and he won't make trouble. I'm really sorry, Oscar. I'm really sorry, Rosalina. It's okay. Worse things have happened to people, and the price was just too high. We'll find a way to pick things up. I know you did everything you could for us, Millie. It probably was not smart for us to trust that... It probably wasn't smart to trust that ghost anyways. You won't have to do it alone, Oscar. You can help yourself to whatever you need from the store. Yeah, I'm sure Aunt Winnie and I can help out, too. This is a good town full of good people, Millie. We won't let this ruin Oscar. Were you all conscious that whole time? Yeah. It was awful. Kind of fun, too, but mostly awful. Pretty sure we remember everything, at least until Sybil showed up and snapped us out of it. What was it like, being puppeted? They all glance away. It hurt. Why did I make the kids stay behind? I can't believe I let that happen to them. Dad, this might be the overwhelming pain and exhaustion talking, but shut up. I love you. None of this is your fault, okay? I had no idea what I was going to say until the words were already spilling out. It was like I had no control over myself. I remember each and everything I said. It's like it was burned into my memory. You poor souls. I can't begin to imagine what you've all been through. Do any of you know who you're supposed to be? No idea. The words just came out. There was no context, nothing. But there was a weird feeling, like an overwhelming guilt. I was so angry. I was mostly just scared. I didn't feel any of those things. I don't know how to describe it. I felt powerful. I was just cold. We should probably get going. It's starting to get chilly out, and I guess we've got some setting up to do. I'll be over later tonight with some bedding and hot tea, and I'll have Miles bring you groceries in the morning. Don't be a stranger, and let us know if you need anything, okay? I believe it's time for me to get my daughter home as well. But, Kanika dear, you haven't been feeling well. You need to get some rest. Okay. Kanika wearily treads back to the general store. Before I go, Sybil places a hand on your arm, holding you back for a moment. I'm sure you have questions after everything you saw tonight, but let's not get into it here. I think everyone could use a little rest and relaxation right now, yourself included. If you swing by the tea room sometime tomorrow, say early afternoon, you and I can have a little chat. I'll see you then, Millie. Sybil leaves you and catches up to her daughter. I guess it's just the two of us now. So you have no idea who you were? I could roughly place most of the others. None whatsoever, but I remember everything I said, and I remember that cold feeling. A prisoner of the Scarlets. I wonder what your family was up to back then. I guess we can add it to the ever-growing pile of mysteries. What do you remember? As far as I know, all of it. I might start forgetting soon, but for now it's all fresh. The twisting wasn't the most pleasant, but even though it felt like I got tossed in a blender, it honestly made me feel so alive. You don't regret coming along tonight? Look, that was a horrible experience that will stick with me for the rest of my days, but it was also kind of amazing for that. I don't know if that makes sense, but how many other people can say they were possessed by a ghost? I guess you finally got some shared trauma with everyone now. Avery chuckles, then grabs at their ribs, wincing. Yeah, I guess I do, huh? I know tonight was horrific, but it was also thrilling. And knowing we all went through it together, it makes it easier. There are people to commiserate with tomorrow morning when the soreness really starts to set in. Which reminds me, I'd better get back home. I'm supposed to have a shift tomorrow morning. I might have to call in sick, but here's hoping a good night's sleep is enough to heal up. Avery heads off, leaving the square in front of the library empty. Time to wrap things up here. The ride is back and nearly silent as you and Tabitha reflect on the night's events and your decision to leave the haunting intact. I'm glad we're still both in one piece. Me too. It's like Sybil said, it's done and there's nothing we can do about it other than move on. You slide back into silence as the car makes its way back to the estate. If you eat the penalty there, you actually fall asleep in the car, and it's really sweet. Tabby's like super worried about you. Well, we're back. You think Stella's okay, like emotionally? She wandered off back there. I'm worried about her. She has an uncanny way of bouncing back from things. She'll be fine. I want to talk about Wayne. Really talk. Your cousin sighs. What do you want to know? Do you think he's actually going to hurt Stella? No, he's a creep, but I don't think he has it in him to hurt her. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Stella's irritatingly resourceful. She'll be fine. Did you kill him? I can ask that. I won't. Why is he following me? He's a creep, stalking his ex's cousin. All the more reason not to talk to him. He's a different man now. Stay away from him. We'll leave it at that. I don't know about you, but I feel pretty traumatized right now. That's great. Now you're really a Scarlet. Let this be a lesson to you, Millie. Alright, I think it's time for me to turn in. That's a good idea. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Don't keep poking around looking for trouble. You just have to make it to the funeral. 4 more days, that's all. And then the bus comes. You know, I don't have to leave the Holler. I could get used to this place. That's good to hear. It would be nice not being the only Scarlet left. Anyway, night. See you tomorrow. Time to go to bed. You don't even notice yourself entering the guest room and falling into bed. Suddenly, you're just there, buried under your family's musty covers. It's Wednesday night. Nearly half a week has passed since you first arrived in town, and a little over half a week remains until the bus comes to take you home. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. now commands the entirety of City Hall, a swirling void of wrath and despair that the people of this town will have to learn to ignore. Disaster looms its tallest yet over Scarlet Hollow. Episode 4 awaits. If you'd like to say before continuing, please do so now. Okay, I think that's going to do it for today. Yeah, get this game. Go get it. Just go play it. If you've watched the entire stream, you have seen like 15% of the game or something. It's crazy. I will I didn't expect so many people to like pop in for this. I guess there's some buzz going. I will I guess I'll just try to stream this again tomorrow. There's no reason I can't. Same time. Around if I can, probably around 6 Eastern. Maybe a little earlier if possible, 5. But yeah, the Steam sale is on. I don't know if this game's on sale. The Steam sale's on if you want to go grab it. Also, Cataclysm's on sale. Cataclysm The Last Generation. It's $1 cheaper than usual, which makes it, I think, $5 or $6. Also, their other game, Slay the Princess, is really good. Abby's comics are really cool. I would just grab anything you can from Black Tabby Games. And I'll see you all tomorrow.